Good morning, sir.
हेलो। हाँ जी।
Good morning, Bansal ji. How are you?
Hello, sir. Good morning. Sir, good morning. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Bansal ji,
Good morning, Madan Mohan ji.
good morning.
Ramachandra sir, good morning. Sir, good morning. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
How are you, sir? After a long time, sir.
That's right. Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
Bansal ji,
All good, sir. You have been
morning,
here or outside, sir?
No, in Mumbai only.
Mumbai. Okay.
Yeah. All well with you?
Yes, sir. With God's grace, you good wishes, everything fine, sir.
Great.
Ramachandra sir, good morning. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Yeah. Good morning, good morning.
How are you, sir? After a long time, sir.
That's right. Thank you, thank you.
All good, sir. You have been here or outside, sir?
No, in Mumbai only.
Mumbai. Okay.
Yeah. All well with you?
Yes, sir. With God's grace, you good wishes, everything fine, sir.
Great.
Ramachandra sir, good morning. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Yeah. Good morning, good morning.
How are you, sir?
Good morning. That's right. Thank you, thank you.
All good, sir. You have been here or outside, sir?
No, in Mumbai only.
Mumbai. Okay.
Yeah. All well with you?
Yes, sir. With God's grace, you good wishes, everything fine, sir.
Great.
Ramachandra sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning.
How are you, sir?
Good morning. That's right. Thank you, thank you.
All good, sir. You have been here or outside, sir?
No, in Mumbai.
Gentlemen, we are going to be going live in next 2 minutes. May I request all present to kindly mute yourself. I request host to kindly put everybody on mute.
Ramachandra sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. That's right. Thank you, thank you.
All good, sir. You have been here or outside, sir?
No, in Mumbai.
Gentlemen, we are going to be going live in next 2 minutes. May I request all present to kindly mute yourself. I request host to kindly put everybody on mute.
Ramachandra sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. That's right. Thank you, thank you.
All good, sir. You have been here or outside, sir?
No, in Mumbai.
Gentlemen, we are going to be going live in next 2 minutes. May I request all present to kindly mute yourself. I request host to kindly put everybody on mute.
Ramachandra sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. That's right. Thank you, thank you.
All good, sir. You have been here or outside, sir?
No, in Mumbai.
Gentlemen, we are going to be going live in next 2 minutes. May I request all present host There is one question prime on each and everyone's mind. Will there be a third wave? And if yes, are we prepared? What are the lessons from the second wave and how the response to COVID has shifted from being driven by the center to being driven by the states and districts and so on? What has this changed in terms of public policy and administrative decision making and so on? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to 73rd SKOCH Summit discussing India's priorities in preparing for the third wave. The national consultation will present 4 perspectives: center, state, districts, and municipalities. The economic cost of the second wave is yet to be fully decoded. But one thing is clear, that the first quarter of the current fiscal has been hit very, very badly. Unlike the first wave, when the rural sector remained largely unscathed, the second wave has devastated the rural economy. Besides, it has affected the informal economy, small businesses, and the poor. The second wave also led to a steep jump in health expenditure as well. The center and the state governments have already started gearing up to tackle the new variants of the virus in a possible third wave. And the center has rolled out free vaccines for all above 18 years of age, so on and so forth, several of the measures that come in between. The universal vaccination involving distribution of free vaccines to the states for 18 to 45 is expected to scale up dramatically in coming weeks and vaccinate all adults in the country, hopefully by the end of this year. So there is a lot more that we need to discuss, a lot more that we need to learn and understand from each other as to, how is it that we are going to be handling if possibly there is going to be a third wave. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you all to the 74th SKOCH Summit once again. And I start the day by making announcements for the order of merit. Our first order of merit goes to Mr. Arindam Lahiri, CEO, Automotive Skills Development Council for World Bank I-Star Program, School to Employment. Mr. Lahiri.
Thank you. Thank you all. I think it's a great honor and privilege to be part of the SKOCH family and getting recognized for the work that we are doing. And we look forward to more engagement with the youth of this country to ensure their livelihoods and connections, especially in the context of the pandemic as well as the imminent third wave that you've been talking about. Thank you very much for this recognition. On behalf of ASDC, I thank you all for giving us this opportunity.
Mr. Lahiri, if I may ask you, you are into skill development, and employment is something which is what you would like to protect. And in the wake of COVID and the third wave, 2 waves have already been so bad. So how is it that you are gearing up yourself so that there is minimum damage, or maybe there is none?
Yeah, so the major challenge has been the access to learning, and especially with all the training centers, physical training centers being under lockdown, access to learning is one of the key priorities for us. We geared up in terms of having digital content available, at least to keep the learning going. We are looking at ways of getting better on this digital engagements, continuous engagement with the students in terms of webinars, etc. And in terms of the connect to the employer, now the focus has shifted to virtual job fairs, which is, unless that kind of platform is available to youngsters, they will not be able to connect to the employers otherwise, because you don't go physically, at least in the first few rounds of discussion of interviews in today's context. So these are some of the key initiatives. The objective is to ensure that the learners are still connected to the potential employers and that can connect them to the livelihood.
Excellent. And congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I move on to invite Mr. Anil Kumar D'Souza, Deputy General Manager, Bangalore Electricity Supply Company Limited, for design and development of integrated distribution transformer metering and protection panel. Do we have Mr. D'Souza with us? Mr. Srinath C.K., Deputy General Manager, Bangalore Electricity Supply Company Limited, for solar PV integration with EVSE and energy storage with dynamic charging.
So, hi, my name is Mr. Vishal.
Hi.
So I am on behalf of my Deputy General Manager. So on behalf of BISCOM, I thank the SKOCH Group for giving us this opportunity to demonstrate our innovative project. So basically, we have been into EV charging infrastructure for past 3 years, and we are now the state nodal agency for Karnataka. And this project has really helped us to prepare e-mobility to utilize purely a green source of energy for having a totally clean environment. So yeah, I thank once again the SKOCH Group for this order of merit, and hope we'll be making through the final awards.
Congratulations to you, and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Center for Development of Advanced Computing, Kolkata. I invite Mr. Tamal Dey for Resham Darshan, a machine vision solution for color analysis of tussar silk yarn.
Yeah, thank you, SKOCH Group for the
We have your video, please. Can we
Yeah.
have your video?
Yeah, hello. Yes. Yeah, I thank you to SKOCH Group to give me this order of merit to make to semi-final, and I thank you to CDAC team who has jointly developed. The whole team has developed this solution, and the domain of silk industry who has helped our this solution for development during the project. Okay, I thank you all, and once again I thank you the SKOCH Group for giving me this award. Thank you.
If I may ask you, during the pandemic, because the raw material is something which will come from outside, and since you are a research and development organization, so did it get impacted? Did it get impacted?
Yes, definitely.
And how is it that you want to maintain the continuity so that the activities carry on?
Yes, actually, we have developed the solution in our office, and we have already deployed the solution in field, and they are using it currently. So this is in very rural areas, like the rural villages in Bihar, Banka districts, and all this rural area has already using this solution. And we have already developed in our office. So I think it has not impacted, this pandemic has not impacted this this delivery or this work.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Dr. Manjeet Singh, Chief Medical Officer from Civil Hospital Jean, for response to COVID. Dr. Saket Kumar, Director General, Department of Industries and Commerce, Haryana, for ease of doing business. Mr. Rajesh Pandey, Principal Secretary, Government of West Bengal, for Project Silpasathi Single Window System.
Hi, this is Swaroop. I'm representing on behalf of Sri Rajesh Pandey, Joint Secretary in the Department of MSME and Textiles. I thank Scotch Group for recognizing our effort and showcasing it here. And we feel privileged to be a part of Scotch family and getting the Order of Merit. Thank you.
Mr. Swaroop, particularly when we talk about Silpasathi, this has gone from notch to notch. It has scaled all across the state. When it started maybe 3 or 4 years ago, the situation is totally different today. So how is it that it has helped you, both in terms of clearances, the ease of doing business, particularly during pandemic? How did it come in handy?
Yeah, particularly during the pandemic period where the Silpasathi is basically getting all licenses at one place. It's a one-stop shop. So particularly when people movements are restricted, the complete online portal helps people to get the licenses on their doorstep. And what we have done this year in our single window licensing system is that we have tweaked it in such a way that the renewals are auto renewals and real time, so that the people just pay the fee and get their licenses. So it has been of great help and of great convenience in getting industrial licenses to the doorsteps of the industrialists and entrepreneurs.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The next one also goes to you for e-Nathikaran, which is e-preparation and e-submission of deeds.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you.
What is this? What does this project do?
This project basically, this is a registration without physical touch point. That is, without going to the registration office, you can do a e-registration. That is this e-deed for industries. We are focusing on industries because this was under a ease of doing business mandate. So we do schedule the appointments for registration online, and we do the registration online. So that is all about this.
Great. Do keep up the good work.
Yeah.
And here's the third one. Auto renewal of certificates of enlistment through online system for urban areas of the state.
Yeah, this has been quite helpful during the pandemic period, because people cannot visit offices to renew their certificates. Trade license is a basic document for a number of licenses. So for every commercial activity in state of West Bengal, this trade license is required. So we had just before the pandemic, we had made this auto renewal, and this has benefited lakhs and lakhs of micro enterprises, especially who are not able to visit offices for licenses.
So another one for the government of West Bengal, online issuance of trade licenses in the rural areas of the state. So you have covered both urban as well as rural.
Yeah, rural area was a bit of challenge because of the internet connectivity and all that. But we were able to do this for rural areas also, and it has benefited very micro enterprises, a lot of micro enterprises.
Has been also rolled out throughout the state, or some?
Yeah, it has been rolled out throughout the state.
And what has been the response so far during the first two waves? Because you said that you started immediately just before the onset.
Yeah, the response has been very good. In fact, we find it difficult to cope up with the response also, because it is so much of online licenses they have applied during the pandemic period. So this trade license is a basic license for micro enterprises. So a lot of micro enterprises have benefited from this.
And now invite Mr. P.K. Das, ACS Power Utilities, Haryana, for revival work of PT cubicle GD panel and isolated phase bus duct of generator in Unit 1 at Hisar.
I believe we should
Haryana Power Generation Corporation Limited. Award. I thank all Scotch team our effort to complete this project, and we are very happy and we are getting this award. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Mr. Apurva Roy, General Manager, Transport Aircraft Division from HAL Kanpur, for Avionics Part Task Trainer for Dornier BO228 aircraft.
I am Apurva Roy, General Manager, TAD Kanpur. Respected all dignitaries present here, a very good morning to all of you. I am very much thankful to Scotch Group for giving us the opportunity to showcase our creative work at this extreme platform. Avionics Part Task Trainer (APTT) is a touch panel and joystick-based training device for budding Dornier 228 aircraft pilots and maintenance personnel to aid in their basic avionics familiarization training. In country, we have a fleet of 150 plus Dornier 228 aircraft that are being operated by our defense forces like IAF, Navy, and Coast Guard. We perceived an idea to provide them ground-based avionics system training device before exposing them for actual training on the real aircraft. This takes a lot of aircraft time, which is time-consuming and costlier. Also, it reduces a lot of risk during actual aircraft training. This ready-to-use device can be operated 24/7 to fulfill demanding training needs of the pilot. We have designed this device to cater the different cockpit avionics configuration, which vary for different customers. So unlike most of the simulation devices available worldwide, this device has roll-on and roll-off kind of software controlled cockpit avionics configuration. APTT software as well structure is in-house designed and developed by HA. We are again thankful to Scotch for recognizing our effort, and we are sure that with the creative simulation device, we will be able to enrich our defense forces with safer, cost-effective, and more efficient training environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy, and congratulations to you all.
Thank you.
We have the next one also going to Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, Nashik, for development of innovative repair technology for LRU declared as non-repairable by Russian original equipment manufacturer. Mr. Saket Chaturvedi, General Manager.
Good morning. Good morning, jury of 74th SKOCH Award 2021 and all connected virtually. I am Saket Chaturvedi, General Manager, HAL Overhaul Division, Nashik. I thank jury for giving an opportunity to speak few lines, sir. We are engaged here in overhaul of 230 aircraft, which is a 4th generation aircraft for Indian Air Force. This aircraft is being overhauled under the transfer of technology from Russia. We had about 145 types of LRUs, which are aggregates used on the aircraft, which were declared as non-repairable. That means no technology was given, and we were told to replace these parts if they are found faulty. It was a big bottleneck, and a lot of money was involved, and there were a lot of delays. And because of COVID, it was further worsened. So our team has taken up 22 rotables, which were regularly failing and which were major bottlenecks. So these particular rotables which were which were purchased from Russia, we developed a technology to repair them. Also, the spares which were required have been developed indigenously, and also the test programs and test schedules, they were also very critical. They were developed, and they are approved by the government agency, that is Regional Center for Military Airworthiness and DGAQA. These are government bodies who have also approved this technology, and now we are repairing them in-house. And this has resulted in reduction of the cycle time. We are able to churn out the aircraft faster, and we are able to give it in very short time of 12 months to 15 months aircraft, which used to take 22 months. Sir. And has saved one set itself cost around 1 crore. We were giving as a cash outflow in a foreign currency, which has been a big saving here. So I thank jury for giving me an opportunity to speak a few words on this, sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Excellent. And now invite Indra Mohan Sahu, Executive Director, HAL, from Koraput. indigenization of test rigs and equipment for capacity augmentation of aero engine overhauling.
Good morning. It's a great honor for us to be part of the Scotch family and considered for semi-finalists for the Scotch Order of Merits for indigenization of test rigs and equipment for our overall and manufacturing capacity enhancement for fighter jet engines. In our country, we at HL Koraput are responsible for manufacturing and overhauling of the fighter jet engines for Russian origin. In the process of overhauling and manufacturing of this engine, we need various equipments. Some equipments are standard, some equipments are non-standards, and this test rigs falls under the category of non-standard equipments. During the COVID situation, most of these test rigs were imported from Russia under technology transfer. And when we import these rigs from Russia under technology transfer, it comes as a package, and the details about the rigs were not available. The detailed mechanism of the rigs, the detailed components available in the rigs, the detailed diagram of the rigs, manufacturing diagram to the component level were not available. As a result of this, always when we need an additional testing or to overhaul a testing or to repair a testing, have to depend on the original equipment manufacturer. In the COVID situation, this was having not a problem. We were not getting the specs, we were not getting the equipment quotation also to buy. There were a lot of delay, there were a lot of escalation in the price. We took a decision to indigenize all those rigs. In the process, we have to struggle a lot to find suitable Indian vendors who can do it, because these test rigs were only one of its own. It has to be made only once. One is required, one has to be made. With a lot of difficulties, we source the vendors, we manufacture more than 100 rigs in-house. In-house means within our country, as a process of indigenizing and becoming self-sufficient to overcome any type of situation, so that our country is well prepared to meet any type of eventuality as far as fighter jet engines of the Russian engines are considered. We manufactured those rigs, tested these rigs, and we have put them into our use. In that process, we were not only self-sufficient, not only we saved in time, but also we saved a lot of money of the tune of 100 crores. Thank you very much for giving us opportunity to speak few words on this.
Well, it is heartening to note the details that you shared with us, Mr. Sahu. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The next one also goes to Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, Bangalore. General Manager Mr. S. Krishna Kumar for implementation of manufacturing process for arrestor hook platform, LCA Navy aircraft.
Good morning to all of you. I am grateful to Scotch for having conferred this order of merit on us. And I will give you a very small brief on what this is all about. The LCA Navy is the first indigenously manufactured aircraft which is capable of short takeoff but arrested landing, so that it can operate on the decks of our aircraft carrier. So this essentially, the arrested landing part of it is basically achieved through an arrestor hook which is on the aircraft, which gets deployed when it is coming for landing, and grips a steel cable on the deck of the ship on the carrier, so that you arrest the landing within the space available on the deck. So this arrestor hook system was completely designed in-house by Aircraft Research and Design Center HAL, in-house, and the essence of its success depends on the accuracy with which we manufacture it and integrate it into the aircraft. So we had a young team who did the manufacturing process, who laid down the manufacturing process and manufactured it in our numerical computer machine shop. And this was integrated into the LCA Navy prototype aircraft and was successfully proven on the LCA Navy prototype, which did 18 landings on the INS Vikramaditya, which is a record of sorts because it is the first time in India that an indigenous aircraft landed on an aircraft carrier. So I am once again grateful to Scotch for having conferred us this Order of Merit. I am sure such awards will definitely motivate our young team to do more and more wonderful things first time right in this country. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you and the entire team. Absolutely. Move on to invite Mr. J. Venkataramu, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer from India Post Payments Bank for doorstep delivery of digital life certificate. Jeevan Pramar. Thank you.
Very good morning to the Scotch Group and to the entire jury for giving us this opportunity to be part of the Scotch Awards for the second time in a row. Doorstep delivery of digital life certificate is a very unique product developed by our team, led by Mr. Srijit Nair under the guidance of Mr. J. Venkataramu, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of India Post Payments Bank. And we thank you for bestowing this honor on India Post Payments Bank.
Congratulations. Kerala State IT Mission, Mr. Chandrasekhar S., Director for Muneram Digitali, a social media campaign during COVID. NTPC Limited for organizational turnaround using digital initiatives during COVID, Mr. M.R. Kulasekhara Perumal, Senior Manager. Paschim Gujarat Woods Company Limited, Mr. Jasmine Gandhi for business process re-engineering initiative on revenue.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Gaurav Waghela, Deputy Engineer, Research and Development, as well as Energy Manager. Unfortunately, our Justin sir is not present due to unfortunate meeting with government. Sir, we are first of all thankful to Scotch Group to organizing the best of the award ceremony, even though this pandemic situation. Sir, our the business process engineering initiative in revenue side. Sir, the various objectives are the consumer satisfaction through best services, revenue enhancement, recovery of all usage, revenue leakages, and 100% collection efficiency. Sir, we have mitigated all the leakages, all the problems through business process engineering. We have developed the collection through 12 mode of payment, as well as we have implemented 21 different type of system to increase our revenue. Because of physical area is scattered and around square kilometer, 1 lakh square kilometer area, as well as more than 56 lakh live consumer. So we are very thank you very much, sir.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary, Maharashtra Rural Development Department, Liability Register Payment System. The next one also goes to the Rural Development Department, Maharashtra, for Zilla Parishad Fund Monitoring System, Mr. Rajesh Kumar. Ms. Sonika Chaube, Manager, Sai Home School from Sai International Education Group. Mr. B. Biswas, Senior Manager from Santildia Thermal Power Station, a step towards zero incident in Santildia Thermal Power Station.
Sai International is there.
Sai Homeschool.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I now invite Professor Rajeshwar Singh Chandel, Executive Director, State Project Implementing Unit, Directorate of Agriculture, Himachal Pradesh, for Prakritik Kheti Khushhal Kisan Yojana. Mr. S. Srikanth, Chief Information Security Officer, Cyber Security from TVS Motor Company.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you for giving this Scotch Jury Award, and it's very honorable to me for taking this opportunity. Yeah, and thanks to Scotch and jury members for this opportunity. Thank you.
So how are you prepared for the third wave? Are you?
Yes, we are prepared. As a manufacturing, we already started preparing on the pandemic, next third pandemic. This thing should be, we have to be precaution. All the employees should put the vaccination jab, and all the vendors who are allowed only the vaccination when your jab has been injected. So that is the major thing we are looking at.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's Sushila Yadav, Joint Director, Watershed Development and Soil Conservation Department, Rajasthan. Integrated Watershed Development under Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana.
Yeah, good morning to all. I'm thankful to Scotch family for recognizing our work and all those who have promoted us to the stage. Under this project, what we did was we identified the water harvesting structures, the wasteland development works, and the soil conservation works using the latest technologies like GIS, remote sensing, and the mobile applications. This project impacted some 12,000 resource farmers of 12,000 villages of the dry state of Rajasthan. And also this was for the first time that these 3.82 lakh structures were constructed in a period of just 3 years. And under this program, it was not only the one department which worked for water harvesting, but there was all 9 departments of the government who are engaged in watershed management, in water harvesting. They came to the same platform, utilized their own funds, and effectively used these funds of their scheme and constructed these 3.82 lakh structures. These structures not only impacted the life of the resource poor farmers of the rain-fed area, and we all know that Rajasthan is the driest state of the country, but they also played very important role in recharging the groundwater. We all know water is a very scarce resource nowadays. So in these areas where these works were carried out, some 4.44 feet average increase was seen in the groundwater table, and also some agriculture production land was increased. The water harvesting structures resulted into increased crop production of the farmers. They also prevented the soil erosion, which was leading to siltation in the downstream structures. And also these water bodies that have been created, they all are available in the public domain. The key point in this whole project was the technologies that were used. The technologies like satellite images, the drone surveys, and the drone surveys of the resolution of 5 centimeters. This was the first time that has been done, that like you are working in a rural area, in a remote village, where signal is also a problem, but we could manage the tagging of all these 3.82 lakh structures at different stages. Like if you see the portal, there are 10 lakh structures because there were multiple times these were captured. So 10 lakh structures are currently available on the website. So basically this resulted into not only the cost effectiveness, but also increase the transparency and effectiveness of the structures. Because earlier what used to happen was that we could not track whether the field, all the areas have been covered now, but because of this mobile app, we could track the field functionalities of this 10-line department, where they are moving in the field, are they interacting with the farmers, are they proposing the structures at the correct location or not. So the results of this program has been very encouraging, and now even in this has been replicated in many other programs, and especially now this is mandatory for every scheme to have geotagging of the work. So basically it was a program for the rain-fed area farmers who do not have the irrigation facilities, and the production levels are very low. So they have impacted the life of the rural farmers of 12,000 villages. I'm very thankful to Scotch family. Scotch awards are very prestigious awards, and if our work is recognized at this stage, it is it's a encouragement for us. So thank you very much, and I hope this thing would be highlighted that in the dry state, so many structures are changing the life of the farmers. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Sushila ji. This is an amazing work. It's going to go a long way in helping the farmers and increasing not only their production, but also to do with the a lot of forecasting, which is what comes combined along with that. Well, congratulations to you and the entire.
Thank you.
Well, that brings us to the end of the announcement of the first round of semi-finalist Scotch Order of Merit. Which is our inaugural session, but we have another 5 or 7 minutes before we are joined by Dr. Vivek Devroy. In the meanwhile, can I request the host to run a spot video, please?
When I wanted to join politics, my uncle took me to one Mr. Anam Venkat Reddy, former Congress minister, who is close to our family. So my uncle told him that this boy is going to join some party. So he asked me what party it is. I said, I have not joined any party, but I like somehow Janasangh, Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Advani and all. He said, Janasangh? Yes. So he said, this is a North Indian party. Then he said, it's a urban party. Then he said it's an educated party. Then he said it's a Brahmin Banya party. Then he said it's a vegetarian party. I laughed at him and told him, sir, there is no such thing. So I became MLA in 1978. In the election, there was a Indira wave. 10 seats went to Congress in my district. I alone won on behalf of Janata Party. I was very active in assembly. And then in 83, second time, the Congress people wanted to defeat me. Indira Gandhi came all the way to my constituency by a helicopter. They could not succeed, and I won with double majority. In 1985, I was made state president of the BJP. There, they wanted to make somebody from South as All India General Secretary. Pramod Mahajan and all suggested, why not Venkaya? In 96, when first BJP government came, Vajpayee became Prime Minister. All my other colleagues went to government. At that time, there was a discussion, who will look after the party? I volunteered. Again, when BJP government was formed in 98, then also the issue came, who will look after the party? I volunteered. In 2000, Rangaraj Kumaramangalam, he died. So Atalji and Advaniji called me and told me, there is nobody senior from South in the central government. He asked me, you become power minister. Because Kumaramangalam was holding the portfolio of power, energy. I said, Atalji, I'm sorry. They said surface transport. And I said, sir, I don't know anything about engineering. Then Prime Minister called me next day morning. He was looking, it is rescue. He said, Krishi. Then he called Brajesh Mishra. Why Krishi? He said, sir, Nitish Kumar is the agriculture minister. So Atalji said, he is our ally, we can't disturb him. Then our batao. Then I said, Brahmin Vikas. As I hail from village, I thought what about our roads? Because I used to walk 3 kilometers a day to go to school. The original idea came because the Prime Minister told us one of the days saying that he is coming out with a new scheme called as the Golden Quadrilateral. Then I discussed with my colleagues. They all said it's good, but how can you think of rural roads from Delhi? That has to be done by state government. We went to the cabinet with a proposal. It was not favored, but there was a discussion. Then in the next meeting, I argued very strongly, emotionally. Then Nitish Kumar supported me. S1 Sinha, who was a little earlier firm that this should be done by state, he was getting reconciled. Then halfway through, Atalji said, "Bhai, isko bhi dekh lijiye na, acha hai." Some people like Chandrababu Naidu, they were of the view the money should be given to states. I was not in favor of it.
Within the Planning Commission, there was a lot of fear about the scheme, that this is too much of centralization and everything is being decided in Delhi. Why not just give money to the states and let the states decide and they will construct roads? And I said that, look, let us start with this.
Venkaya came all the way to Konkan, my constituency that time. On this program, I can see the huge benefit that has accrued to the people.
ग्राम सड़क योजना ये अपने आप में विकास के लिए समग्र विकास के लिए
It has created very good impact. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana.
We have prioritized the entire scheme. In this scheme, naturally the poorer states got more funds.
In the 30 years up to 2003, agriculture production in Bihar was less than 0.5% per annum. 0.23% in fact, that was the rate of growth, which means it was almost stagnant. And between 2004 and 2014, it has been growing at 6% per annum.
We have come to this level, can be solely attributed to such leaders like Venkaya Naidu. Who just not only handholds you, but he also grooms you to take positions and responsibility.
The reform is a software which has to be marketed, has to be accepted, it has to be implemented in a manner that the reform will not be seen as a threat, but will be seen to be as an enabler for helping you to do business better. So Venkaya understands that very well.
His foresight and his imagination has shown that a lot of poverty has declined because of PMGSY.
There is not a district in the country he has not visited. There is not a people's issue on which his heart doesn't throb. I feel proud to see him as an efficient leader of national stature.
हर रूप में उन्होंने न केवल पार्टी की मजबूती और पार्टी की सेवा की, बल्कि देश को मजबूत रास्ते पे ले जाने का एक संकल्प और उस लक्ष्य को लेकर आगे बढ़े.
He puts up his 100% effort on that and make it a success. That time he was there as a rural development minister. He is responsible for all those programs of Vajpayee ji. Now as an urban development minister, he is doing all these urban housing.
In the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, there are three distinctive features. One feature is that the house, particularly if it's a new construction, it should be preferably in the name of a woman. The second important issue is we are making it mandatory that whatever the dwelling unit is, it must have a toilet.
We are going to fund the housing for the urban poor in a big way, 6% interest subvention, something unheard in the rest of the country. We are now coming out with this program of smart cities, where you are enhancing the urban facilities and also creating economic opportunities for the people. Atal Mission for Urban Regeneration and Transformation. Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, uplifting the poorest of the poor.
For the first time, I would say there is emphasis on every household should have water connectivity, every household should have a sewage connectivity. So these are all fundamentals which need to be incorporated in our urban scheme of things.
Suddenly, my father became sick. Our relatives told, no, it's your duty to take care of father. How can I take care of my father? So then they said, you better get married. In such a family, who will be taking care of your father? She has helped me to fulfill my responsibility towards her by that Pitru Dharma, whatever you call, and also enabling me.
Well, good morning once again, and let me welcome our chairman and founder, Mr. Sameer Kocher, reforms historian and author of bestseller Modenomics. Having a ringside view to reforms for over 25 years now, the contributions made by Dr. Manmohan Singh to start with in the early 90s, and the rescue from the first fiscal crisis that was led by Dr. C. Rangarajan early on, and even continued the history of documenting the reforms, observing it from close quarters as his contribution even as chairman to the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. Even in transformation that is led by good governance in states including Gujarat during the tenure of Chief Minister Modi, Mr. Kocher's opinion has been most sought after, whether it is reforms, health, technology, financial inclusion, digital India, now when we are talking about $1 trillion digital economy and the $5 trillion Indian economy by 2025, I now invite Mr. Kocher to share his wisdom with us.
नमस्कार। बचपन में मुझे दो शौक बहुत ज़्यादा थे। एक मुझे पढ़ने का बहुत शौक था, कॉमिक्स पढ़ता था, और दूसरा मुझे बहुत अच्छा खाने का शौक था। तो उम्र अब जितनी भी मेरी हो गई है, खाने का शौक तो रहता है, कॉमिक शायद अब नहीं पढ़ सकता, परंतु बहुत विविड मेमोरीज रहती हैं कॉमिक्स की और जो बचपन में पढ़ा हो। और कई दफ़े ऐसा होता है कि आपके सामने जो स्थिति अनफोल्ड हो रही होती है, आपको याद आ जाता है कोई ना कोई प्रसंग जो आपने बचपन में पढ़ा था, और शायद आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में उसके मायने क्या हैं। मुझे याद है 21 अप्रैल 2020 का दिन था। टेलीविज़न पे न्यूज़ चल रही थी। एक डॉक्टर हैं, डॉक्टर तृप्ति गिलाडा, यूनिजन मेडिकेयर एंड रिसर्च सेंटर मुंबई में है शायद। टेलीविज़न पर वो फूट फूट के रो पड़ी, क्योंकि उनके पास अस्पताल में पेशेंट्स ही पेशेंट्स थे, कॉरिडोर्स में भी पेशेंट्स थे, कोविड के मरीज थे। उनको वो बचा सकती थी, पर उनको बचाने के लिए उनके पास ऑक्सीजन नहीं थी, उनको बचाने के लिए उनके पास दवा नहीं थी। और ऐसी चीज़ जिसने मुझे बिल्कुल झकझोर के रख दिया। और मुझे याद आया कि बचपन में मैं एक कॉमिक पढ़ता था, एक गौल जाति के लोग होते थे, अंग्रेजी की कॉमिक थी, एस्ट्रिक्स बोलते थे उसको। बहुत ब्रेव लोग थे, रोमन एम्पायर के अगेंस्ट खड़े थे, बहुत सामर्थ्य था उसमें, वो हर चीज़ का सामना कर सकते थे, बट सिर्फ उनको एक चीज़ से डर लगता था कि आसमान हमारे सिर पे ना गिर जाए। और जब मैंने तृप्ति गिलाटा को रोते हुए देखा, और उसके बाद कई एक के बाद एक डॉक्टर मैंने देखे। एक मुझे याद है शायद अग्रसेन अस्पताल दिल्ली से थे, जिन्होंने डॉक्टर ओनर थे और डॉक्टर भी थे, रो रहे थे टीवी पे और कह रहे थे कि मेरे पेशेंट मेरे नाम पे आए हैं मेरे अस्पताल में, और मेरे पास 15 मिनट की भी ऑक्सीजन नहीं है कि मैं उनको जीवन दे पाऊँ। तो मुझे याद आया वही प्रसंग एस्ट्रिक्स का कि हमारे सिर पे आसमान गिर रहा है। शायद जब उनका मतलब था सिर पे आसमान गिरना, उनके मायने यही थे। बहुत बुरा वक्त था सेकेंड वेव पे, शायद हम लोग बिल्कुल प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं थे उसके लिए। और जो भी बुरा हाल हुआ वो आप सबने देखा। बारी बारी उस भयावह दृश्य को रिपीट करना भी मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता है, बट पब्लिक हैज़ वेरी शॉर्ट मेमोरीज। आज सेकेंड वेव अबेट कर चुकी है, हमारे पीछे है, और आप बाहर जाके देखिए तो ऐसा लगता है कि सेकेंड वेव कभी थी ही नहीं। मार्केट्स, मॉल्स भरे पड़े हैं, सोशलाइजिंग शुरू हो गई है। मास्क नाक से खिसक के मुंह पे आए, मुंह से खिसक के गर्दन पे आए और शायद अब गर्दन से खिसक के गिर चुके हैं। इस वातावरण में और गिवन द फैक्ट कि जो वैक्सीनेशन है जिस स्पीड पे चल रही है, ये तो ऑलमोस्ट तय है कि एक तीसरा वार कोरोना का हम सब पे ज़रूर होने वाला है। उसके लिए हम कितने प्रिपेयर्ड हैं, कितने प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं हैं, उसी के लिए ये आज की विचार गोष्ठी हमने तय करी है। इतनी हेल्पलेसनेस, इतनी असहायता, तो वो हमने क्या सीखा सेकेंड वेव के दौरान? वो ऐसा क्या हुआ कि आज उसको हम कॉन्कर कर चुके हैं और उससे हम क्या सीख ले सकते हैं जिससे कि हमें थर्ड वेव को सामना करने की क्षमता हमारी सबकी बढ़े। जो मेरी फेवरेट कॉमिक थी, चाहे मैं एस्ट्रिक्स पढ़ता था, पर जो मेरे को सबसे ज्यादा पसंद थी वो कॉमिक थी अमर चित्रकथा, और उसके अंदर एक हनुमान जी की कहानी होती थी। जब मेघनाथ के दिव्य अस्त्र से लक्ष्मण जी मूर्छित हो गए, सारे लोग विचलित थे, उनके जीवन को खतरा हो गया, किसी को मालूम नहीं था कि इनको अब हम क्या करें, कैसे बचाएं। तो हनुमान जी ने, जो एक वैद्य हैं सुषेण जी, रावण के वैद्य थे, उनसे पूछा कि ये इसका क्या तोड़ है। तो उन्होंने बताया कि आप संजीवनी बूटी ले आइए, द्रोणागिरी पर्वत है, वहां से जाइए और संजीवनी बूटी ले आइए, तो शायद लक्ष्मण की हम जान बचा पाए। तो सबको मालूम था कि वो ऑक्सीजन एक संजीवनी बूटी है, और शायद अगर हमारे इतिहास में कोई पहले पब्लिक सर्वेंट रहे हों तो राम दरबार में हनुमान जी थे। राम जी का आदेश होता था और हनुमान जी उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करते थे, कार्यपालन करते थे। तो उनसे सिंसियर सीरियस पब्लिक सर्वेंट, जो कि एक वैद्य नहीं थे, टेक्निकल कॉम्पिटेंस नहीं थी, बट एक जर्नलिस्ट थे, संकट मोचन उनको कहा जाता है। कोई भी संकट आता था तो वो उसका निवारण करते थे। तो हनुमान जी गए और पूरा का पूरा पहाड़ उठा के ले आए, और वैद्य को उन्होंने बोला कि आप संजीवनी बूटी ले लीजिए, और उस संजीवनी बूटी से लक्ष्मण जी का उपचार हुआ और वो जीवित हो गए। तो वो आज के हनुमान हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट कमिश्नर हैं, हमारे म्यूनसिपैलिटीज के चीफ हैं, हमारा डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड, हमारे पंचायती राज, हमारे गांवों के लोग हैं। क्योंकि सेंट्रलाइजेशन में जो है ये लड़ाई आप लड़ ही नहीं सकते थे। जिसको पता ना हो कि ले ऑफ द लैंड क्या है, क्या करना है। जब डॉक्टर रो रहे थे, त्रस्त थे, तो हमारे डीसीज ने बोला कि हम जो है ये लॉजिस्टिक्स का बीड़ा उठाते हैं। उनका शायद मेडिकल काम भी नहीं है, म्यूनसिपैलिटीज के अंदर शायद हेल्थ सर्विसेज आती भी नहीं है, काफ़ी जगह पे नहीं आती हैं, पर म्यूनसिपल कमिश्नर उठे और उन्होंने बोला कि हम बीड़ा उठाते हैं और हम देखते हैं कि आपके पास कहाँ कहाँ अस्पताल के बेड हैं, ऑक्सीजन आप तक कैसे पहुंचेगी, रेमडेसिविर कहाँ से आएगी। तो जो सबसे पहला लेसन जो हमने सीखा सेकेंड वेव से, वो ये सीखा कि डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन इज द की। अगर आप ये लड़ाई सिर्फ लेफ्टिनेंट दिल्ली से लड़ना चाहते हैं या सेंट्रल दिल्ली से लड़ना चाहते हैं, तो ये लड़ाई में आप हार जाएंगे। सशक्तिकरण की जरूरत है स्टेट लेवल पे, स्टेट से डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट से वार्ड लेवल पे। यही चीज हमने देखी। एक मॉडल हुआ मुंबई का मॉडल, जहां पे तृप्ति गिलाडा जी रो रही थी 21 अप्रैल को। कुछ ही हफ्ते बाद वहां पे ना ऑक्सीजन की कमी थी, ना वहाँ अस्पताल के बेड्स की कमी थी। चहल साहब वहाँ के म्यूनसिपल कमिश्नर हैं, उन्होंने उसका बीड़ा उठाया और उन्होंने ऐसा डिसेंट्रलाइज वॉर रूम, एक वार्ड बाय वार्ड उन्होंने डैशबोर्ड बनाए, जिससे उन्होंने एक कमांड एंड कंट्रोल इसकी बिल्कुल ही डिसेंट्रलाइज तरीके से इन्होंने संभाल ली। इसी तरीके से फर्स्ट वेव में भीलवाड़ा का मॉडल था। केरला का मॉडल है, जहाँ पे मैंने बोला कि वैक्सीन की कमी थी, तो उन्होंने आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स सोचा। उन्होंने कहा कि एक डोज में कोवैक्सीन की या कोविशील्ड की 10 डोज होती हैं एक बोतल में, बट एक 11वीं डोज होती है वेस्टेज के लिए। तो उन्होंने वो एक बूंद भी वैक्सीन की वेस्ट नहीं होने दी, और वो जो 11वीं डोज थी वो भी उन्होंने लोगों को लगाई। तो 10% तो वैक्सीन की अवेलेबिलिटी में वैसे ही इजाफा हो गया। तो डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन और इनोवेशन, ये जो दो मूल मंत्र हमने सीखे, इसको लेके आगे हम जाके क्या कर सकते हैं और थर्ड वेव का हम कैसे मुकाबला कर सकते हैं, ये देखना हमारे लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। इन सारे मॉडल्स में हमने ये देखा कि जो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं उसकी एक बहुत अहम भूमिका है। आधी से ज़्यादा ये लड़ाई MIS सप्लाई चेन की लड़ाई है। अगर आप अपनी प्रोक्योरमेंट में कर सकते हैं, तो आपने बोला कि म्यूनिसिपैलिटी क्या करेगी हेल्थ में, पर देखिए पूरी की पूरी सप्लाई चेन तो म्यूनिसिपैलिटी के पास है, पूरी की पूरी सप्लाई चेन तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट के पास है। कौन सी चीज़, लोग काफ़ी टाइम से बोलते हैं कि आर्मी की सप्लाई चेन बहुत अच्छी है, बट इस पैंडेमिक की सेकेंड वेव ने हमें यह दिखाया कि आर्मी के बराबर की ही सप्लाई चेन हमारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स और म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज भी कर सकती हैं, जब उनका वो संकट का सामना करना पड़ता है और जब उनका सशक्तिकरण हो जाता है और जब उनके पास रिसोर्सेज की कमी नहीं रहती है। तो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज को सबने बहुत अच्छे से यूज किया, उसको यूज करने के बाद उन्होंने इसको मैनेज किया, और उसका जो है प्रूफ और साक्ष्य जो है आपके सामने है कि सेकेंड वेव हमारे साथ चली गई है। तो इसमें काफ़ी सारी लेसन्स हैं जो कि एक म्यूनिसिपैलिटी दूसरे से सीख सकती है, एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट दूसरे से सीख सकती है। और आज की जो हमारी विचार गोष्ठी है उसका प्राइम ऑब्जेक्टिव यही है कि कुछ आप हमसे सीखें, कुछ हम आपकी सुने, और सब मिलके ये तीसरे संकट का भी हम सामना करके निकल जाएं आगे। दूसरा पहलू डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज का ये है, जो कि शायद पब्लिक मेमोरी शॉर्ट होने से फिर से हम लोग भूल गए हैं, कि व्याकुलता का माहौल था। लोग बहुत व्याकुल थे, अनसर्टेनिटी थी, बच्चों की मेंटल हेल्थ तक खतरे में थी, बड़ों की मेंटल हेल्थ खतरे में थी। सब परेशान थे कि हमारे चारों तरफ क्या होगा, अगर हमें कोई मुश्किल में आ गए, कोरोना के क्या लक्षण हैं, कब मुझे अस्पताल जाना चाहिए, कब नहीं जाना चाहिए, कब स्टेरॉयड लेना है कि नहीं लेना है। और यहाँ हमने देखा कि सोशल मीडिया ने एक बहुत अहम भूमिका अदा करी। एक पार्टिसिपेटिव डायलॉग, एक माइक्रो लेवल डायलॉग, कम्युनिटी लेवल डायलॉग, जो कि डीसीज ने किया, म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज ने किया, जहाँ पर उन्होंने अपनी बातें लोगों के सामने रखी। अब उसके चीज अंदर एक चीज मिसिंग थी। मिसिंग चीज ये थी कि वो एक वन वे डायलॉग था शायद, जाकि हमारे म्यूनिसिपल कमिश्नर और डिस्ट्रिक्ट कमिश्नर और वार्ड लेवल पे भी लोगों से बात कर पाए, उनको बता पाए कि हमारी तैयारी क्या है और सरकार क्या कर रही है। बट जो चीज़ शायद रह गई वो थी लोगों की बात सुनना। एक भड़ास अगर उनकी निकल जाती, उनके दिल में क्या चिंताएं हैं अगर वो आप देख पाते और उसका आप अगर एक समाधान दे पाते, तो शायद वो व्याकुलता का वातावरण कम होता, पीस ज़्यादा होता। तो शायद एक लेसन ये भी है कि किसी तरीके से हमें ये सेंटिमेंट एनालिसिस करना है, किसी भी तरीके से हमें लोगों की बात सुननी है, और जो उनके दिल में शंकाएं हैं वो हमें दूर करनी है। रैंपिंग अप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज अ नो ब्रेनर। ऑक्सीजन प्लांट्स की कैपेसिटी काफ़ी बढ़ चुकी है। वैक्सीन अभी भी चिंता का विषय है। अभी कल ही वीके पॉल साहब ने बताया कि जितनी वो वैक्सीन की एक्सपेक्टेशन कर रहे थे वो शायद एक ऑप्टिमिस्टिक सिनेरियो था। वैक्सीन शायद उससे काफ़ी कम अवेलेबल होगी। तो ये वैक्सीन किस प्राथमिकता पे दी जाए, इसका जो है डिसीजन कौन लेगा। बाकी का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, चाहे वो दवाई का हो, चाहे वो अस्पतालों का चाहे वो बेड्स का हो, उसको हम कैसे रैंप अप कर पाएंगे, ये एक दूसरा मुद्दा है। और इसमें लोगों ने क्या अच्छा किया, उससे हम क्या सीख सकते हैं। और जो सबसे अच्छा लेसन हमने सेकेंड वेव से सीखा वो ये था कि एक दूसरे से लड़ाई करने का कोई फायदा नहीं है। स्टेट सेंटर से लड़ रही है, सेंटर स्टेट से लड़ रहा है, हर चीज का राजनीतिकरण हो रहा है। ये एक दूसरे को भला बुरा कहने से तो देश इस समस्या से निकलेगा नहीं। समस्या हम सबकी साझी है, उसमें सेंटर का भी रोल है, उसके अंदर स्टेट का भी रोल है, उसके अंदर डिस्ट्रिक्ट का भी रोल है, उसके अंदर म्युनिसिपैलिटी का भी रोल है। और जब तक ये सारी भूमिका एक कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म के दायरे में हम लोग आपस में नहीं निभा सकते हैं, तब तक इस समस्या का शायद कोई हल नहीं है। इकोनॉमी जो है आगे काफ़ी एक गंभीर दायरे में है। जब कोविड शुरू हुआ था तो लोगों ने बोला था कि शायद इसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत कम होगा। मुझे याद है कि हम लोग अंग्रेज़ी कंसल्टेंसी फर्म्स की बहुत सुनते हैं। एक बिग फाइव वाली जो थी कंपनी थी, उन्होंने सरकार को रिपोर्ट दी, जो कि एक बाइबल बन गई उस वक़्त, या रेफरेंस मटेरियल बन गया, कि जी 0 से लेके -2% हम देख रहे हैं जीडीपी कॉन्ट्रैक्शन। ये बात जब कोविड शुरू ही हुआ था तब की थी। मैंने तब भी बोला था कि इतिहास, रिफॉर्म हिस्टोरियन हूँ, इतिहास हमें सिखाता है कि कम से कम 1 महीने की कॉन्ट्रैक्शन आप देख रहे हैं, जो कि शायद स्पेनिश फ्लू के टाइम में भी 8.33% हुई थी। आज जब साल बीत गया है तो हमने देखा कि 7% से ज़्यादा की कॉन्ट्रैक्शन हुई है। अभी भी लोग कहते हैं कि कोई कहता है वी शेप रिकवरी होगी, कोई कहता है यू शेप रिकवरी होगी, बट जो सामने आ रहा है वो शायद एक के शेप रिकवरी है, कि जो लोग अमीर हैं वो और अमीर हो जाएंगे और जो लोग गरीब हैं वो और गरीब हो जाएंगे। एम्प्लॉयमेंट शायद इतनी ना बढ़ पाए, इनफैक्ट अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जो है काफ़ी बढ़ जाएगी। ये काफ़ी समस्याएं हैं। अनलेस एंड अनटिल जो है एक हम इफ़ेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्स कोविड का नहीं दे सकते हैं, हम ये इंश्योर नहीं कर सकते हैं कि समाज के सभी तबके जो हैं, इकॉनमी के सभी तबके जो हैं, चाहे वो दुकानदार हो, चाहे वो प्रेस वाला हो, चाहे वो सब्जी वाला हो, चाहे वो स्मॉल और मीडियम एंटरप्राइज हो, वो कैसे इसमें भी संकट का सामना करते हुए अपनी जो है जीविका पूरी तरह से कर पाएँ, ये एक बहुत ज़रूरी है। इसी के साथ जो है मैं स्वागत करता हूँ आज के अपने पैनल का। बहुत एमिनेंट लोग हैं हमारे साथ। सबसे पहले मैं स्वागत करता हूँ डॉक्टर विवेक देवरॉय का, जो कि प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय में हैं, इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजरी काउंसिल के चेयरमैन हैं। बहुत अहम भूमिका है। तो कोई भी सरकार के अंदर अगर किसी को कैपेबिलिटी है इस वक्त एक 360 डिग्री दृष्टिकोण देने की और बताने की कि हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं, क्या होगा, तो वो शायद डॉक्टर विवेक देवरॉय में हैं। बहुत व्यस्त हैं इस वक्त, काफ़ी समस्या का टाइम है, उसके बावजूद वो टाइम निकाल के हमसे बातचीत कर रहे हैं, गुफ्तगू कर रहे हैं। इसके लिए जो मैं बहुत शुक्रगुजार उनका हूँ। डॉक्टर अजय शाह बहुत एमिनेंट इकोनॉमिस्ट हैं, और इकोनॉमी मेरे ख्याल इन्होंने मुझे पढ़ाई है, मुझे तो इकोनॉमी आती नहीं थी। ये वित्त मंत्रालय में भी रहे हैं, केलकार साहब के समय से जो काफ़ी फार रीचिंग रिफॉर्म रहे हैं उनके में इनका काफ़ी योगदान रहा है। अभी इनकी पुस्तक निकली रिसेंटली, इन सर्विस ऑफ द रिपब्लिक, द आर्ट एंड साइंस ऑफ पब्लिक पॉलिसी, और हेल्थ के विषय को भी ये बहुत गंभीरता से देखते हैं और एक इकोनॉमिक दृष्टिकोण से देखते हैं कि उसको हम कैसे किया जाए। शमिका रवि अगेन बहुत ही रिस्पेक्टेड अर्थशास्त्री हैं, और जितना इन्होंने काम किया है, बारीकी पे किया है, माइक्रो लेवल पे जा जाके इन्होंने वैक्सीनेशन को, जैसे मार्केट फंडामेंटल्स होते हैं कि मार्केट के टेक्निकल्स क्या हैं, उस लेवल ऑफ सोफिस्टिकेशन में ये जो है कोविड के रिस्पॉन्स को पिछले 1 साल में ले आई हैं। इतना जो है ज्ञान संग्रह शायद किसी देश में किसी अर्थशास्त्री ने नहीं किया है कि ये कोविड के टेक्निकल्स क्या हैं, और इसको हम जो है अगर एक स्टेट बाय स्टेट रिस्पॉन्स को देखें, वैक्सीन के रन रेट को देखें, मोबिलिटी के ऊपर जो है क्या असर पड़ता है कोविड का, इसको देखें, एक पूरा का पूरा इन्होंने शायद नया साइंस क्रिएट कर दिया है 1-1.5 साल के समय में, जिसके लिए मैं बहुत ही आभारी हूँ शमिका रवि जी का। ये भी हमसे बात करेंगी। इसके साथ मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ डॉक्टर गुरशरण धंजल को, जो कि हार्ट एंड सोल ऑफ स्कॉच हैं, 20 साल से मेरे साथ हैं। इंट्रोड्यूस करें डॉक्टर विवेक देवरॉय को और कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करें। गुरशरण।
धन्यवाद समीर जी। I have the pleasure of presenting to you all, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Vivek Devroy, a renowned economist and public intellectual, chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. He has worked extensively on economic theory, law, and railway reforms, an accomplished author with more than 110 titles in economics, philosophy, and Sanskrit. A hardcore economist on the one hand, and a Sanskrit scholar on the other, having translated Mahabharata into English, becoming only the third person to achieve this feat. This apart from translating Gita, Vedas, Ramayana, and so on. And indefatigable Dr. Debroy. May I now request Mr. Kocher to welcome him.
Dr. Vivek Devroy, it is a pleasure once again to have you on our platform. I cannot think of a better person than you, with your position at the Prime Minister's office, to give us a 360-degree view of how well prepared India is to face the third wave, if at all there is going to be a third wave. You've had a ringside view to Indian governance, Indian economy, the way the socio-economic development of India has taken place. And it is also an opportune time when we complete 30 years of Indian reforms. And looking back at all of that and looking forward to what the experts say is a definite impending third wave, we would like to hear from you as to how well prepared we are for it and how India is going to come out of this problem. Dr. Devroy.
Thank you, Sameer. It's always a pleasure to speak at a Scotch forum. The pleasure, of course, is more if it happens to be a physical meeting, because one gets to experience personally the warmth, the welcome, and the hospitality of Sameer Kocher. Unfortunately, we are still not in the best of times, and this therefore has to be done virtually. And I congratulate Scotch for having thought of this particular theme as a theme for focus, because it is a theme that is going to be important. Preparing for the third wave, if there is a third wave. I think there are different ways one can respond to this question. And Sameer Kocher in his remarks also linked it to 30 years of economic reforms. So in the time that has been given to me, I will try and weave these different strands together. There's a limited way in which one looks at the third wave, and that tends to be purely from the point of view of the impact of the virus. Yes, it is the most pertinent. Yes, it's the most obvious. Yes, it's the most immediate. But that's a narrow dimension to the question. And I think the first point to realize is that India is a very diverse country. India is a very heterogeneous country, and this is inadequately captured in terms of states, which of course are obvious administrative boundaries. Why am I saying this? The virus caught us unawares. In one sense, it was important from abroad. It came from abroad through human contacts. And if you look back at the situation before the virus, it was obvious that purely in terms of governance, India was inadequately prepared to handle the calamity. Any calamity. I'm not going to quibble about whether pedantically it's a pandemic or an epidemic. Strictly speaking, it's a pandemic. But what is the piece of legislation we have? The piece of legislation we have is the Epidemic Diseases Act of 1897. An antiquated piece of legislation. enacted even before the Spanish flu, just about 100 years ago. Confronted with an epidemic, most people, when they expect the government to do something, they expect the union government to do something. But in terms of the Epidemic Diseases Act, which is the primary piece of legislation, the union government has no powers except at the border. Quite often we think we use expressions like lockdown. What is a lockdown? Who imposes a lockdown? Even the state government does not have the power to impose the lockdown. The DM does. So one of the points I want to make is in terms of being prepared for any calamity, we are not adequately prepared, regardless of whether there's a third wave. Yes, there is a Disaster Management Act, but we should ask, under what provision of the Constitution was the Disaster Management Act passed? It was passed under the Union government entry on Social Security. Are disasters about Social Security? No, they aren't. The Second Administrative Reforms Commission, the report, one of the reports of the Second Administrative Reforms Commission specifically recommended we should have a specific piece of legislation to handle such issues like epidemics. Has that happened? It hasn't. Before the epidemic, well, most people probably know that births and deaths have to be compulsorily registered. There is a 1969 piece of legislation that requires births and deaths must be mandatorily registered. Are all deaths registered? No, they aren't. Despite it being legally necessary to do so, all deaths aren't registered. The data show that although the percentage has been increasing over time, there are several parts of the country where deaths are not registered, particularly in rural areas. Now suddenly we have COVID and people jump up and down and with excitement and say COVID deaths are not being registered. I mean, to me, it seems like a naive and trite comment. If all deaths are not being registered, logically it follows that COVID deaths will also not be registered. So why didn't you complain when deaths were not being registered? And then we come to data on medical causes of death. These are two separate points. The death being registered and the medical cause of death. Look at the track record of medical cause of death certification across states before COVID. Very, very unsatisfactory. We did not complain. And now suddenly COVID, everyone jumping up and down with excitement. There are deaths due to COVID, but they're not being attributed to COVID. It's natural. In other words, there were systemic problems which we did not bother about. And that's the reason I said there is a great deal of heterogeneity. This is also partly responsible for people's ability to predict what is going to happen. And there are instances, several instances, where people went wrong with their models. There was a gentleman who was all over media towards the end of March 2020. Great expert, quoted by everyone in media. And he talked about 800, 900 million infections, 30 million deaths in India. Even if you disbelieve the official figures of deaths because of COVID, we are nowhere near that. And even today, when experts predict there will be a third wave in April 22, There will be a third wave in November 21. There will be a third wave on 26th of January 2021. I'm extremely skeptical. Because let us understand, for all of India, you will not have a single date for a third wave, contingent on how you define a third wave. Today, if I look at the infection numbers have eased except for Kerala and Maharashtra. A third wave is contingent also on our social behavior, is contingent on the lockdown. If there is no lockdown, we generally pay scant attention to appropriate social behavior. Markets will be thronged with people. No one will wear masks. So obviously infections are a function of that. When we talk about a lockdown, one must also understand that this is not like March of 2020, where there will be a union government imposed lockdown. Whatever is going to happen will be decentralized not even to the level of the states, decentralized even further down, at the level of districts, even within districts. Having said that, whether the virus mutates, whether there's a new variant, or whether there is a spike in numbers because of irresponsible social community-based behavior, there will be a spike. Question to ask is, spike in what? There is a difference between a spike in numbers of infections and a spike in numbers because of deaths. These are two different things, and we should not mix them two up. Infection numbers will probably go up, although remember, infection numbers are also a function of how efficiently states are doing the testing. Because it's not universal testing, not really. Partly demand driven, but otherwise the testing is not universal. So therefore, infection numbers are a function of how much of testing is being done. But by now, regardless of what I said about heterogeneity between states, all states are reasonably well prepared. Therefore, yes, there will be infections. I personally do not think we will have as many cases requiring serious hospitalization as we did during the second wave. I do not think we will have as many deaths as we did as a percentage during the second wave. During the second wave compared to the first wave, depends a little bit on the definitions, but the fatality rate for infected cases, that percentage had almost shot up from 1% to about 2%. And in all of this, there is one fact I have not mentioned so far, which is vaccination. The vaccination numbers are increasing dramatically. And while one can raise questions about the efficiency of the vaccine, is it X% or is it Y%, there is no denying that if I'm vaccinated, even with one dose, even if I get infected, the chances of that infection becoming serious are very low, and the chances of an actual death occurring are very, very low. The long and the short of this long-winded statement is, while we cannot throw caution to the winds, I don't think we should be greatly alarmed about a third wave. Which brings me to the economy. Now, so far as the economy is concerned, there are different kinds of answers depending on whether you're looking at the rate of growth, whether you're looking at the absolute numbers, whether you're looking at the overall economy or whether you're looking at specific sectors. Typically, most people, certainly headlines in the newspapers, are on growth rates, real and or nominal, and growth rates in this particular year, 21-22. Is the growth rate in 21-22 going to be 9.7% or will it be 10.3%? This is the kind of question. All kinds of economists will be asked responses to such a question. To state the obvious, the moment I'm talking about a rate of growth is a function of whatever the base was last year. Last year, namely 2021, the rate of growth in GDP actually turned negative. So to that extent, the base was lowered by roughly, let us say, rounding off the second decimal place, for roughly by 7%. So quite obviously, because of that low base, and that happened, why? Because of the lockdown. The lockdown that is happening now is no longer union government defined lockdown. It is not a universal lockdown. Yes, there will be sectors which are sensitive to human interactions. Those sectors will continue to be affected, whether it is travel, tourism, those kinds of things. But otherwise, all the other indicators show that the lockdown during the second wave was not as serious as during the first wave. That being the case, since I've got a low base of 7%, it's almost axiomatic that once I come back to the normal, the lockdown being over, I will clearly, even if there is no net real growth, I will get growth of 7% because I'm simply neutralizing the decline last year. In other words, this year's growth will be a mirror image of the decline last year. That being the case, I think it's more or less a given that in 21-22, the real rate of growth in 21-22 will be in the vicinity of 10%. Back of the envelope, that's 7 plus, let's say, 3% growth, so 10%. Roughly. Now, whether it's going to be 9.5 or 10.5, I don't know, but I'm saying roughly 10% real growth, which means at least 14% nominal growth, perhaps 14.5% nominal growth. So purely on this count, the fiscal numbers as represented in the budget, which were underestimates deliberately because of caution, will not be overshot. The more relevant question to ask, therefore, is not what is going to be the growth rate in 21-22, but what is going to be the growth rate 22-23 onwards. That's the right question to ask. Because that rate of growth from 22-23 onwards determines when, not if, when we reach the $5 trillion target, when we are able to make an impact on poverty, unemployment, when we are able to adhere to our SDG goals, so on and so forth. And I should also flag that a resumption of growth does not automatically mean a resumption in employment. The two have links, but there are time lags, and one does not automatically lead to the other. And what the indicators show so far is that despite growth picking up, there is still an employment issue, particularly in urban India. Because of various measures the government has put in, documented in economic survey sort of 1 year ago, in something economic survey called the Basic Necessities Index, rural India was far better prepared from the welfare point of view to handle COVID and the slowdown impact of COVID. The hit has really been in the urban sector, the informal sector, the informal labor market, the informal MSMEs. So yes, there is no automatic link between a growth revival and employment revival in urban India. 22-23 onwards, a whole lot of measures that the government has introduced, that union government has introduced, are broadly speaking what economists would call supply side. They take time to deliver because their supply side at least take 2 years more because of what has already been put in place. I think from 22-23 onwards, we will see real growth inching up towards about 6% or thereabouts. That can potentially go up to 7%, 7.5%, and this is where I have the last set of comments to make. Samir raised this question about 30 years of reforms. Well, what are reforms? The definition of reforms is partly a function of your perspective. Most of the reforms that remain, the initial 1991 reforms were about the external sector. The reforms we are talking now are about the domestic economy. They are not only about the domestic economy, they are about what economists call factor markets. They're about land, labor, and capital. The external sector reforms are easier. The political economy is easier. They do not affect directly a lot of people. In the case of the factor markets, and remember, many factor markets are the provinces of the states. Land is completely a state subject under the constitution. Labor is in the concurrent list. There is resistance. Reforms are about competition, which means entry and exit. Look at the kind of resistance that promoters exercise on exit of capital through the implementation of IBC. So reforms are also about the churn, and because there is the churn and because the churn will hurt some people, there is resistance. Reforms are also not only about the executive government, they are also about the legislature and the judiciary. So the thrust of the reforms is redefining what is government. Let's not look at it only from the point of view of the executive government. There is the legislature, there is the judiciary, there is the union government, there is the state government. Expenditure is not only about union government expenditure, expenditure is also about state government expenditure. So that will be the thrust of reforms, and those reforms in the political economy that we have, in the democracy that we have, will inch along. So I could say potentially India can grow at 9%. And remember, growth is a function of three elements essentially: consumption, investment, government expenditure, and net exports. As of now, net exports during the second wave is looking better than during the first wave. But as of now, compared to the first wave, consumption, investment are not looking as good compared to the first wave. But no doubt this will pass. Fundamentally, these are the four growth drivers, and those four growth drivers require reforms in the kind of factor markets that I mentioned. Finally, let me congratulate SKOCH again, Samir Kochhar in particular, for having thought of this very, very pertinent and relevant topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Debroy, for bringing all of this together for us. It's been an outstanding talk, going back to the legislation, covering it to the decentralization bit, role of state and center, and what is it that the economy is going to look like. Your talk has given us a lot of hope. I know that there are pressures on your time. I really wish you could stay back and join us during the conference, but you have other commitments. So I would take the opportunity to thank you for being with us this morning. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Debroy. It was quite an intriguing talk, and I'm sure it has left enough food for thought for the rest of the day. With this, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Ajay Shah, independent scholar and distinguished fellow Development Foundation. He has held positions at CMIE, IGIDR, Ministry of Finance, and NIPFP. He does academic and policy-oriented research on India at the intersection of economics, law, and public administration. His second book, co-authored with Vijay Kelkar, In Service of the Republic, the Art and Science of Economic Policy, was published 2019 by Penguin. His areas of focus are macroeconomics, finance, health, and technology policy. Dr. Ajisha.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very grateful to Samir for inviting me. I want to talk about a problem and a solution, and this will equip us to think more carefully about what lies ahead. Let us think about social distancing. Social distancing is often seen as a government-driven lockdown. But that's not an efficient way to think about it. Some of the most important responses actually come out of individuals. So for example, when in March 2020, the union government used the powers under the Disaster Management Act to push a comprehensive lockdown all over India, we know in the Google mobility data, the efficacy of the lockdown was very different across different places, because at many places, the people did not feel that there was a problem. And fundamentally, once the people decide that I want to lead my life in a certain way, no government can change that. Okay, so thankfully we are in India, we are not in China. We do not have an authoritarian government that can control our life. The people are a very important part of this story. And a critical element, in my view, the dominant element that shapes the behavior of each individual in terms of social distancing is the threat perception of those individuals. So if I am scared, I'll be more careful. If I am comfortable and I am relaxed and I am complacent, then I will engage in more social activities. So we should not lose sight of the role of individual choice. All of us in India, we are thinking too much about government. Actually, the dominant source of social distancing is the individual. We, each of us, make our decisions about how careful we want to be. Okay, very well. What can we do in the world of public policy, which is not a big danda, which can reshape the behavior of individuals? And the answer is, can we produce data that will feed into the threat perception of the individual? Okay, so as Vivek correctly emphasized, we should not think about a country, a giant 3.3 million square kilometers called India. We should think very local. India is 102 countries, roughly the size of a European Union country. Okay, so there are roughly 102 pieces that make up India, and they are wildly diverse. Each homogeneous region of India has a very different personality, has a different flavor, has a different reality. We should always think about India in a radically decentralized way. Imagine if there was data at the level of these regions, or at the level of a district, or at the level of a city. What is this data that would be useful in influencing the behavior of people? There are two numbers that are absolutely critical. The first number is called the attack rate. Epidemiologists use the word attack rate for the simple number: what percentage of the population right now is RT-PCR positive? Okay, which means that if I go down and I walk around in the city and I randomly get exposed to 10 people or 20 people, what percentage of them are PCR positive and then can give me the disease? So this is the first question. Imagine if this data can be produced at the level of a city, at the level of a pin code, and released every day, released every week. This will be raw material that will go into the minds of people. Okay, so as an individual living in Bombay, I want to know the attack rate for Bombay. And I want to know this data for yesterday. I want to know this data for last week. This kind of statistical system infrastructure is public health. This is something only a government can do. It is not healthcare. Healthcare is a private good. This is a public good, and it can only be produced through government funding. And my appeal to everybody in this room is, you are in a district, you are in a city, you are the master of your own destiny. Don't look to New Delhi. You do this. You build the statistical machinery through which this data is produced regularly and released into your city or your PIN code, so that people can understand how dangerous it is to go out. The second piece of data is seroprevalence, which is how many people have antibodies. Okay, we get antibodies in two ways. Either we get vaccinated or we get the disease. But that in a way shows us the upside potential for the disease. That can there be a third wave here? For example, by late 2020, we knew through seroprevalence data in Bombay that in the slums of Bombay, 75% of the people were covered. So we fundamentally knew there was going to be no great second wave in the slums of Bombay. And that was correct. The second wave happened in the buildings. That's where the vulnerability was. How do you discover this? Using seroprevalence data. You need to run surveys, once again, and find out what part of the population has antibodies. Where is the risk? So once again, we are trying to reshape the behavior of the individuals. We are not trying to threaten them. We are not trying to coerce them. We're not trying to intrude on the freedom of individuals. But government can play a useful role by producing information which goes to people and reshapes their behavior. The state of data on COVID-19 in India today is frankly appalling. The testing data is useless. The deaths data is useless. This is the stuff Vivek talked about. I have personally never worked with that data. I consider these to be really useless exercises because the data is awful. I find survey-based seroprevalence data is meaningful and useful, and we get insight, we get knowledge out of that. So in short, my appeal to everybody in this room is there is a role for the government, and it is not to do giant union government-based interventions of the whole country, exactly as Vivek said. The role of the government is deeply local. We've got to think at the level of a city. We've got to think at the level of the district. And what is that role? That role is to produce data and release it, so that local people know how dangerous is my place. Am I close to completing this journey to herd immunity? Can I make business plans to reopen? Should I be careful when I go out of the house? Can I organize XYZ activity? All this is driven by two numbers. What's the attack rate of yesterday? What's the seroprevalence of yesterday? That is the valuable role of government. And that is what all of us need to be building in a highly decentralized way. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. You know, it almost sits on top and also corroborates what Dr. Vivek Debra was talking about in the morning. Great insights into it, and let's move on to the discussion and invite Dr. Shamika Ravi, who is a non-resident senior fellow, governance studies at Brookings. She was formerly director of research at Brookings India and led the development economics vertical, with a focus is on financial inclusion, health, gender inequality, and urbanization. She is a visiting professor of economics at the Indian School of Business, where she teaches courses in game theory and microfinance. She was also a member of Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, and she has worked extensively on response to COVID by various states during the second wave. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to the organizers, Samir ji, especially you. It's always good to be back on this forum and to be amongst friends. Of course, these are extremely trying times when we have to make sense of the world around us. Basically, I'm going to build on what both Vivek and Ajay said. But first, I think we must accept the fact that, a person's behavior or individual behavior, unfortunately, is quite counter-cyclical to the virus. Meaning, when numbers are going up, we all get scared and then we behave well. But when the numbers are going down, which is the current situation, you do see behavior which basically defies a lot of the COVID protocols, etc. And we call this elasticity of self-preservation. And it's very important to take this into account when we are trying to predict. We're talking about a third wave here, but we must be modest and accept that right from last year, most of the mathematical models, and I dare say most epidemiological predictions have been proven wrong time and again, which is why, I put more faith in just watching the current numbers. I think it's important to just look at the 7-day moving averages and the 10-day moving averages to give us a sense of where we are. Again, it's a very large country. So if we monitor closely and we begin to see numbers going haywire in Amaravati and subsequently extend to the rest of the state, I think that should ring alarm bells, particularly given the kind of movement of people that is happening across districts and across states. Now, each of these things can be measured. We're not playing God, we're not predicting, but the way things stand right now, we do have some data to make sense of the situation. But I think in all of this, I do agree with Ajay, and I want to also emphatically underline and highlight that point that public communication, public information is so critical at a point like this, where information is put out. And frankly, even when it comes to variants, while it is very difficult to predict, and the virologists are telling us that, look, now there is Delta, now there's Delta Plus, which is a variant of interest, etc. Most of what we are learning about, even these variants, are from the UK. And this is why I think, the amount of information, data that is available in the public space in India is really, it's a big shame. I think this is not just managing healthcare. A lot of it is just our data and statistical systems, and frankly, the capacity to do this kind of basic work and to communicate it regularly with people. I think it's very, very fundamental. We should be doing many more seroprevalence surveys, not just to find out where the virus is likely to attack next, but it should actively feed into the immunization program itself. Places where you have relatively more presence of antibodies really can wait a little bit, given that right now we're trying to say where should that marginal dose of the vaccine be given. Big country, and we are pushing equity. It's always equity for equity's sake without having a serious discussion on the efficiency. We have huge state-wise variations. We have smaller states like Himachal, they have exceeded 60% of eligible population that have it. And of course, UP, Bihar are close to 18-19%. But the anomalies are also places like Tamil Nadu, which despite having excellent public health facilities, despite having considerably high literacy rate, have low levels of vaccination. So I think it's important to accept that it is not just availability, but there are many other factors which are under play right now. And I think it should feed into the day-to-day policy making. So vaccine hesitancy is a very big problem. Trying to push vaccines across states, across districts, just like you have cross-state variation, there are enormous inter-district variation within a state. For instance, Noida, by the way, has crossed 90%. More than 90% of eligible people above the age of 18 have received at least one dose. And of course, you have Raebareli, which is around 7%. So now, I think these are very important variations because it also tells you what are the pockets of future, susceptible population. Another aspect of the immunization drive, which must be taken into account, is the huge gender gap that is emerging. The gender gap in a place like Delhi is around 11%. And it just tells you that, look, there are 10% households which are seemingly vaccinated, but there are individuals in those households who have not received a vaccine, namely the women. And I think that is where the role of the government is limited. The government can't go out and pull women and get them to join the men folk when they're coming for vaccination. And I think role for communities, I think community leaders, role for RWA, role for local, maybe religious leaders, film stars. And I think we have to use very many levers of policy influence at a time like this. But very clearly, in terms of thinking of the third wave, epidemiologically, it will depend on the vaccine rate. and how vaccination is proceeding across different districts, across different states of the country. So that is going to determine, because now we know that the current vaccines that we have are effective against the new variant, and that is a great comfort. But more importantly, from the fiscal response, economically, other than large macro variables, we are flying blind. In fact, whatever we know about what is happening in terms of declining consumption and all are on account of surveys done by, let's say, the World Bank or NCAER, the telephone surveys, etc. But we do need larger household level surveys. We are in the middle of a pandemic, but that does not mean that our statistical systems have to come to a complete standstill. We have to conduct these surveys. Technology is available. Our existing research shows that we have had huge decline in weekly consumption expenditure of households of every quintile group in the country, which means every class of people have suffered a decline in consumption. However, it is much worse. It's above 35% for the bottom quintile, but also equally large for the middle income, for the middle class in the country. And I think, therefore, when we think of a fiscal response or a consumption support, middle class has to very much be a part of that conversation. We cannot think of COVID's responses only from a humanitarian point of view in terms of extending food, etc., to the bottom 40%. I think it's time we start thinking of expanding some of that support to the middle class as well. I think I'll stop there. I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you, Samir. Thank you, Grisha.
Thank you so much. May I now request Samir, if you would like to add on to it, and let's take a few questions and take the discussion forward. You are muted. Please unmute.
I think both Ajay and Shamika have made extremely important points, and I think let's go to questions. Any questions?
I'm G. Panda, and just have a question. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Ultimately, we have gone through the three speakers have given an excellent, insight into the pandemic, and also highlighted some of the critical areas. So one thing that commonly emerges, at least from the last two speakers, this is the mostly depends upon the behavioral, aspect, which strengthens, which can be modified in terms of, generating awareness at the individual level. Then the strength of resistance increases. Now, we have witnessed, and I have come across people and talking many people, that they are more scared of having vaccination than the COVID. Such a situation, how do we handle in changing the mindset of the people? Besides, there should be some kind of counseling continuously at the grassroots level. And how do we go about it?
Would you like me to take that, Samir?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, eventually that fear and uncertainty can only truly be effectively countered through information. Information which is put out simply in very clear terms, regularly. I think it's very important to put out regular, frequent, simple communication. But I think the role of the community, the role of the government is very central when it comes to this kind of information. The attack rate, for instance, what Ajay was talking about, it would make a huge difference to people's behavior if they knew how many people are RTC, PCR, positive at a current point in time in their locality. By the way, that information exists, right? Because we have every RT-PCR which is done. We have data of that sitting at ICMR. We also know where it was done. So really, it goes back to doing the analysis and making it available at the local level. So the role of the government there is clear, but the role of the community, fearing vaccine because it will lead to impotence, or fearing vaccine because it will kill you, a lot of that has to be countered with the existing scientific evidence that we have. And for that, it's not just the government, but I think local leaders. And this is why I made a point that when Akhilesh said that this is BJP vaccine and I'm not going to take it, it has impacted the vaccination, the hesitancy of the entire Yadav belt. If you look at district level data, it's very clear. And I think Mulayam Singh taking the vaccine publicly and making a statement, you do see that 2-3 days within that, there is an uptick. So I think local leaders, political leaders, religious leaders have a huge role to play as far as this fear factor is concerned.
Yeah, thanks, Shamika. I actually have a question for Ajay, and then maybe Shamika could answer that also. Now, we are all very clear on a decentralized response requirement for COVID. And, willy-nilly, our third tier has been not so empowered or not having so much of resources, but they've kind of risen to the occasion and done that. Similarly, no one is talking about a decentralized response to the economy. No one is looking at that in my municipality, what are the places where people have jobs and how do I protect those? And how do I keep the wheels of the economy moving and going to a district level or a ward level? How do we do that? Because, this economic recovery that Vivek is talking about, he's talking about 14% nominal growth. How is that going to happen unless there has been a decentralized response to economy as well, besides the decentralized response to lockdown? So maybe Ajay, you would like to throw some light on that. And obviously, the impact on jobs is enormous. And then maybe we could come to Shamika. Is Ajay there? So maybe you can start with Shamika.
Sure. I think, well, it's not that simple, Samir, when we think of economic response. You see, in terms of the health responses, we know what are the local infrastructure support, what is the kind of human resource support, technology support, etc., that they have to work on as far as managing day-to-day the pandemic is concerned. And I think that has been worked out. But, as far as local administration's role in the economy is concerned, one, I think the roadmap to that is through the pandemic. So if they do a better job of managing the pandemic, I think local economic activities get impacted quite immediately. And I think that is where we have to, we have to highlight some of the roles of the DMs who were exceptionally innovative. Some of the local DMs who, without really, studying the data too much or the science behind it, they said, look, if there is a possibility of a second wave, I want to have an oxygen plant available so that just in case there is a requirement, so you create that excess capacity. But I think, there are many projects, Samir, which are at a complete standstill right now. At many, if you look at the roads, and I heard the PMJY, the Grameen Sadak Yojana, that was there in the initial video that you showed. Many of the local infrastructure projects have come to a standstill. And I think that is where, if the local admin can come up with clearer and faster rules, that how long should the labor quarantine be? Because remember, there's a lot of movement of labor from across. And then move that, like make it less costly for labor as well as the local contractors, etc. I think that will be quite useful in moving things.
Well, thank you very much, Shamika. Thank you for that insight. And I love your comment that the road to decentralized economy management perhaps is through the pandemic, and hopefully some economic capacities would be built up at the third tier of governance as well. And that is where the long-term future of India lies. Thank you very much for being with us in this session. Gurshan, could we move on to the next session, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Our next session is bird's eye view. And in fact, if we've been following the discussions since morning, We are already presented with a challenge. We know that either a fear of the third wave still looms large. We got to up the vaccination drive. And then we also have the economic costs as well as opportunities attached with that. But the fact of the matter is that we have never had it so bad in our lifetime. For the first time, as Samir also talked about in the morning, the health workers felt helpless. Hospital corridors were jostled by COVID patients gasping for oxygen. Gory pictures from all across the country poured. And I'm sorry to say, including floating corpses and half-burned bodies being consigned to the rivers and so on and so forth. Least talk, the better it is. Nation peaked to upwards of 4.6 lakh cases a day with more than 5,000 deaths. The numbers have since dropped to less than 45,000 and 800 odd deaths. COVID so far has left nearly 500,000 dead. So what are we talking about? Till this point, while the drop in numbers has been steep, it seems to have plateaued here, and this must be a cause of worry. There are lessons in handling the second wave. While we quickly put ourselves together, we upped the vaccination drive. Already vaccinated 33 crore with 4.3% fully vaccinated as of this morning. Alarm bells were also sounded by the Prime Minister when he said, while launching the program to train 1 lakh youth as frontline COVID workers, that virus is present and possibility of a mutation is still there. We talked about centralization. We talked about decentralization. We also talked about micromanaging the crisis. So we have all the options in front of us. Probably these are the learnings we have from the second wave. In the process, several successful models have emerged. Most talked about the Mumbai model, the Kerala, Bhilwara, and perhaps even a Haryana model, and so on. That means to say that our response to COVID has become localized. So there is need for a concerted strategy, state by state and district by district. Role of all tiers of administration, center, state, district, or municipality, must be made very clear. The state government should assess its requirements and optimize the use of health facilities, and districts should plan and execute as per local requirements, because this seems to have returned desirable results. So what are the questions in front of us? What options do we have? Is decentralization the key? Why without digital fight back, it will be a lost battle? And how are we ramping up infrastructure? So in this panel, we are joined by our experts, Dr. Dipali Joshi, who is Distinguished Fellow, SKOCH Development Foundation and member of Executive Council, University of Allahabad, and former Executive Director, Reserve Bank of India. Dr. Shefali Dash, Distinguished Fellow, SKOCH Development Foundation and former Director General, National Informatics Center. Mr. Madan Mohan, Senior Fellow, SKOCH Development Foundation and former CGM NABARD and CEO NABARD Consulting. Our economist viewpoint is being presented by Professor Amirullah Khan, Research Director, Center for Development Policy and Practice. Our State of Haryana, Additional Chief Secretary Health, Mr. Rajiv Arora. And to give an overall perspective, we are joined by Dr. M. Ramachandran, Distinguished Fellow, SKOCH Development Foundation and former Secretary Government of India, where he was spearheading the implementation of JNNURM. He was also the chairman, Delhi Metro and Kochi Metro. In Uttarakhand, where he served as Chief Secretary, he was identified as the infrastructure man. A national officer selected to be on deputation to UNDP during 86-92. He holds a PhD from University of Glasgow. Author of several books, most recent being Bringing Government and People Closer, in which he has put together his understanding of the issues involved in ensuring hassle-free governance and delivery at the ground level. While releasing this book, Mr. Venkaiah Naidu, Vice President, said, The author has drawn extensively from his long and rich experience as a distinguished civil servant to illustrate the need to bring governments closer to people, unquote. With this, I invite Dr. Ramachandran to present his viewpoint. Dr. Ramachandran? He was there with us. I think some disconnection has taken place. So let's wait for him to come back. And in the meanwhile, we move on to our state perspective, inviting Mr. Rajiv Arora, Additional Chief Secretary Health, a 1987 batch officer who has been instrumental in creating a strong health system in the districts of the state. He believes that Ayushman Bharat and health and wellness centers are important steps in this direction and have helped the state in respond effectively to COVID. Most importantly, while during the pandemic, all energies were focused on handling it, the state did not neglect its other priorities like TB program and related healthcare services. Mr. Arora continues to be the nodal officer for COVID-19 in the state of Haryana. Welcome, Mr. Arora.
Gursharan, Mr. Arora was with us. He's just been pulled into a very important meeting.
Oh.
But we have Mr. Prabjot Singh, who's Special Secretary Commission Director of National Health Mission at Haryana, also Commissioner FDA, person who's had, almost hand-to-hand combat with the COVID in this state. So it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Prabjot Singh to share the perspective from the state of Haryana. Prabjot Singh ji. Gursharan, I think since we are running ahead of time, maybe he's not there. Is Dr. Ramachandran back?
Ramachandran Saab, I'm trying to call him. Let me just find out. Give me a minute.
Deepak, in the meanwhile, could we finish the film that we started in the morning?
Yes, sir.
అప్పుడు మా బంధువులందరికీ పిల్లలకు సర్ది చెప్పాను.
I must tell you, I could not do justice to her individually, to the family, even to the children also.
Myself and my brother, what we used to do is like we used to carry his clothes to the airport or to the bus stand or to the railway station, and we used to spend some time there. We used to change his clothes and get ready and take the luggage again to go for another journey.
We see your father who was sticking posters of the party on the walls in the Nellore, this thing. From that stage, he has come to such a big stage. It is only due to his hard work.
With the support of my brother and my husband, we came together to work for the empowerment of the rural masses. And this happened when father was the rural development minister, because one day when we were discussing, we did this, that, and all for Nellore or for the public. I said, Nana, fine, you have done this as a minister, but what are we going to do? How are you going to be remembered as an individual in the future? We are working towards education, empowerment, and health in these three fields. And to support it, we have started a foundation called Mupvarpu Foundation, which is our house name, which supports the activities of Swarna Bharat Trust.
He initiated social service. It is going on very well. Number of centers is starting. This is where I appreciate him. Service is his motto.
His dedication to the people's cause stands truly exemplary. This dedication led him to launch Swarna Bharat Trust in his hometown Nellore and Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh. It is also imparting employment skills to women and youth, enabling them to get good employment.
My Tatya is a hero for me. Despite his busy schedules, he finds times to spend with us, takes us to movies, holidays, and many more. He's too disciplined and wants us to be the same like him.
He's very youthful, energetic, and we play badminton regularly with him.
I love him so much that I cannot express in words, but if you ask me to say it in one line, I would say he's my center of my universe.
Born in a small village of Chavatapalam in the Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh. Having then moved to the Nellore town and becoming a school leader, and then to the VR college for further studies. But as a child, the loss suffered was beyond imagination.
My father had a friend by name Mr. Venkat Reddy. Both of them used to go to different places to purchase Ongol, oxen for competition, etc. So he sent a vehicle to fetch my father to my village, Chavatapalam. And my mother called the Dhobi to fetch her his Angavastram. That fellow delayed, so my mother went to the backyard and started calling him. She did notice there was a buffalo. I lost my mother. Earlier it was my grandmother, later my wife, then subsequently my daughter, who is taking care and substituting the role of my mother. I love my mother like anything because she has given me this beautiful life. I drew inspiration from my mother's wish. And then people used to say how my mother used to talk about me, saying that my son will become very great, he'll become a good advocate, he'll get a good name. Like that, villages, they talk among the family members.
So Deepak, can you start my video, please? It says host has stopped it. So we are back, and Dr. Ramachandran is trying to log back into the session. In the meanwhile, may I invite Dr. Dipalipan Joshi? She could maybe make her comments while Dr. Ramachandran logs on. She also has been a very strong supporter of Scotch Development Foundation and our work, specifically on the areas of inclusion. And she's had some very important points to make on the role of digital technologies. So may I invite Dipali ji?
Yeah, we are joined by Dr. Ramachandran.
Gurshan, I just invited Dipali ji. Maybe we can start with her and then move on to Dr. Ramachandran.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello. Dr. Dipali Panchoshi has to be unmuted.
Okay, it's a very great pleasure, Samir Bhai, great honor and privilege to be part of your seminar, and I salute your indefatigable zeal in organizing these seminars, which are on subjects of very topical and of very great importance. And we are at a juncture in the nation when people must ratiocinate, cogitate, and think about these things. You very rightly put it that our great Hanumanji was the first public servant, and he did all that he could when, like your Asterix character, the sky falls down. We have to take cognizance of very many things which we had not taken into account earlier. And the first of these is the thing which the pandemic has given us great primacy to is the role of digital India and the need for a digital penetrative reach. Now, monitoring of the level of the pandemic, telemedicine, digital hand-holding, and all support services become very essential. And if we are to tackle the third wave, we have to hone our skills in best deploying and using these. Now, the good Mr. Gur Sharan has also helped me and my thought processes and clarified that dashboards, monitoring surveillance, mapping, tracking, tracing can just not be done without imbibing digital technologies. There is a very great need today to ensure value-based healthcare with innovative technologies. And as you have so often spoken of the need for leveraging media, including social media, and for gathering feedback from across all digital interactions and adapt to the rapidly changing expectations. Gunnar Myrdal long ago had talked about the revolution of rising expectations. We are faced with it. Today, we have to, even forums like the one we are having today, feed into policy making. Let us not have any illusions about it. And therefore, Scotch, this forum becomes very important. Likewise, global use cases have also to be studied. The successes in handling COVID so far have been those which are micromanaged. For example, MCGM, which equipped all its 24 wards with an individual dashboard, created war rooms with a dedicated team of doctors and 10 ambulances each. The call was taken by the wardroom on the need for the patient hospitalization, bed allocated, ambulances sent, oxygen at the ready. This eliminated the first thing which we have to combat in a crisis. It's like people who go down a staircase in a fire and push each other because there is a situation of complete panic. So the first thing to address is this panic. The second thing, naturally, is to improve the response time, provide decentralization, and key in allow the built-in adequate infrastructure to kick in. During the first wave, the Bhilwara model has been praised for tight surveillance, track and trace all early hotspots, go house to house, and a ruthless containment that rids the district of all positive cases. Isolate, contain, and react. So now the question is, if MCGM could do it being the richest municipality in the country, what about the others? Is the money going to be a constraint to the health of India's citizens? How do we address this? During the second wave, likewise, the Kerala model set an example and enabled Kerala to beat shortages in vaccine, despite the country reporting shortages and parallel waste. Kerala used efficient use of vaccines and shot. Each vial, as you know, or as I have been taught, contains 10 doses, but manufacturers add one extra dose, buffering for the wastage dose. By minimizing this loss, the alert and educated health staff managed to administer up to 11 doses from each vial. So there was a zero wastage in efficient use, and the state managed to vaccinate more people than the actual doses provided. So, in sum, there is a need, as we've been hearing from the morning, from various experts, and particularly from you in your introductory remarks, that there is a need for a concerted strategy which should go state by state, district by district, village by village, block by block, household by household, till you are able to drill down to the last mile and to the last man standing. So I am of the confirmed view that participatory dialogue in an empathy-filled environment like this one is essential for getting everyone on the same page. And so you are providing an invaluable fora to build a consensus and to remove these fears which seem to dog our die-hard civil activists that A, we are all going to die, as you said, the sky is going to fall, chicken licken, the sky is falling. B, that we will not be able to escape it. C, that there is the inevitability of a third wave, which Mr. Debroy also addressed. And overwhelmingly, the lesson or this line I've heard from everybody, from you, sir, Mr. Samir Kochar, and from Gursharanji is, let us not panic. Let us keep calm and carry on and use all that is at our disposal, and we shall come out victorious and triumph over the third wave as well. We are equipped, we have all the tools at our disposal, and we know exactly how to use them. So once again, I thank you very much, not only for organizing this great seminar, but also for indulging me and having me on your panel. Thank you so much, Samir Bhai. Best
Thank
wishes.
you so much, Dipali ji. Pleasure as always listening to your wise counsel. Gulshan,
Thank
do
you.
we have Dr. Ramachandran back? What's the schedule here?
He's with us. He's with us.
Great.
Dr. Ramachandran, may I now invite you for your address. You have already been introduced to our audience, and very lovingly so.
And the case of the missing chief guest has been solved.
Thank you for this invitation. See, when we have general topics like this, the problem is quite often the points could get repeated. So I had prepared based on the common format given to me preparing for the third wave. And I thought there would be probably specialists who would be addressing different aspects of it. What I'll try to do is just quickly go through some 10 points or so, trying to cover the issue of preparing for the third wave. So whether there is going to be a third wave or not, that is not a point to be discussed. I think some discussions have already taken place. But learning from experience, it is quite clear that we have to be still prepared for what is going to come. So one of the first points I'd like to make is the lessons to be learned from the experience so far. When we started sometime last year, beginning, we were sort of groping in the dark, so there were a whole lot of issues, centers, states, city level, villages, and all that. I think that has been covered to a large extent, and there are various lessons learned. One of the prominent ones would be how to address the issue relating to migrant laborers who feel very unsafe. Also issues relating to children. So I'll just refer to two important reports in this context. One is the independent panel set up by the World Health Organization, and a report titled COVID-19 Make It the Last Pandemic. And it says the pandemic has shown us that this is not only a health crisis requiring medical solutions. It's important to know that it has gone far beyond the health sector and therefore must involve whole of government and whole of society, political decision making and investment. So that is one key point. It's a question of all working together. And of course, from a longer term point of view, what the panel has recommended that WHO should establish a new global system for surveillance based on full transparency by all parties, using state-of-the-art digital tools to connect information centers around the world and include animal and environmental health surveillance with appropriate protection of people's rights. So this is again could look like in the long run, but there is no restriction as far as starting work on these are concerned. Moving on to another report, the Institute of Development Studies has come up with a study on how Kerala appeared to be doing well. I hope it's still doing well. Kerala's grassroots-led pandemic response. So one of the success factors and the reasons the report says is it has been dependent on many factors, such as the prevailing political, economic, and social fabric of the state, including strong public health systems. And that makes Kerala stand apart. Key lessons from Kerala's success is that where there is a political will, an effective life-saving response to a pandemic crisis can be achieved without excessive expense. So that is the financial part of it. The experience of Kerala also demonstrates that empowered local self-governments to whom powers are devolved are an effective way to address challenges in times of crisis. That's also a key point. Kerala's quick response to COVID-19 contrasts sharply with the experience of many other states and is a demonstration that epidemic preparedness does not start on the eve of an outbreak. The ward level community groups played a key role. They invested heavily in training grassroots level health workers to provide quality treatment and regular health monitoring for citizens. The ASHA workers played a key role. The Kudumbashri members, the self-help group, they also played a key role. So these are, I mean, this is not a summing up of all the lessons learned, but these are some of the key points which have emerged based on what we saw as the first wave or the second wave so far. So what is it that we have to be careful about if there is a third wave? It has to be clearly understood and clearly explained. And how long can that be? So what is it that can be done to avoid its harsh impacts? That would be a key point to be addressed, in which everyone gets involved. It's not just the government alone. So what is important is communicating with people. This is a lesson which is emerging from most of these instances. I don't know whether the Mumbai experience would be shared. Mumbai looked a very sad case in the beginning of the year last year, but then how under the leadership of Commissioner Chahal, they have been able to make a big change, and that has started getting referred to global level, national level by courts and the like as what is called the Mumbai model, and it's something remarkable. So there are lessons to be learned from that also. What happens is once the event or incident is over, we tend to forget. But at this stage, there is going to a third wave. What is important is to understand what happened, what went wrong, what needs to be corrected, and then communicating with people becomes very important. And that is where in the city areas, ward level becomes a critical level. And also, I think there are enough lessons about political parties holding huge congregations, festival times, the tendency to get out and get together. When elections have to happen, how is that to be managed? So one hopes that, because again, if it goes beyond July, August, September, we are entering the festival season as well. One doesn't know about the elections, what will be the decision. So how will that impact all this, and what restrictions will be required, and how everyone can observe that? That becomes important. And now that it has become more or less clear that the imposition of lockdown or whatever it is will not be from above, it will be left to states and districts and areas. How would that be implemented? How tight would that be? What facilitations need to be provided, taking into account the problems of people? That becomes important. Also preparing doctors, medical workers, that also becomes critical. Now, there is a reference about the number of doctors available per 1,000 population. There are some parts of our country where it is very good. There are various other parts where it is not all that good, whether it is doctors or medical workers. Also, important would be how to provide food for people. Again, the Kerala model talks about food keeps being provided to large number of people, so they were not too concerned about how to continue with their day-to-day activities. Panic buying needs to be avoided. So how would that be prepared? The courts have been talking about the one nation, one ration card principle. Has that become effective, and will that reassure people that it will become available? Will they be able to come out and get their ration, and what would be the arrangements for that? These become important. But there are other medical issues, again, handicapped people or differently abled people, people who are alone, people who are senior citizens. How are they to be helped in a scheme of things like this? When there is no employment, how do we ensure earnings for such people who are dependent on day-to-day arrangements? Also, what has become clear so far is strategy will have to be different for different places. There is no one uniform strategy which will be laid down. So depending upon the cities, areas, different strategies will have to be adopted, and that will also have to be worked out. And in that, what has to be kept in view is, while on the one hand, we try to achieve the purpose of the objective, at the same time, how to reduce inconvenience to people, minimize inconvenience to people, that will have to get inbuilt, and people should come to know about it. That becomes important. And I suppose from the state level, it will now travel down to districts or city areas and groups of villages or villages, so that it is better administered and local requirements are taken into account, at the same time keeping the larger objective of avoiding spread of the pandemic. Another point which would be relevant at this context would be, since very many people are still concerned as to whether the vaccination drive will continue, whether one should still continue to make efforts, whether that will continue or not. If that is to continue, what is the regime which would become available, so that people do not get panicky about when do I get my first dosage or when do I get my second dosage. That becomes important. That message also has to travel down clearly. Here, the voluntary organizations, those who are working in the society, will have to play a very key role. Also important would be the scenario regarding educational institutions. Will they be functioning? Will they not be functioning? If there are options available, are the options readily available, right up to the remote level where probably connectivity may not be all that good? How long will they remain closed or open? Admission process, all this become important at this particular stage. Another point which has come up is the psychological help which is required for a good cross-section of people. Are we prepared for that? Has that got built into the scheme of things? And that's again important, because it doesn't come to light, or it doesn't get highlighted to that extent. There are a good number of people who require help, and how is that going to work? What is the mechanism again which is going to be put in position? Moving on to another area which could be controversial, but I think it is critical. How do channels and media play their role? Quite often what we see is that I am the first to report, I am the best to report. Moving out of that, how do we have a regime whereby the issues are highlighted, focused, the best medical opinion rather than have the extremes of medical opinion, the best medical opinion in the interest of people becomes available to people, and the channels contribute to the process of people getting ready better rather than the panic situation going up, and that leading to, I'm sure there are very many people who say that I don't watch these news reports because it is alarming. So let's have a regime where channels, print media, everyone adopts an approach that it's not a question of publicity or it's a question of not a question of TPR and things like that. It's a question of serving people, how best that can be facilitated. Again, some sort of self-regulation or so will have to come into play. What has also become important is an active role for the society. Now, it's not enough to say that the administration will do everything. How to involve society? Again, there are lots of instances where society has come forward to play an active role. They played a positive role. Very many places it has been facilitated. Even with vaccination, that becomes important because they can play a key role. Whether door-to-door vaccination is possible, what advanced information can be provided to people so that they don't really have to try to find out whether my turn will come or not. Simple things like wearing of mask, keeping distances and things like that. There are very many lessons still to be learned. As a reference was made, little bit of relaxation, everyone thinks that one can move around happily. That is not the scene and how best to observe that. So how can others come into the scheme of things so that people are continuously educated and alerted about what needs to be done? And the last point I would like to make, of course, is the impact on the economy. It's not a simple point to make, but we have to take that into account, because after some time, probably the reason why relaxations come into play or people tend to ignore is that it's a question of earning livelihood. It's a question of contributing to the process of production. And ultimately, there is an issue about, everyone talks about 12-month period, GDP impact and things like that. So these become concerns for how best that can be addressed. If we can be sure about a short period, one can be better prepared for a short period, but I don't know whether medical experts would say that it's possible for a short period. But a short period of a third wave can be thought of if we all observe certain requirements and we adhere to that, and that is well known to people. So this type of communication also would be important. So my point would be, yes, good that these points are discussed, but beyond this, learning from the experience of those who have done well, those who have handled difficult situations, what more needs to be done? That probably should get concretized, and that could get spread to all across in the districts, cities, villages, so that everyone is prepared. And probably, if it is possible, one can have a mental feeling that, yes, I have to do this for this many weeks. After that, probably will be in a better position. Thank you for this opportunity.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Ramachandran. It was, in fact, you have hit the nail right on its head by bringing up a few points, both from the perspective of the urban local bodies, the state government, as well as the central government. And in fact, the next session, we will have the pleasure of your participation and listening to and adding more to the 8 cities who are participating from all across the country, including the MCGM, the most talked about Mumbai model. I agree with you that you need to have political will. That saves a whole lot of unnecessary expenditure. The local self-governance empowerment, this is something which has actually shown a whole lot of results around this time. If this was not the case, then probably we were still talking about, a central command and whatever goes down at the level. So that's the reason as to why it was left to the states to decide whether you require a complete lockdown, a partial lockdown, or whatever it is for that matter. And epidemic preparedness, I mean, we have all kind of acts, the Disaster Management Act and so on and so forth. The post-disaster management is something which everyone does. So what is it that needs to be done? Pre-disaster management, that means the entire infrastructure needs to be augmented, both with the governmental as well as the non-governmental setups. So that means the involvement of the community, the involvement of the institutions working at the grassroots level. Everybody needs to come together, and that is something which has been a great learning during this time. And important part, which is what you also mentioned, is about communication. Now that's a double-edged sword. Now government is communicating one bit and media is communicating another. So when we talk about media,
it always becomes a devil. You know, they always show the dirty images rather than saying what is good. So it reminds me of one instance, if I may share here. You know, there is a very popular YouTube media channel called Lullan Top. It works along with one of the mainline media channel. And during the time when Kanpur reported there were only 2 deaths in a day, their entire team was out all of night, and they were only counting the number of bodies lying only at one crematorium, and that exceeded 50. So that means to say that what is it that the state government is talking about? Are we hiding numbers? And then the media comes in with its devil side of it. If the government is saying that, you know, the vaccination is up, so media is now getting very, very encouraged and talking about increase in vaccination, you know, the preparedness, so on and so forth. So probably communication also is an important instrument and tool from the government side to the media and to the people directly. And the wire media in between happens to be only either the print or the electronic. Yes, this is a double-edged sword. So you have actually pointed out something very, very pertinent here. At this juncture, I would like to invite the state of Haryana, Mr. Prabhjot Singh, who is the MD NHM. Mr. Rajiv Arora has been pulled into some another meeting. So with this, we would like to, you know, take this discussion forward, certain points raised by Dr. Ramachandran, and let's seek an answer to it.
Thank you. I thank SKOCH Group, and it is my privilege to be here. Sir has been called for another meeting with Honorable CM. I have listened to what my previous speaker has said, and I would be restricting my talk on preparedness to third date in Haryana state. I will be giving a very short presentation on this. Next, please. So this is the Haryana status at a glance. We have tested so many samples, and around 768,000 have been found to be positive. And one of the best thing is that our RT-PCR is to antigen testing ratio is 75 to 74 is to 26, and which is more than the recommendation of Government of India. Government of India says you have to test more than 70% RT-PCR. We have 44 labs, total labs, and we have a testing capacity of 110,300 samples per day. At present, we have 1,380 active cases, and home isolation cases are 578. We have vaccinated around 90 lakh of our population in Haryana. We have a cumulative positive rate since the corona started, that is 7.65%, and the present positivity rate of 1 day is 0.24%, and recovery rate is 98.59%, and fatality rate is 1.23. So these are basic indicators. Next, please. This is the geographical distribution of cases in all the 22 districts of Haryana. As you can say, the cumulative positivity rate, 7.65%, and some of the districts like Faridabad was having a cumulative positivity rate of 10%, 10.77, Gurugram 10.92, and then Hisar 8.76. But if we talk about daily positivity rate, then there is only one district, that is Palwal, which is showing 4.55% daily positivity rate. Next, please. So this is the trend of district-wise comparison of positivity rate and samples that have been tested. And as you can see, the positivity rate is coming down steadily. Next, please. This is the comparison of peak of COVID-19 first wave and peak of COVID-19 in second wave, and today's comparison. Like in daily cases in the first wave, it was 3104 at the peak. In the second wave, peak, it was 15,000, and now we are at present at 85 daily cases, new cases. That's on the peak first wave 25, in the second 153, and now we are sitting on 15. Daily positivity rate, you can see, community positivity rate, sample selection, you can see. Next, please. So this is the overall picture of Haryana state. As you can see, in the first wave, there were 2 small spikes. In the second, there was a huge spike on 4th of May, 15,785 cases were reported. And now the spike is down. And now we are going to prepare for the upcoming third wave that is being proposed. Next, please. Regarding genomic surveillance, as you know that Government of India is having a genomic lab where we are sending our genome samples. At present, Haryana does not have any genomic lab, but we are going to open it very soon in the PJMS quarter. Next, please. Next, please. Next. So we have sent 3118 WGS whole genome sequence for the testing for the senatorial surveillance, and 973 of these have been processed by Government of India, and 658 samples in the 658 samples mutation have been found, and the Delta plus variant, which we are talking these days, has been found in one sample tested at Faridabad. Next, please. Next. If we talk about district-wise surveillance, then Delta plus variant is found in one Faridabad district, and Delta variants have been found in 163 total cases have been found for Delta variant. Next, please. Now we talk about what addition we have done in infrastructure side. In the infrastructure side, if we compare, in January we didn't have any oxygen plant, PSA plant. At present, we have 11 that are functioning in our district hospitals: Sonipat, Ambala, Faridabad, Hisar, Panchkula, Karnal, and we are augmenting it constantly. We have ventilators, there are 477, oxygen concentrator 3,757, including 1645 oxygen concentrator are given by Government of India recently. BiFAP 572, micronasal cannula. We have 110 oxygen cylinders, which were in short, huge shortage when the second wave was at the peak. We have now 2,866, and we are procuring more oxygen cylinders. B-type cylinders, we are also procuring more. We have 6,155. 82 ventilators are available in warehouses. We are going to send them in the districts, and PSA plants, as I told you, that they are functional in these places. Next, please. So in the PSA plant, if we talk about them, we have 300 LPM plant in Panchkula, 200 LPM plants Karnal, Ambala, Sonipat, Faridabad. In the second phase, which is given by HITE, CMSS, and DRDO, 16 DCH will be covered, 11 SDH sub-regional hospitals, and 7 medical colleges will be covered. And these, at some places, the CSR and the CSR various companies are providing us PSA plants for oxygen. Next, please. Regarding GY, Government of India has provided 6 existing PSA plants, and 34 they are going to provide more. All the district hospitals, medical colleges, and 11 sub-regional hospitals and CHCs will be covered by Government of India. Next. And HMSCL is also going to procure 139 more PSA plants, and we are hoping to cover all district plants, SDS, CHCs through PSAs. We have also issued orders for private hospitals also, that those hospitals which are registered under the Hospital Registration Act, 50 bedded plus hospitals, it has been mandatory by the Haryana government that they have to install PSA plants in their hospitals as well. Next, please. Regarding liquid medical oxygen tanks, they are in place at 6 places. Gas manifolds were set up in 2021. In the year 21-22, facility of gas manifold and oxygen pipeline is being extended up to CLC level. Next, please. So this was regarding oxygen, regarding PSA plant, oxygen concentrator, gas manifolds. Haryana government is taking it very seriously, because in the second surge we have seen that oxygen was a rare commodity. So we are working very hard on this. Regarding other logistic items, if we see triple layer masks, they are available in good quantity, and 95 mask PP equipment, antigen kits, they are available. Next, please. Now, some of the drugs which were in scarcity during second wave, we have already procured. In Remdesivir, we have 1,24,000 in our stock. Tocilizumab, we have 210 doses, and we are going to procure more doses. Amphotericin, we have 819 doses. Government of India is going to give us 4,000 more amphotericin doses very soon, and we are procuring it on our own also. These are some of the drugs which were in huge scarcity during the second wave, and we are making sure that in the third wave we have sufficient stock of these drugs beforehand. Next, please. Regarding molecular testing labs, RT-PCR labs, we have government labs 19 in January, and in May we have added one more. In the private sector, we have allowed 22 private labs, and now we are going to establish 7 more government labs in the districts of Kathal, Kurukshetra, Faridabad, Palwal, Narnaul, Jhajjar, and Charki Dadri. Very soon, in all the districts of Haryana, there will be government lab. Next, please. We are going to procure more ambulances. We have issued indent of 26 advanced life support ambulances, 60 neonatal ambulances. We have issued indent. who are procuring arm HMSTL. We have issued in over 47 mobile medical units. We are about to receive 188 patient transport ambulances, and we have already received 44. 100 will be received in this month, and rest 44 will be received in next month, and thus will be having a good fleet of ambulances in the very near future. Next, please. Regarding the pediatric wave, everybody is saying that the next wave will be a pediatric wave, and we should be prepared with respect to pediatric cases also. So this is the kind of pediatric projection that is given by Government of India. That if we say on the 4th of May, we have a maximum cases peak at 15,786. So 12% of these confirmed cases were children less than 20 years, 1894. 90% will be under home isolation. Although this hypothesis, our government is saying that 90% with respect to kids, if we say that people will not agree for home isolation and they will rush to the hospital only, Honorable CM and the ACS and Health Minister, they are saying that we should revise these and we should assume that because in the Government of India projection, they are saying that only 2% of these cases will require STU ICU admission. But we are assuming that around 15% will require STU ICU admission and over 20% cases will be admitted in hospitals. So we are revising these numbers for Government of Haryana. These are the projections that are given by Government of India to us. Next, please. With respect to these assumptions, only what pediatric beds will be required, that is 947, and ward beds that will be required 568, ICU beds that will be needing as per Government of India criteria 379. Next, please. At present, we have 409 beds in 24 SNCUs and 294 beds, pediatric beds in 22 district hospitals, but these are with respect to the health department only. We have many beds in medical colleges as well as in private sector. We are gathering the data of private sector as of now, and accordingly will be augmenting the pediatric beds in health department as well as medical colleges. Currently, we have 170 pediatric ventilators, 482 BiPAP, 103 HFNC high flow nasal cannulas for pediatric use. 82 ventilators, as I already told that they are available in our warehouse. We have around 13 contractual and 54 regular pediatricians in the state, and we are going to recruit more in the near future. Next. Next. Regarding mucormycosis, as we have seen that this black fungus that has come as a big surprise, and there have been discussions of its reasons that the people who have been infected with COVID-19 and having diabetes, and they were on steroids, and mucormycosis was going to happen to them, and mucormycosis main reason is diabetes and steroids and COVID-19 because it decreases immunity. But then there are discussions on oxygen also, that because industrial oxygen was diverted for medical usage, that was one of the reasons. And many studies are going on right now why mucormycosis happened. As far as Haryana position is concerned, then we have distributed 27,000 injections to private hospitals and government hospitals also. And the government of Haryana has set up a committee which used to analyze the cases on a real-time basis. Even at midnight, they used to do WhatsApp to one another, and they used to decide whether the patient needs an amphotericin B injection or not. If the person needed the injection, then they supplied the injection immediately to the hospital. And we have distributed to 27,000 injections at the rate at which the government of Haryana had got to the private hospitals. And for the government medical colleges, we have made available these injections free of cost. Next, please. Regarding the steps taken to control mucormycosis, we have declared it as a notifiable disease, and all the people they had to report these cases to Government of India. Technical committee, as I told that has been constituted. 5 medical colleges have been notified for this treatment of mucormycosis. We have given detailed trainings to our physician, ophthalmologists, ENT surgeons, dental surgeons, and we have sensitized our healthcare workers and caregivers about the proper usage of oxygen and steroids, and we have given newspaper advertisements and social media messages also. And as I told that injection and amphotericin B was provided free of cost in government institutions, and at the cost at which we got, the government got, we have provided the same to the private institutions. Next, please. Regarding COVID vaccination, I must say that Haryana is one of the states which has only 2.04, 2.05% of the population of the entire country, but our space is one of the topmost in the country. We have vaccinated 90,000 of our 90 lakh of our population, 90 lakh 36,000. second dose. Now our emphasis is on second dose because the second dose wise we are somewhere lagging behind. Only 14 lakh population has been given second dose, but our emphasis is on second dose only. Some of the reasons for delay in second dose is that Government of India initially had fixed a timeline of 4 weeks for Covishield, then they increased it to 6 weeks, then they increased it to 12 weeks, and thereafter there was another protocol that those who have got COVID in between, after the first vaccine, if they have got COVID, then they can relax for 3 months. So with respect to Covishield, there were multiple instructions, and that is why the COVID software was amended accordingly. And one of the reasons is that only. And we are trying to maximize our second dose. And our pace, I must appreciate our healthcare workers, our doctors, our CMOs. Our pace is one of the best. We are vaccinating at around 1.5 lakh people on a daily basis on an average. Next, please. So this is our pace. In January, we vaccinated 1,21,000. There was hesitancy at that time because only healthcare worker and frontline worker were open till February. But you can see in June, we have vaccinated 27 lakh people. In July, only on one day, we have vaccinated 1,85,000 people. Next, please. With respect to allocation, if we say the Government of India is allocating around 21 lakh Covishield and 4 lakh Covaxin to us, and in the private sector also. This includes private sector also. Government of India is giving 25% to the private sector also. Next, please. Regarding home isolation kit, I must say that Haryana is one of the few states who have taken care of the patients who were admitted in their home isolation. We have at one time around 80,000 patients in home isolation, and our teams used to call them on daily basis. And on every alternate day, our teams used to visit them to monitor their vitals. And we have made a very, very nice kits consisting of what you can say is digital thermometer and a steamer and a pulse oximeter and some medicines of Ayush department and some medicines of allopathy also we provided to the home isolation patients. Overall, we have distributed 35,900 kits, and preference was given to the people who have been in the first week of the home isolation. And in the anticipation of third wave, we are already making efforts for 10th. Regarding another scheme of Honorable CM that was launched in Haryana, HVG-HCS Haryana Villager General Health Checkup Scheme, we have scrutinized around 1,73 lakh people in Haryana. In all the rural areas of Haryana, it was scrutinized, and all the people who had some kind of symptoms, they were tested, and there was some kind of discussion going on that corona has spread to the rural areas. But we found during these screenings and house-to-house screenings were done, and in the mission mode screenings were done, we found only 7,000 people were infected. Now we have developed the home isolation centers in the villages also, and isolation centers in the villages also, and we gave the medicines also, and fortunately there were no deaths that we have seen in the rural areas during the HVG-HCS scheme. We have seen this thing. The 1,10,000 people of ILI were detected, and they were tested through rapid antigen kits, and RT-PCRs were also done. Overall, I can say that around 6,000 to 7,000 people were found positive. Next, please. These are the pictures of village isolation centers that were created for the villagers. Next, please. We have started providing training to our pediatricians, anesthetics, medical officers, and staff nurses. We have started a new program, social awareness and action to utilize pneumonia successfully for the kids, and we have started trainings for these also. We are going to sensitize our ASHA workers for the proposed upcoming third wave, and Government of India is also going to start the training for healthcare functionaries. Next, please. Next, please. We have provided around 1,133 different kind of people HR to our CMOs, consisting of epidemiologists, public health manager, microbiologists, physicians, specifically for the COVID purposes. They were provided good salaries, taking special permissions from the government, and you can see district-wise around 850 were sanctioned in the last wave, and 283 are sanctioned in this wave. So overall, we have provided 1,133 people of different types. Next, please. Thank you. Any questions from anyone? I'll be very pleased to answer. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I guess we'll come to the questions during our discussion, which will be immediately after I invite the next speaker. So from a practitioner and author of Bringing Government and People Closer, Dr. Ramachandran's perspective, and from a state perspective presented by Mr. Singh, it's time to move on to an economist's perspective, Professor Amirullah Khan, Research Director, Center for Development Policy and Practice, Adjunct Professor at MCR HRD Institute, Telangana. Professor Khan is a former civil servant from 93 batch. He currently teaches at Law School in Hyderabad, Indian School of Business and IIFT. He has worked on various research projects for the European Commission, NCAER, Planning Commission, and the World Bank, and the list is endless. Professor Khan, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Gulsharan. Thanks for inviting me. It's been a scintillating discussion so far, and I hope I don't take away from that. So, it was really wonderful to hear these 2 points of view, and earlier in the inaugural session. Thanks for inviting me, and I think that that as always, you at SKOCH have been prescient in starting the discussion on issues that we otherwise would have postponed till they happen around. So so it's so apt to start with this with the topic that you have announced, which is preparing for the third wave. And I hope that we take this seriously and don't end up with the same problem that we had with phase 1 and phase 2. God alone knows how badly prepared we were for both the issues. So in my short intervention, I'm going to talk about 4 broad issues that I would like to place before this absolutely wonderful audience in what I propose through SKOCH that we do purely from a healthcare and a health sector perspective. The first point, and this is a point that I want to make very clearly and very loudly, and this comes from everything that we teach in our economic policy classes, or particularly our health policy classes. And that point is that in healthcare, there is no half full glass. You see, you can do this endless debate on glasses being half full and half empty everywhere else, but not where lives matter. So it is irrelevant to talk about what has been done. If you do a record some million vaccines on one day, that is not the relevant fact. The relevant fact is how many have been not done. It is not enough to say, one dose has been given to 30% of the population. The important thing is to say how many we haven't got second dose. So therefore, in healthcare, there is no patting ourselves on the back and looking at half measures. That is the first issue. And in that, the 2 points that I want to make within that is look at the situation right now. How many of us are even now clear about whether this vaccine issue is a state issue or a central issue? And haven't we gone around this for too long without making it clear? Even now, we don't know. I mean, it's gone back and forth so many times. But who is responsible? Who will be held accountable for the third wave? I don't know. I think it is time that, like with any policy making, we fix the responsibility, and somebody has to be accountable. Some head should roll, at least in the third wave. It did not in the first and the second. The second point, within this first issue of the policy, are we clear as to whether vaccines are for free or are they paid vaccines? Who will get the free vaccine? I mean, it's still very unclear. And somewhere it says that all above 18 will get it for free. Somewhere it says you go and buy Sputnik. And where are we on this issue? Point C in that, which vaccines? Are we going to get a Pfizer? What is happening with Moderna? When will it happen? I think we need clarity on this yesterday. The second point I want to make is the issue on our investment our investments and our sincerity in vaccine research. If you look at, I tried looking at what we as a country have done as far as vaccine research is concerned. I could get a lot of material from across the world, but the only thing I got as far as India is concerned is that ICMR has spent some 46 crore rupees in field trials. There is nothing else that we know about. This was a figure that came in May 2020. After that, are we doing anything? What is our spend? What is our vaccine research strategy? Are we doing enough sero surveys? And you get to know now that Mumbai has 45% children who have antibodies. Why can't we have that for the country? Because several epidemiologists are telling us that it is children who are at the forefront, right? Children who are most threatened, and therefore we better get those surveys done very quickly. The sad story of genome sequencing, despite being now becoming notorious for having produced the variant that is ravaging even Africa, there is nothing that we have done as far as genome sequencing is concerned. The abysmal and the pathetic numbers that we quote are enough of an indictment. And we need to do that for ourselves, because we need to follow the variants that are coming up within our country. The third point is, and flows from that, is the entire point of data. Why is it happening that we are constantly getting information that the actual number of deaths on the registration, on the CRS data is 3 times or 4 times or 5 times the number? Look at the Kerala example. Again, we keep quoting the Kerala example. Here again, it comes up so shining bright that Kerala, when the government gives out the data, it's not leaked out by some journalist from somewhere, then we get a very refreshing figure that the actual number of deaths in 2020 is 10% lower than 2019. That's what happens if we bring out clear data to 237,000 deaths in 2020, 263,000 deaths in 2019. And it makes sense. The death rate in Kerala, particularly, look at the accident rates. There's actually a decrease in the death rates due to accidents from about 4,500 to 3,000. And it stands to reason. When we've locked down everything, people better not die on the roads. Then it means that we haven't locked down properly. So, and if we look at the Kerala numbers, again, one of the highest prevalence, nearly 10 lakh confirmed cases now, but 3,700 deaths, 0.4%, the lowest in the country. Once we look at this data, we are able to then understand what is going on. And it is important for us to get this data out state after state, not hide it. It only makes things worse. The final point that I want to make in this intervention is that if we are going to get ready for the third wave, it doesn't serve anyone's purpose to keep highlighting what the citizenry is not doing. This is a policy issue. This is our problem. It is not about complaining that people are not wearing masks and are going out without maintaining social distancing. They're doing that because we are allowing it. If we don't want that, let's lock down. We cannot be complaining about vaccine, about dosages by saying that people are hesitant to take vaccines. When people are hesitant to take vaccines, it's a policy problem. The incentive and the disincentive that should accompany vaccine hesitancy is a policy issue. We did that with polio. We have to do that again. A problem has to have a solution. And in the vaccine hesitancy, the simple solution, and stares in our face, is supply. Where is the supply? And how are we going to tackle the vaccine issue by constantly worrying about where the next vaccine consignment is going to come from? Even now, procurement systems in every state, every district, I can tell you about my city of Hyderabad, which has done fairly well by way of vaccine, among the highest, is still not sure about tomorrow's vaccine collection. Each one of the centers cannot promise people that you can come back on day 3 and get vaccinated. It's your chance. You come every day and try and get a vaccine done. That's the important reason for hesitancy. The important thing is therefore that on the vaccine issue, we must acknowledge that it is a supply problem. It is not a demand problem. It will become a demand problem much later when we go out into rural areas and so on. Right now, it is purely a supply. So Gulshan, those were my 4 interventions. I wanted to emphasize that we cannot be happy with half full glasses when people are dying. We have to invest in vaccine research. We have to do our genome sequencing and our sero surveys and our tracking and tracing. That is one thing. Thankfully, the Prime Minister himself pointed it out yesterday when he acknowledged that Arogya Setu was an app that had contributed significantly, but we've lost sight of it. We don't even talk about it. He was the only one who spoke about it in the last couple of months. We have to go back to doing serious tracking and tracing because the third wave is going to be a different animal altogether. The third point that we have to get rid of our data hesitancy. We have to give out our data very clearly, very openly. You cannot have Bharat Biotech not giving out its third phase data even now. And finally, the issue that vaccine hesitancy is not a consumption, is not a client-related problem. It is a problem of supply. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was very interesting. In fact, raises a whole lot of questions. I'm going to save them for the discussion.
Thank you.
In the meanwhile, in fact, you have read, if I go back to your submission, quite a few things I would like to ask Dr. Ramachandran as well. But before I come to the part, let me invite Dr. Shefali Das, Distinguished Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation and former Director General, National Informatics Center. She is a specialist in planning and implementation of MIS, in decision support system. So we have a techie who's going to be looking at, this, so to speak, technology-led interventions, because this is what we've been talking about since morning, that without digital interventions, nothing is going to be possible. Professor, you talked about Arogya Setu, and that also happens to be one. But there are reasons, which is what we would like to find out as to why the popularity has gone down and only Prime Minister is left talking about. So Dr. Dash, she has been instrumental in implementing a large number of projects, including Rajiv Gandhi National Drinking Water Mission, Community Information Centers, wide area networks, so on and so forth. So with this, I invite Dr. Dash for her comments. Shefali, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Gurcharan and Mr. Samir Kochar. I must congratulate you for bringing up this timely discussion today, because this is the time when everybody is actually wondering, worrying, and speculating about the third wave. And this is right time to discuss about that. One more thing, just before starting, I would like to say, though I am a technocrat by profession, this pandemic is not really a technology issue as such. It's more of containing, managing, and curing people. So I may not be actually emphasizing on technology aspect, though I'll be just lightly touching on that. So basically, the way things are moving on the ground and estimated by the experts, third wave of the pandemic is inevitable. Whatever we may say, whether it is a localized third wave or all across the country, like Dr. Debroy said in the morning, irrespective of that, there is going to be some surge all over the country, maybe in different phases or maybe different timelines, but it is going to come. But whether it is going to be more virulent than the last, whether it is going to be more infectious than the last, is something which we do not know. In fact, nobody knows, because everybody is only speculating, because enough data is not available. So now what we think, I mean, at least I feel, it's my personal opinion, that most of it will depend on the public behavior. We can't do stop the mutation of the virus, that is true. But what we can stop is we can prevent it coming and affecting us in, unexpectedly, like it did in the second wave. Because that time we all thought, okay, the pandemic is over, started going to a holiday and having get-togethers, marriages, everything went on. We have Kumbh Mela, we had elections. We did have everything because we thought it's all behind us. But actually, it's not so. And it's not going to go away in the next 2 years or so. We have to accept that fact. And we have to learn to live with those boundary conditions. So what we have to do is that we do not have enough data, so we don't know much about the virus. We don't have much scientific papers also. The papers which are coming are based on very small subset of data, or data which is very localized. Like we do have 60 odd cases of data plus, and what can we infer on that? We are trying to do, but it is not enough. We can't really predict anything. We don't know whether the children are going to be more affected this time than the second wave. And these are all thinking. But what we can do is we can protect ourselves, and we can ensure that we at least we should not be not taken by surprise. And I have got few suggestions which because experts have already spoken a lot of things about that, but my few suggestions are like this: that we had gone for lockdown, the first nationwide lockdown. That is very important at that time because we didn't have health infrastructure at that time, and we had to somehow stop spreading. That way it was all right, but it also gave rise to a lot of economic crisis. Our economic health really got down, employment got reduced, a lot of people lost their jobs, migration of laborers and outside immigration have, going back, all that not only lost their livelihood, but also created a lot of infection spread. Because people from one place went to the other, they went in hoods, they went in groups, in the crowds, all these. This has led to a lot of issues. So but that was necessary at that time because we are not prepared. Second wave, we saw migration happen, but it happened much lesser because that time we are also a little more aware. People knew that, okay, if we don't go, if we stay where we are, maybe the state is going to supply us with rations, which the government is doing. Up to November, up to Diwali, free ration is being supplied. So some intervention is there, and people are now aware that this intervention is going to happen. So the migration is much less this time. Economic distress is much less this time because also we learned from the first one that we cannot go to the shops, we cannot go to markets. So e-commerce sites have come up. A lot of innovative ideas have come up. We did have Swiggy, Zomato, everything. But that time you have to order food from a particular shop or a restaurant. Now they have come up, Swiggy, Zomato, all of them have come up with a solution. Like if I want to send food to somebody within the city, I can use the services. Not only food, I can buy medicine, or the shops can send medicine through these services. So these are, in a way, these are also technical interventions because it all happens through some kind of a website and information gathering, all that. But we have learned that. So what I feel now it is more important is we have to, instead of going for big lockdown, state-wise, district-wise lockdown, we have to go for micromanagement of those infected areas. Because if the virus is going to be more infectious and we shut down a smaller area, it may, and then not only shut down, identify the smaller area, but also provide support, logistic support, food and essential supplies to them, then they will also not get deprived or not feel the need to go out by defying the law. So not only we have to make laws, also we have to make provisions so that those laws can be adhered to by the people without going through much distress. So that is very important. And second thing is community participation. We cannot think that for everything we depend on the government. Government will do this. No, that doesn't happen because here we have to protect ourselves. So the community, and we have seen in the last two waves, we have seen where community participation was encouraged, people were much more protected. They felt good about it. Food was supplied to the doorsteps, whether they pay or state pays or somebody else, NGOs pay or whoever pays. That's a different issue. Point is, they don't have to step out of their houses, so the infection doesn't spread. That is, community participation is very important, not only for supplying, also for creating more awareness. Like We have been hearing in the morning, people think that, okay, second wave is over. In fact, if you see all the holiday destinations nearby Delhi, Uttaranchal, Uttarakhand or Himachal, even Haryana, Rajasthan, all the holiday resorts are booked. Hotels are fully booked. You can't book anything for the next 2 weeks. So you go next week, you'll find the next 2 weeks, you don't have anything. So people are getting suffocated and they want to go out. But that is not the right behavior. We have to be, all aware that this is not the way things will go. What is there? A person lives for about 60 years, minimum, say life expectancy is about 60 years. If 1 year we have to be a little more restricted and protected, how does it matter in the whole span of life? So that is one thing. Third thing is peer pressure. We have seen a lot of vaccination hesitancy in people. And political leaders, religious leaders, they play a great role, all right. But more than that, peer pressure. I just give a small example. I have a driver, I have a Mali, and I have a household head. Now, the Mali is a part-time worker and he works in some office. All three were not interested to take any vaccine. They were saying, oh, bukhar hoga. So I will have this problem, that problem. Isko ye hota tha, usko wo hota tha. And they were not ready. The Mali, where he was working, the workplace, he got vaccinated. And after 2 days, he came to work. After seeing him, my driver went for vaccination. My maid went for vaccination. So what I'm trying to say is peer pressure, like you tell, I tell, the elders tell, may or may not be so important. But if my friend takes it, I'll be, encouraged to go and take it. So that is why we all have to play a role in making people understand that yes, vaccination is the only solution which will give us some kind of a herd immunity. Whether it is 100% immunity or not, that's a different issue. But at least we are, even if we are 50% protected, that is 50% life saved. So we have to think about that. That is one side which everybody can do. Beyond that, what we can do ourselves, because we have to prevent ourselves from getting exposed and infected and getting sick. So how do we do that? Masking and all, social distancing are all right. They are good. But more than that, I feel we should all get vaccinated, number one. Number two, we must encourage everybody around us get vaccinated. Number three is we should avoid, crowded places. So that how do we avoid it? We don't go shopping too much because things are available most of the places. Even Amazon goes to my little village in Western Orissa, which you won't find that village in any map, but Amazon supplies it. So that is how technology has gone. So that is thing, and people are still now. They have started getting invitations for marriages, for other functions and all that. We must promise to ourselves we will do hold such meetings nor we will go and attend them. So that is one kind of a deterrent for stopping those. So these are the things. I will touch upon the technology part because otherwise, good Sharon will.
Oh, this was actually very nice because the point that I'm driving home from here is essentially the self-restraint and the importance of IEC at the state level. Well, we'll take this discussion forward. In the meanwhile, let me move on to invite our expert on credit, financial inclusion, and skill development, Mr. Madan Mohan, Senior Fellow with Scotch Development Foundation and former CGM NABARD and CEO NABARD Consulting. He works as a consultant with Ministry of Agriculture and is a faculty on Institute of Agriculture and Business Management and NIBSCOM. Mr. Madan Mohan, bringing in the perspective from the credit and the financial inclusion side, the hit that these areas have been hit by COVID. Please unmute yourself. Mr. Mohan, you are muted.
Thank you, Dr. Jandal and friends. It's my pleasure to be here. I have been listening since morning, and I find some very good suggestions have come. And I would also like to share my experience and my feelings about the issue. Now, some people are telling that third wave may come, some say may not come, some may say that it may come earlier than predicted. But my dear friends, let us accept the fact that coronavirus is there and it will remain there, whether you call it first wave, second wave, third wave, or maybe another waves may be there. Name may change, but the fact is it is going to remain in our society. So the whole issue is how best we manage it and confront with it. See, very good strategies have been indicated by various speakers, and I have also pinned down those things, and I feel these are also very, very important things which we should consider. And according to me, the most important thing is, or the challenge we are facing is, how do we ensure COVID appropriate behavior? See, I am telling you from my own experience when I go out in the market these days, sometime to buy some vegetables or fruits, I find in my area, I say out of 10 people, at least 8 people are not wearing masks. Those who are selling the goods, they are not wearing. Those who are just going there, they are also not wearing. So, and there is a question of social distancing is out of question. So they are not observing. So one feels very scared and sometimes odd also that you are the only one who is wearing the mask. So the most important thing here is how do we create awareness about this, that it is important to observe these two things. Now, unless we involve local people, as have been rightly said by other speakers, and local leaders, even spiritual and religious leaders. Now, this has not been done in wave one and wave two. Let me tell you, even our people, police going to mosque and telling that please observe, and even so the type of gatherings which we have allowed on various dates, that is awareness creation was not there. So my dear friends, if we want to confront the third wave, we have to see that common people, as rightly told by other speakers also, that people have to be communicated and convinced, because as of now communication is happening through various medias, but people are not convinced. If you just talk to them, he says, well, where is the COVID? It's all humbug. So those things have to be, they have to realize and accept it. No, in financial inclusion, why did we succeed? Because we brought a concept and we made people to feel, have a felt need of that thing. No, there should be a felt need of that, yes, we should have masks. Yes, we should follow the appropriate distance. So the role of local leadership is very, very important. Now, another thing is about adequate health infrastructure that everyone has told. I will not I will not deal much upon that. Haryana case is before us, where they are providing better infrastructure, and that has helped in really containing the COVID. But the only thing is that the local strategies are going to be very, very important, because from center you can't push anything. And number of cases are before us, that states, and even in state, because I have taken number of presentations from different parts of the country, and I know some of the DCs, DMs, they have done exceedingly well without instructions. Even they have gone at their own, with their own initiative, they have brought the changes and handled the scenario in spite of various constraints. So this is what is required, and that only happens when decentralization takes place. Now, another important role which I need to highlight here is role of media and even social media. See, a lot of rumors are being spread. Now, how do we ensure that in third wave this does not happen, or how do we really check it? Because most of still, if you talk to some people, they say if we get vaccinated, we'll die, we will become impotent. Somebody will say something else will happen. See, all these things are being spread by media. I mean, social media, and even our media, so to say, TVs. They, as rightly pointed out by earlier speakers, that they are reporting extreme cases, or they are reporting only special cases. They are not highlighting. They are only highlighting a particular community. So those things should not happen. And that if we really want to tackle the third wave, we have to see that we keep a check on this. Another thing I want to highlight here is that there is still a corruption element. So how do we, though there are only very few cases which have come to light, but we do not know whether it is with regard to saline injection or injection being not given, or even giving spurious drugs. See, all these things, what is the penalty for that? Unless we really see that there is a fear in the mind of the people that yes, they are doing harm to the community, that needs to be checked if third wave is to come. And lastly, I would like to say that if we are not ready for the third wave, I think Corona is already ready and waiting for us. So we have to see that we are there before him. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Madan Mohan Saab. This is, again, totally a different perspective. If I put three perspectives together, I can see, I actually had a few questions to be asked from Haryana. I don't see Mr. Singh there on the screen. Let me ask Dr. Ramachandran, what from this discussion I've been able to gather that if the first wave was centrally implemented, executed by all the states, so it was a law and order situation. What probably the last two speakers talking about is it also happens to be a capacity building and an information education and communication IEC problem. And on top of that, there is infrastructure, and then the rumors that this vaccine is fake, certain issues which Professor Amir talked about, whether it is the responsibility of a state or it's kind of a muddle. So Dr. Ramachandran, if you take a bird's eye view, how does it appear from top, and possibly how can we put those pieces together, because it looks like a puzzle?
No, it's possible, since we have lived with this and we have experimented with the possible arrangements for quite some time now. There are lessons. I mean, once again, I would go back to the Mumbai example. Mumbai, I would think, would be better prepared from all these points of view which you listed. And there is a concrete result available. But every city cannot be a Mumbai. And so what local adjustments need to be made, that is what is important in this context, because again, it is clear that the capacity which Mumbai has, or the organizing skill which Mumbai has, that need not be present everywhere else. So what people should learn by listening to discussions like this or reading about this is that what is it better that we can do? Like all your award presentations, see, each award instance is a learning opportunity. Others could learn and see what best I can do in my given circumstances. So one good thing which is emerging is that, I think the central government also has realized that it's better left to the states, but then states should accept responsibility for that. And states should share what is being done with the center also, because ultimately it is a center which gives the facilitation, support and directions. So there should not be an issue of center versus state or state versus the others. The political color should not come in. It should be a sharing of experience. What X states does well, if that is shared, Y state could look into that and go accordingly. But the point is, time will not wait for us. We cannot have this experimentation and then sharing the experience and then doing it. So the first point is how best we can prepare for ourselves. It could be a wave, it could be something else. It could filter down to lowest levels. There are issues, problems. Even vaccinated people probably do not feel very, very safe. I don't know what the medical science has to say about that. So taking all this into account, what best is a possibility of preparing ourselves? And that is something which has to emerge at this stage. I think the states will have to give the leadership, and the districts or the local bodies will have to get into the act very proactively. I mean, let's take the case of a municipal corporation or a municipal council. How best they can handle that? What is the extra support they need to get from the system? That should be lined up. And ideally, again, I go back to the point made earlier. If there is a disaster preparedness plan at the district level, that would address very many of these issues, and one needs to go through that and update it or modify that in the context of the experiments made or the experience we have had. I think that will make a big difference. So I don't know whether a single single-page solution is possible. It will again be fine-tuned to the local requirements, but awareness is important. Knowing about what all can come up, what all needs to be addressed, that is important. I think in the earlier scheme of things, oxygen, I don't know, was an issue which was foreseen or not foreseen, or one did not have the capacity. But once it was highlighted right from the center, that could be addressed in the best possible manner, so much so that today people are not really discussing about it. So many plants are coming up, something which should have happened long back, and it would have been possible with CSR funds and other support, it would have been possible, but no one thought about it. Similarly, there could be certain points about which one hasn't thought about in the context of a huge wave or a different type of wave. So to the extent possible, how best we can prepare that, that is critical. Thank you.
Thank you. May I invite Haryana to respond to what Dr. Ramachandran said, the level of preparedness at the state level, both in terms of disaster, capacity building, and the availability of the required infrastructure.
Yes, I have heard what Ramachandran sir has said. I would like to say that with respect to oxygen, he has pointed out something. See, with respect to Haryana, I can say that we initially were very comfortable with oxygen availability because we have a plant at Panipat, and we were very sure that in case of any emergency, we'll be getting around 300 MT of supplies at any point of time from Panipat. And when the second wave has not yet come, our demand was only, you can say 50 to 60 MT per day. But all of a sudden, Government of India did some planning and gave the supply from Panipat to other states as well. It gave it to Delhi, NCR, it gave it to Punjab, it gave it to UP, Western UP. So that is why our plan got disturbed. And then Government of India did some allocations for the oxygen for Haryana, from Gujarat, from Jharkhand, from Orissa, and from other far-fetched places, from Roorkee in Uttarakhand, and from other places from where it was very difficult for us to get the oxygen. So oxygen challenge was, in a way, it was not something which was created by us or which was pre-planned by us, because we were assuming that Panipat in any case will be mapped to us only. With respect to manpower, sir, I would like to point out that as I have shown in the presentation, we have taken around 1,000 employees on contract basis, and we have given them good salaries. And we are constantly doing the capacity building of those employees also and our regular employees also. And with respect to infrastructure also, now at present we are better placed as compared to 5 months down the line. But you never know, because second wave was not a wave, it was kind of a tsunami. Because the kind of oxygen requirement that was there, the kind of bed availability that was needed in our urban health infrastructure, it gave us a big lesson, not only to Haryana, to the entire country, that we are spending every bit and every penny on our primary healthcare since last 70 years. We have not spent enough on our tertiary healthcare. What was needed was an expenditure that should have been done on the tertiary healthcare. Everyone ran from pillar to post for a bed. Everyone ran from pillar we'll have to post for oxygen and ICU, and then the doctors were not available, the anesthetics were not available, intensivists were not available, ventilators were at the last moment, they were made available, but then manpower was not there. So it was something which was not, I can say, which was not planned properly beforehand. But now, if we are planning for the third wave, I think we'll be better placed. With respect to people, also, I must say, I have heard one of the experts, Mr. Madan, he was telling regarding the market behavior, and it is a fact. Entire market is based on fear. When the vaccine was launched by Prime Minister, and there was no second wave at that time, and nobody was willing for vaccination. We used to go after people, and we have to tell them that please get yourself vaccinated. It is high time. Even the healthcare workers were not willing. There was such kind of a hesitation. And when the wave started, then the fear market started coming in the picture, and then everyone made lines for that, and then everyone said we need vaccination, and then the age groups were expanded, initially 60 years to 45 years, 45 years to then 18 plus years. So obviously the plan should have been that it was made in a graded manner only, but we were not having that kind of supplies that we could have been able to cater to such a big market. But it is based on fear only. Again, now the second wave is down. Again, people will not start coming for vaccination very soon. They will forget this thing, because in the rural areas they have not seen the kind of fear that was seen in the urban areas, the kind of deaths that we have seen in the urban areas. So we are fearing this thing again might happen, that people may not start coming for the vaccination, or they may forget what was seen in the second wave. So and on the supply side also, on the government side also, for providing oxygen, for providing manpower, for providing infrastructure, government was also, I must say, that was taken by a surprise, because certain things would have been in place earlier, but nobody apprehended the second wave. And we opened the markets very, very early. Now we are opening, like you yourself are saying, that now we are opening the markets, but in a graded manner. Every state is opening the market, but in a graded fashion, particularly in southern states, in Kerala and Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, where still there are cases and where still the positivity rate of some of the districts is more than 10%. They are still opening the market in graded manner. We have seen the spike in Australia also recently. We have heard that lockdown has been imposed in 5 or 6 cities. We have seen in New Zealand also, in some of the countries again, we are talking about the Delta plus variant is coming. So it is we have to exercise caution. As a citizen also, we have to exercise caution with respect to COVID appropriate behavior. We have to follow, and on the government side also, we have to increase the supplies, whether it is oxygen, whether it is manpower, whether it is doctors, whether it is beds. And the last thing, the most important thing that Ramachandran sir also spoke about, and you also told, that communication. Communication is the most important thing. We have to talk to the people on every issue. We have to tell them on a real-time basis whether the beds are available, whether they are not available, whether the oxygen is there, whether it is not there. But we should not hide anything from the public. That is the most important thing. There were some channels who were, and I must say, channels must do the right thing. They should report the right thing. Whether there are dead bodies in the Ganga, whether there are something happening, mishappening, or some negative thing is happening, they should report it. That is their job. They are not here for placating the governments. They have to be the fourth pillar of democracy, and they have to show the true picture. What is the true picture? So I must say that some of the media channels, they have done a good job, and we as a government, we should feed them with the right picture, and definitely they will show what is the true picture to the public also. And together, I think, as a public, as a media man, as a government, we will together, I think, will be able to manage the pandemic in a better manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabodji. There is a question that has come in from one of the participants, Srimanta Satpati, and I think this is directed at Professor Khan. Can you elaborate on the impact of supply chain in agriculture sector? It's been shown that produce has been wasted a lot due to lack of storage facilities, and especially due to lockdown restrictions, migration of labor in agriculture sector, which has already been distressed.
Very true. I think that is a legitimate question, and Shrimanta, you are absolutely right. There has been a big disruption. You know, we've seen it in the numbers, we've seen it in the press. The amount of agriculture produce that is lying out there unharvested or not transported. Um, it was bound to happen, and I don't think that we should be surprised with that. The only thing that one would have expected was something that some of us have been arguing for a long time now, that we had to provide for some cash transfers to at least the poor. That there was simply no reason for us not to do that. Some of us argued that it should be at least $50 a month, 4,000 rupees, 6,000 rupees. I think that it's still not late. We should do that. It's not too much money. The Supreme Court has somehow convinced the government to do 4 lakhs for the debt, 4,000 for the living. I don't think that is a problem. So the supply chains, and the agriculture reform is a separate issue altogether. But for the moment, we will have these supply chain distortions. And if we want to protect livelihoods in rural areas, we should go back to doing cash transfers, definitely.
You also talked about data ambiguity.
Yeah.
So what is it that needs to be done so that there is no ambiguity, how it can be straightened up so that right kind of decisions are taken both at the center as well as the state level while implementing the new directives as well as the new instruments?
Yeah, we are very polite people, so we don't like to talk about death. And therefore we want to hide the number of deaths. We want to show that not as many are dying. That it doesn't serve anybody's purpose. We have to be brutal about it. If 4 million people have died, so be it. If 3.5 million are COVID deaths, so be it. It is the death data that will give us the ammunition we need to tackle the third wave. It is not the data of those who have recovered. Because that's what we need to avert, isn't it? And therefore, we need to study what is happening. What are the demographics? We still don't know. Do we know whether 70% of those dead are above 75 years old? Except for Mumbai, I didn't get any such data from anywhere. So it is important for our scientists, our epidemiologists, our policymakers, those who are going to target the vaccines. It is important to have very clear, updated, real-time data. I don't know why I have to say it also.
So what's the way moving forward? So problems apart, whatever we have seen, we have seen. Now preparing for the third wave. 3 steps.
I think as Dr. Ramchandran said it very clearly, that that we've done several things right. The Mumbai example that he took, the Kerala example, Mr. Rajiv Arora talked about what he's doing in area. I think we have the answers. I mean, I don't see any issues. I think the answers are pretty clear. Data, vaccination, supply, cash transfers. That's from my side.
Dr. Ramachandran?
I just wanted to raise a point for Rajiv Arora's consideration. It's accepted that good work has been done as far as oxygen supply is concerned, ventilators preparedness is concerned, and things like that. We accept that. My point for Rajiv would be, does the state have an appreciation of what the dimensions of the third wave are going to be after talking to experts? I mean, it's not a generalist field. Is there some sort of a picture available, and is the state prepared to handle that accordingly? I accept that it cannot be fully predicted, but I suppose there will be methods of understanding what is it going to be and what is it best that we can do to prevent its adverse effect or reduce it, whichever way it is. Probably if Rajiv focuses on that, that will be helpful because that is a full state's preparedness point of view. Back to you, Bhushan.
With respect to data, we see that, as I said, that on 4th of May, we have seen the peak of the second wave. On that day, we have witnessed 15,700 plus cases, and on that day, active cases were around 1,40,000, 1,50,000 active cases. And out of that, 80 to 90,000 cases were surely home isolation. Now, if we say about the third wave, as of now, nobody has suggested what kind of third wave it will be, whether there will be third wave or not, whether it will be a pediatric wave or not, and what kind of surge it will be, what kind of proportion it will be, whether it will be a tsunami of the tsunami or what kind of wave it will be. We never know. But we are preparing, assuming that minimum 20% rise with respect to per day cases will be there. 20% rise we are assuming minimum that there will be 20% rise, seeing the rise from the first wave to the second wave, which was around 70 to 80%. So assuming that at least 20%, 25% rise will be there, we are enhancing our infrastructure for that. We are implementing every aspect of infrastructure enhancement, whether it is oxygen, whether it is beds, whether it is manpower. We are working on all the fronts. But you never know what kind of scale it will be, and vaccination is the most important tool in our hand. We have to vaccinate. Right now we are on the 90 lakh numbers. We have to vaccinate around 1 crore 95 lakh people of Haryana, and we are almost you can say 50%. So we have to vaccinate as many people as we can before the third wave strike. Vaccination is the only important thing that can protect us from the COVID-19 third wave if it happens. Because our hospitals, even if whatever we will say, our hospital bed capacity is limited, people paying capacity is limited, then there are complaints of overcharging, then there are multiple issues are there, and you never know. Like this time, nobody was planning for remdesivir will be so costly. Nobody was planning for amphotericin B. Nobody has would have imagined that tocilizumab will be a life-saving injection, and it will be so costly, and we have to import it from other countries. And you never know in third wave which other medicine will appear. And Donald Trump or someone like that may say that, okay, this will be a medicine which we should purchase, and all of a sudden its prices will skyrocket. So these things, I mean, beyond they are beyond imagination. What we can plan is we can increase infrastructure, manpower. That we are doing, and we are trying for vaccination. That we should at least 70 to 80% population we have to vaccinate within next 2 months, so that we are safe from the third wave. Even if the third wave strikes, we should see that its magnitude is not as much as we are thinking. It should not go beyond that. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Is there any question?
If I may add a point to Mr. Navjot Singh, this is just to put on record our appreciation for the wonderful work that has been happening in Haryana. More than what you have delivered logistically, it's the compassion with which it has been done. There have been several instances, people who are working with staff, with SKOCH, entire families being impacted by COVID. And every day they were getting a phone call from the administration and the government on whether they need anything, what is their status. Just that mental support, that government is in touch and bothered about them, is an enormous, enormous job. I don't know how many other states were able to do it. And the second thing that I saw, which really touched me enormously, is a special arrangement that were made for people with special needs to get infected. Because, there is a very high degree of anxiety. There are people who have accessibility issues, and then there are people who have probably got, more anxiety issues or emotional issues. And there is a special handling for such patients required. I have not come across examples from any other state, but I have seen that in Haryana. So God's blessings be added to your work, Navjot Singh ji. That was a wonderful, wonderful job that your state has done, and I hope you continue to do so.
Thank you, Coach sir. Small correction. My name is Navjot. And thank you for your kind words. Now, you rightly pointed out that our health minister was very, very keen that on every home isolation patient the call should go, and every alternate day visit should be done. And with respect to special needs, we have given them transportation facility also in Haryana. And I must compliment the work done by my ASHA workers. They have scanned the entire population of Haryana 5 times. 5 times house to house survey was done, and we have seen what kind of symptoms people are having, whether they are ILI or whether they are SARI symptoms, and we tested all the population, maintaining RT-PCR to antigen testing ratio. So I must compliment my entire team of health department under the aegis of ACS Health, Rajiv Arora sir, Health Minister and Honorable Chief Minister. I can assure the House that if there will be a third wave, Haryana will be in a better position as compared to second wave to deal with it. Thank you, sir.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much. Is there any other question from anyone? Or we move on to the next? Well, it's time to say thanks to all the participants for sharing your experiences and making suggestions for how to handle the third wave, come out victorious, not get bogged down by our past experience. Hopefully, it should make us stronger. Thank you very much once again, everyone. And with this, we still have another 5 minutes. So may I request the host to run the video. Sharing your experiences and making suggestions for
मैं नीति जयराम गडकरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
उस समय मुझे मेरी माँ की याद आ रही है। मुझे हमारे पार्टी के लिए जब हम 2 MP चुनकर आए थे, उस प्रतिकूल स्थिति में काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं का स्मरण हो रहा था। उन कार्यकर्ताओं को, उन नेताओं को मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता।
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैन ऑफ इंडिया, बहुपक्षीय राजनेता, सपने देखने वाले और कड़ी मेहनत करने वाले नितिन गडकरी एक प्रतीक हैं जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के। वो एक प्रतिबद्ध राष्ट्र कार्यकर्ता और एक दूरदर्शी नेता हैं।
हमारे पार्टी के लिए जब हम 2 MP चुनकर आए थे, उस प्रतिकूल स्थिति में काम करने वाले
नितिन गडकरी का जन्म 27 मई 1957 को नागपुर शहर में हुआ था। पहले हिंदी और बाद में अंग्रेजी मीडियम की शिक्षा सरकारी स्कूल में पूरी करने के बाद उन्होंने GS कॉलेज से MCOM और नागपुर विश्वविद्यालय से लॉ किया। लोगों की सेवा करने का भाव उन्हें अपनी माताजी से मिला और एक दूरदर्शी नेता है।
मेरे जन्म के बाद परिस्थिति लोअर मिडिल क्लास की स्थिति में उस समय था। खेती थी।
इंडिया, बहुपक्षीय राजनेता, सपने देखने, कड़ी मेहनत करने वाले नितिन गडकरी एक प्रतीक हैं जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के। वो एक प्रतिबद्ध राष्ट्र कार्यकर्ता और एक दूरदर्शी नेता हैं। नितिन गडकरी का जन्म 27 मई 1957 को नागपुर शहर में हुआ था। सरकारी स्कूल में शिक्षा पूरी करने के बाद उन्होंने GS कॉलेज से MCOM और नागपुर विश्वविद्यालय से लॉ किया। लोगों की सेवा करने का भाव उन्हें अपनी माताजी से मिला।
मेरे जन्म के बाद परिस्थिति बहुत खराब थी। लोअर मिडिल क्लास की स्थिति में उस समय था। खेती थी, मैं खेती में भी जाता था, पर परिस्थिति अड़चने रहती थी। पर प्रतिकूल से माँ का मुझे प्रेम मिला। माँ बहुत सोशल थी, गरीबों के लिए थी, लोगों की सेवा करती थी। मुझे याद है मैं लॉ में गया, मुझे लूना चाहिए थी। बहुत पीछे पड़ा माँ के कि मुझे लूना ले दो, लूना ले दो। पैसे नहीं थे। उसने अपने सोने के बैंगन, बड़ी जाड़ी एक पाटली बोलते हैं, उसको निकाल के दी और मैंने शिक्षक सहकारी बैंक के गांधी बाग शाखा में वो गिरवी रखकर, मुझे उस समय 4-4.5 हज़ार रुपये मिले थे, उसकी मैंने लूना खरीदी की थी। वो माँ ने मुझे दी थी। मेरे को माँ कहती थी कि, लोगों को कहती थी कि ये अपना परिवार का नाम बहुत बड़ा करेगा, बड़ा होगा। उसके आशीर्वाद मेरे साथ थे।
देश में आपातकालीन स्थिति युवा नितिन के राजनीतिक जीवन में एक महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ था। वो भूमिगत राजनीतिक गतिविधियों में सक्रिय थे। उनका घर विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए भूमिगत आधार था। वे आपातकाल के खिलाफ पुस्तिकाएं मुद्रित करते थे।
और उसी के बाद में लोकतांत्रिक युवा मोर्चा करके जनता पार्टी की एक ऑफिशियल विंग तैयार हुई। उसका मैं फिर विदर्भ का प्रमुख बना और उसके कारण ही बाद में जनता पार्टी में एक्टिव था, जनता पार्टी के लिए काम करता था और वही मेरे राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत है।
RSS और ABVP के साथ उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी और सहयोग ने उन्हें इस स्तर के नेता के रूप में विकसित करने में मदद की। राष्ट्र और समाज की सेवा करना उनका मुख्य लक्ष्य था। 28 साल की उम्र में उन्हें पश्चिमी नागपुर से चुनाव टिकट मिला।
चुनाव तो हार गया, पर मुझे बहुत लोगों ने कहा कि तुम बहुत अच्छे नेता बन सकते हो। मैं काम करते गया, दीवारों पर लिखने का काम मैंने किया, पोस्टर चिपकाए। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी और जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस दोनों का मेरे ऊपर प्रभाव था। अटल जी का स्वभाव, बड़ा दिल, स्टेट्समैनशिप, इनसे बहुत सीखने के लिए मिला।
मंत्री के रूप में महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में उनका प्रवेश उनके दृष्टिकोण और सपनों को लागू करने का एक आदर्श अवसर था। उन्होंने विधानसभा में विधायी सदस्य और मंत्री के रूप में कार्य किया। बाद में उन्हें महाराष्ट्र का बीजेपी प्रमुख नियुक्त किया गया। अंत में वो पार्टी की वरिष्ठ जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा करने के लिए दिल्ली पहुंचे।
और इस प्रवास में मेरी कमिटमेंट देश के साथ है, समाज के साथ है, गरीब के साथ है और विचारों के साथ है। मैं एक बार मंत्री बनने के बाद टीवी खरीदने के लिए गया, कलर टीवी। फिर मेरे मन में आया कि टीवी अगर इंस्टॉलमेंट में मिलता है, एम्बेसडर गाड़ी मिलती है, तो टनल और ब्रिजेस क्यों नहीं मिल सकता। उसी से विचार
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our next panel discussion. This is View from the Cities, and we have 8 cities which are participating: Mumbai, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata, Bengaluru, Aizawl, Rajnandgaon, and Srinagar. We have the pleasure of joining us on this panel, Mr. Suresh Kakani. He is Additional Municipal Commissioner from MCGM. Mr. Sujit Pateja, he is Director Smart Cities and Urban Governance, SAP India, in discussion, along with Dr. M. Ramachandran, Distinguished Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation and former Secretary Government of India, and Dr. Shefali Das, Scotch Foundation and former Director General, National Informatics Center. And to start the discussion, I now have the pleasure of inviting for the opening remarks, Mr. Samir Kocher, Chairman and Founder of Scotch.
Thank you, Gursharan. At the beginning of this conference itself, I mentioned the analogy of when Hanumanji was really worried about Lakshmanji, he went and brought the Sanjeevani Booty. So here, when our health system was under turmoil, and so many things were in short supply, it was a supply chain problem. It was a logistics problem. It was a coordination problem. It was a governance problem of unparalleled proportions. It is then that our civil servants from across the third tier of governance, cities, Panchayati Raj institutions, even districts, rose up to the occasion and made sure that these things are no longer in short supply. Oxygen is adequate, beds are adequate, medicines are adequate. And now we see that because of all that effort, the second wave is behind us. However, the battle is not yet won. And then there is an impending third wave that we all have to face. Since morning, we've heard of a lot of models. Most often repeated model has been the Mumbai model. I think there's a lot of learning for everything else. Also, it is not as if what Mumbai has done would have been a piece of cake, or what they're going to face further is going to be easy. So, what is it that they have learned from the second wave? How did they surmount that challenge? And more importantly, keeping that learning in mind, how are they planning ahead and looking at planning for the third wave is the most important conversation that perhaps we can have this afternoon. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Suresh Kakani, Additional Municipal Commissioner from MCGM, to share his perspective on how Mumbai, what you have learned, and how moving forward Mumbai is planning to tackle the third wave.
Samir, as you rightly said that a whole lot of preparation that Mumbai is going through while seeing that an impending third wave. So even Mr. Kakani has been pulled into something, and he has requested Dr. Daksha Shah, the Executive Health Officer, to make this presentation on his behalf. Dr. Shah. Please unmute yourself.
hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Gurusharan, Dr. Gurusharan, and Mr. Sameer. I first apologize on behalf of Mr. Kakani, sir. He's been engaged in something, and I'll be presenting on behalf of him. And I thank the Scotch team for inviting MCGF to present this model. At the outset, I would also like to thank the entire team of BMC and all our officers, all medical, paramedical staff, innumerable people who has been putting massive efforts in controlling COVID in Mumbai. So I have a small presentation to make, and I'll share my screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes. Your voice is a bit muffled.
Okay. Now can you hear me? I think I'll have to speak louder.
Yes.
So when we are talking about the Mumbai model, there are a lot of strategies, there are a lot of concepts, and there are a lot of work which has been gone into developing this model. And now we are pretty confident in controlling and planning for the third wave. So just to set up stage right, just a small glimpse of Mumbai demography is, of course, we have 12.5 million population, and a lot of floating population. There are a lot of complexities in the city, and vulnerability is very high for any pandemic or the disaster. In fact, the vulnerability index, which is published recently in the Lancet, we have a very high vulnerability for the outbreaks as well as for the socioeconomic demographic vulnerability. Population density makes us what is, gives a lot of ingredients for spreading such disasters. We have a three-tier system of healthcare in the city, and this is the BMC healthcare, the primary, secondary, tertiary. Extensive healthcare system is there. There is primary health centers, there are dispensaries, and there are a strong force of primary health workers. We call them as CHVs, who goes house to house in the slum areas and motivate people and get the healthcare messages across to the community. We have a secondary healthcare, and we have a tertiary healthcare, that is the 5 medical colleges, and we have a huge private sector. Around 1,500 odd nursing homes and hospitals, large independent practitioners, and other government entity hospitals. So when a disaster or when a pandemic like this requires a lot of coordination and collaboration between all these across the systems. If I have to just summarize the pillars of the Mumbai model, then one is the readiness of the system, the aggressive prioritized testing and tracking, the rapid expansion of health infrastructure in a very short period of time, micro-planning the oxygen supply, ward, war room and decentralized bed management, private sector engagement, community participations, legislative measures, and transparent messaging. Somebody has mentioned about the social media and the use of effective media. We have actually strategically used the media very effectively in our control. And of course, use of data and strengthening the systems. This has all been placed very well, and there is a good mix of this, and overall arching is the governance and the leadership. So if we talk about the Mumbai model during the second wave, we were at the advantage because we had already handled the first wave. And we had some kind of lessons which was learned, and there were strategies. So there was some kind of intelligence was there in the system. We were studying the trends of the other countries, and as soon as the UK and the US started reporting cases, we had strengthened our operations at the airport. We had placed in the airports the surveillance of the international passengers. In fact, we were the only city who made it compulsory that all the international passengers are quarantined in a hotel, and on the 7th day we would then test them, and then we will allow them to the home isolation. So we were very vigilant from the beginning in the month of January itself. We never closed down our jumbo centers, which was been put up during the first wave, the field hospitals in Mumbai. And this was sustained, and this was also very helpful during handling the second wave. And we had a real-time monitoring, a big IT system, strengthening of partnership with the private sectors. I think private sector was very important, involving them. Not only involving them, but regulating as well as developing a relationship with private, so that there is a sense of ownership in the private sector. This was an also important strategy which we had adopted. Clarity regarding various institutional mechanisms like procurement operations, HR operations, and the mitigation operations. So these all were detailed micro planning was made, and there was SOPs which was being laid down. So there was an institutionalization of so many operations. And then confidence building was already there in the treatment in the clinicians. And last but not the least is the community participation, multi-stakeholder involvement, and staff motivation. First pillar which we have described is aggressive testing. Now, from the beginning, we have been partnering with the private labs. We have around 80 plus private labs in the city, and coordinating with all these private labs, getting the reports from all these private labs on time and giving them some targets of reporting to us even before they share the report to the patients was very important. So we have a whole team who's working with the lab, and we have a continuous surveillance which is happening. Even the whole genome sequencing we have already started. So we are continuously monitoring the test positivity. Initially, we began with a testing of say 100 tests per day in 2020. Then we went slowly up to 20,000, and in February we went up to 50,000 tests a day. And there was this strict turnaround time targets which was given to the lab, and the RT-PCR and the RAT ratio, as per the government guidelines, we have been observing that also. We have focused testing with the patients and the context, but in addition, all those malls, railway stations, tourist spots, all these places, the testing is going on, and there are extra teams which has been put up. We have 284 spots in the city where we have a walk-in testing and the kiosk which has been organized, and there the RAT test has been also offered. And most of the wards, as we have said, that the Mumbai has 24 wards. All these wards have the testing centers in the dispensaries as well as in the ward offices. So everybody who can walk in and they can get the test done. And these are being offered free of cost to the citizens. The next pillar is, of course, the rapid expansion of the health infrastructure, and including the private sector. We can see over here that in the month of February compared to April, we have expanded our COVID beds, our COVID facilities and ICU beds compared to the February in the April 21, almost 50 more times. The COVID centers we have kept, which was in buffer, we have reactivated it, and 60% of all the beds were converted into oxygen beds. Now, ensuring the medicines were also very important. Remdesivir, enough stock was been procured, and Tosy and so many other medicines. In fact, for the mucormycosis also, we had a very systematic, allocation of mucormycosis medicines to the patients. We have created a committee who decides based on the notification of the mucormycosis cases. So we have a Google spreadsheets where every hospital reports the mucormycosis cases, and they are then allotted. As I said earlier, the private hospitals was engaged systematically. There was a commissioner who himself takes the Zoom meetings with the private CEOs, and all are given detailed SOPs of how to accept the patients. So all these 80-20 schemes, you might be knowing that the state of Maharashtra has this GR of 80-20. That is, all the private hospitals' isolation beds, 80% of the isolation beds and 20% of their ICU beds would be under the control of BMC. That is, they will be allotted only and only through the ward rooms which we had created. And also the charges were fixed. So having this circular and then the implementation machinery which was also made into place. So this was once again made functional during the second wave. And then what was important was creating the step-down facilities, because a lot of patients who then become, I would say that those who have recovered or partially recovered, they would not require an ICU bed. So they have to be shifted to a step-down facility. So there was a timely decision taken to shift these patients to some of the hotels which was been designated. And there were clear SOP which was there between the hospitals and the hotels, like how do patients manage for monitoring during the rest of the period when the patient is recovering. So all this has led to freeing up some of the beds and increasing our capacity. So in the month of February, we had said 13,000 beds. We had gone up to 22 and even 30,000 beds at the end of April. And we saw the surge of cases in the month of April. Now, during the first wave, for the entire period till December, Mumbai had reported around approximately 3 lakh cases. During the second wave, in the month of March and April and May itself, we have somewhere around 3 lakh cases. So it took almost 270 days to reach to 3 lakh cases during the first phase. But during the second wave, it was hardly 60 days which we reached 3 lakh. So even the active cases which increased to tremendous numbers, from 30,000 active cases in the first wave, we had to manage 90,000 active cases during the second wave. And that was a huge load on the system. So in addition to this, as we know, the 60% patients are managed at home. So the home isolation programs were instituted. There was a systemic involvement on external outsourced agency who would then have the IVR calls every day to the patients who are in home isolations, in addition to our primary healthcare team also would then follow these home isolation patients, and there were protocols and when to patients and whom to contact. These all were explained to the patients. Now, coming to the oxygen management, I think this was one of the very important pillar of our Mumbai success during the second wave. There was a very detailed micro planning and the teams which were created. There were 4 levels of team which was there. One is a hospital team, crisis management team, the core team, which constituted, of course, the additional commissioners and the engineers, and then there was a government of Maharashtra and FDA team. Now, all these teams had coordinated for the ensuring that oxygen supply is proper during the second wave. The hospital team, headed by the dean and the head of the departments, would ensure the rational use of oxygen, lowering the goals of the oxygen, not the 100% to up to 93 to 95%. Ensuring that high flow nasal oxygen is used only under the supervisions, oxygen nurse and oxygen boys, so that there is no wastage of oxygen. And of course, the monitoring and the audit by these hospital teams is continuously going on. Crisis management team is ideally for estimating the crisis and demand. So all the private hospitals, public hospitals had to put their whole data of their oxygen situation into Google spreadsheets, and that would be monitored by this crisis team. There was a zonal assistant commissioner and deputy commissioners and the medical officer as well as engineers who are continuously monitoring and networking with the hospital to get the real-time data. And the hospital has to flag an SOS 12 hours before their oxygen is to end, so that there could be a management of the oxygen which could be done at that level. And this was working 24/7. And then comes the core team who were also continuously supporting the ward team. There was this oxygen supply chain management. We had estimated around 275 metric ton of oxygen requirement of entire BMC, and there was a detailed calculations of moderate patients and severe patients, how much oxygen will be required. So demand calculations and then resource mapping of the tanks and as well as the refilling of cycles and how the supply would go, what are the transport, what are the points, how the mapping will be done. All these was done by the core team. And for that, we had also had this inventory mechanisms and increase in the storage capacity by procurement of additional cryogenic tanks and so many so forth activities which was undertaken. Currently, we are having 5 oxygen generation plants which has been installed in Mumbai. And not only that, in addition, we are having our own oxygen refilling, Dura and the jumbo filling plants, which has been now getting started in Mumbai, so that the oxygen for the filling of the oxygen cylinders, we don't have to go a larger distance. So this overall planning, the micro detail planning by the various engineers as well as the detailing has helped Mumbai to overcome this oxygen crisis which many other cities have faced. And next is, of course, the ward room. Now, this ward room structure, which was been well discussed, it was also been well appreciated in the media, that what is important is to reassure the patients that he will get a bed if he needs. So for that, these ward room which has been created way back in June 2020, we re-energized and reactivated this ward room during the second wave. And these ward rooms are basically manned by the medical and paramedical staff, and their functions you can see here is the triaging the patients, allotting the beds, ambulance connectment, and the vaccine guide, as well as connecting the tracers. So it is kind of a one-stop shop for all the solutions for the patients who they are looking out. Decentralized bed management was one of the very important pillar of our management of second wave. And during the second wave, this was the process which was being defined. And I'm specifically, showing the process how we did it. So these 24 ward rooms which was there, they were working in 3 shifts. There were detailed SOPs. There were coordinators who were appointed at the facilities as well as at the ward rooms. There were adequate staffing which was been done. There were 30 hunting lines were given, 10 teams were created, and 10 ambulances which given to each ward room. Now these ward rooms will continuously be in touch with the patients. We had a process flow, you can see it on the right side. We had this labs, as I said, that there are 80 plus labs in Mumbai. They would put this whole positive patient data into the ICMR portal. This will be then downloaded by our IT team, and they will deduplicate these patients as well as they will allot the wards to these patients, and the whole line list will be shared and to each and every ward pertaining to those patients. And this will be the whole work which will be done overnight. And after that, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the ward will have the ready-made line list, and then the ward will start. This ward room team will start calling the patients. They will triage the patients and they will assess which patient needs the bed. So asymptomatic, symptomatic, ICU. So this assessment will be done by this ward room team, and after the triaging, a team will go to the patient's house and they will then shift the patients in ambulance after assessing the patient condition to the hospital. So this whole mechanism, they will then finish it by 5 p.m. the same day. The entire number of patients line list which has been done, and there will be patient. So like this, this decentralized bed management was a game changer for Mumbai. So patients don't have to run pillar to post in search of the patient, in search of the beds. What was also important was a dashboard. A dashboard was created including all the health facilities. They have to update their beds every 4 hourly into the dashboard, and then this dashboard will be accessed by the ward room team, and then accordingly they will see where the beds are and they will allot the beds. So this whole mechanism was working very well in the second wave, and that is why I think we could manage such a large number of patients, their allotment of beds, and ensuring each and every patient gets the bed. And there was this strict guidelines of allotting the beds, in which sequence which beds will go, and also the private sector hospitals were clearly informed that no direct admissions of the patients will be allowed, no asymptomatic patients will be given the bed, and there was cross-checking by our team of auditors also, which was handled simultaneously. There was this central disaster cell, the unit which is well established in Mumbai. They were also coordinating this entire response, the 24 ward rooms and the hospitals. So this was the essence. I would say the time was the essence, and decentralized bed management model, which was also a game changer during our second wave management. You can see the trend of COVID cases and deaths and the CFR in Mumbai. We had, during the second wave, there was April and May, we had the maximum cases. The cases started rising from the February, and then it went at the peak in the month of April, on around the second to third week of April, and then it started going down. But however, we could manage to keep the CFR low, below 2%. You can see over here that how the CFR has come down. And this was also due to the another mission which we had launched, is a mission Save Lives. And under that, the detailed SOPs were again given to the hospitals, that what are the steps that the hospital should take to save lives, to focus on the patients, and every death was audited, and the few steps were taken that if you can prevent the deaths in certain cases, how the improvement of the system is required. Having said all this, the second wave, we have learned many lessons. I have specifically highlighted some of the functions and some of the strategies. Now, this strategies is of course there in the place. Now, building on that strategies, the third wave preparation is already on. So one is of course the aggressive vaccination which is going on in the city. Then pediatric task force. So we have seen that continuously there is some rise which has been seen in the pediatric cases from the month of February till now. From 5% contribution of the pediatric cases, it has come to 9%. So there could be some rise in the pediatric cases during the third wave. So we have prepared our pediatric task force. Capacity building, extensive capacity building, and SOPs has been circulated, like which kind of pediatric cases to be managed where, by whom, and what are the treatment options and guidelines. These all has been put into place, considering the pediatric surge. New jumbo facilities has been now planned and has been started in Mumbai, considering that the third wave will come very soon, probably by end of say September or maybe July. So there are a lot of predictions, a lot of modeling, a lot of calculations which is going on. So based on that, we have certain estimations where the new jumbo facilities is now being put up. Additional oxygen plants, as I said, has been just inaugurated yesterday. We have 5 new plants in terms of self-sufficiency to achieve in oxygen we have already installed. Strengthening of the surveillance has been there, because as soon as we know that there is opening of the economy, there are restrictions which has been raised, the people become lax, the behavior becomes little, COVID appropriate behavior goes haywire. So again, we have strengthened our surveillance, appointing the new HR and outsourcing the HR, a lot of operations we have done that, and preventing the super spreader events. So for that, all the restrictions and the break the chain transmission we have done. So I would just like to highlight some of in details. So strengthening the surveillance activity, we have this break the chain orders which has been issued by the government of Maharashtra, and there are levels which has been decided based on the test positivity and oxygen bed occupancy. Right now we are in the level 3, and from most restrictive levels to the most relaxed level, we have 5 levels in the city. But in the in break the chain orders, we have decided to be, the commissioner have decided to be in the level 3, and of course every day, every week this is being assessed. Then we have identified the high risk ward daily. Right now in the third wave, it is very important to closely monitor this number of cases from which wards. We have 24 wards and we have hotspots mapping which is happening, and where is the clustering happening, and accordingly the camps and the focus activities has been done. We have an eye on our various variant of concern, especially the Delta Plus, and there are samples which has been sent to for the whole genome sequencing, and we are also preparing our own lab to have this whole genome sequencing testing which will be done in our own lab. Then there is this increasing targets which has been there, different sections of the society. We are placed the kiosk which I shared earlier. And there is this contact tracing which is 100%, and based from the 5th day they have to be tested and they are followed up for 14 days. And there is strict adherence of guidelines for the international travelers and the passengers, and the whole genome sequencing as I shared earlier. So we are strengthening and we are having continuously watch on our containment as well as our tracking and testing strategies, how it is implemented in the field. As I said, the augmentation of the infrastructure. We have now 4 jumbo facilities which has been planned, 7,000 beds total, 6,000 oxygen and around 1,000 to 1,500 ICU beds, which has been now proposed, and one already has been inaugurated in Malad with 2,000 beds. We have special beds for the pediatric population, so 400 COVID beds capacity has been planned in the NESCO, one of the field hospital, and a special CCC2 for in the maternity homes for the children and the parents admissions also been planned. And all these 4 jumbo facilities which is going to come up, we have special operation and management through outsourcing. So we have just floated an expression of interest for whole management of these jumbo facilities, depending on what all the private partner will bring on board. We have floated this expression of interest. And then as I said earlier, the pediatric task force at the city level, we have the pediatric task force and the state level. And we have the Indian Academy of Pediatrics, all the pediatric members who have been sensitized, and we have n number of workshops which has been conducted. Every ward has conducted the pediatric, and there was a good coordination between the municipal centers as well as the private pediatrician has been established. And there are multiple trainings of the grassroots workers, especially the ASAs and we call it as CHVs, and Anganwadi workers and medical officers. And this has been conducted in the month of June itself. So the capacity building to handle the pediatric surge has also been developed in the city. Now, I would just like to add some few points about the vaccine coverage in Mumbai. At the moment, we have around 300 plus vaccination centers in the public sector and 94 plus in the private sector. And till date, we have vaccinated around 43 lakhs first doses, and we have given 10 lakhs plus second dose, so around total 53 lakh doses has been given. We have the capacity of doing at least 2 lakh vaccine per day if the sufficient quantity of the vaccine is available. And we have several other initiatives which we have taken to improve the coverage. We have given approvals for the private hospitals and the private entities to conduct the camps. So private CVCs has been approved. The workplace vaccination has been started, and there are protocols and the SOPs which has been laid down for the workplaces to undertake the vaccination drive. And near to home vaccinations, so we have 227 municipal councillor areas, and every area we have started one vaccination center. So near to home vaccination, near to the community, and we are also continuously trying the awareness into the slum areas also, because we have seen that the uptake of vaccination is little less in the slum areas. So we are continuously having a community participation through the NGOs, through the awareness for the slum laborers for participating in the vaccinations and take the vaccinations. So it was very important to motivate the people to come forward for the vaccination. And involving all the public representatives, involving the local councillors as well as the NGOs, CBOs and the community is an important aspect, and there is continuously this has been undertaken by the teams which is working at the ward level. As I said earlier that we have 24 wards which has been led by the assistant commissioners and medical officer of health, and under them there are again teams of every health post and dispensaries which are working very hard to bring this, because they are the one who implement in the grassroots all these activities. So there is continuous efforts of coordination which is going on from the top to the bottom, which has been happening to review the situation continuously. Now, it is important that while we are doing all these activities, to continuously give the messages and the information to the citizens, as the misinformation is the one which is very, very critical. And to eliminate that, we have used effectively the social media. We have our Twitter handle. Every day the press notes are issued. Every day the feedback information is given. If there are any wrong information which is circulating through WhatsApp, it comes to our PRO department and we immediately give the clarifications. And regular informations and interviews and videos have been circulated through our senior leadership, as well as the Honorable Mayor is very active on our public representative, and they go in the community and they motivate the staff and also give the correct information to the citizens. And last but not the least is the governance and the leadership of all. Our political leadership, a strong support has been provided by all our political leaders. There is a unified command system in Mumbai, so there are certain aspects which is centralized, but there are a lot of aspects which is decentralized. So some of the part which is centralized and decentralized decision makings which is happening, there are administrative decisions, there are operations which is happening at the field. So ward officials has been empowered. There are decentralized and delegation of financial powers which has been given to the ward officials. Then there is team development. There are multiple teams which is working. So it is very important to give the roles and responsibilities to be defined, exactly the SOPs to be given to these teams. The silos has to be broken and empowering the field staff which has been done. Especially the HR motivation in terms of incentives, in terms of payments is being done on the time. Effective coordination and clarity of roles and responsibilities of the various teams, and implementing the legislative measure. I think Mumbai has been successfully ensured that the mask has been used by the citizens, and for that we have both awareness as well as now we have legislative measures. Mumbai was the first city to start in the month of May 2020 fining the citizens, and we have around 200 rupees fines for the citizens, and so far we have collected around 50 crore plus and in the fine. In addition to this, we have some of the FIR which has been launched against those individuals who do not follow the break the chain transmission orders, where the super spreader events has been prohibited. Also the restaurants and the malls. There was continuous monitoring of the patients also in the societies. There were patients who violate or the flaunt the rules has also been the action taken. So these are some of the measures to ensure the COVID appropriate behavior has been instituted into the system. So if I have to summarize the overall response of Mumbai model, I would say that it is the commitment of the top leadership, collaborative partnership, vision, and a sense of ownership. This all have worked together, the health and the non-health players together working very hard, and clear communications with the media and also involving the grassroots staff has all worked together and helped us to control the second wave, and we are very, very hopeful that the third wave which will come, and based on the experience of the second wave, we will be also able to manage the third wave. So thank you very much for having this presentation and listening. So I will take the questions maybe at the next one.
Thank you very much for that very enlightening presentation. I think the heart of your presentation was your last slide. If you look at the Mumbai model, which we have talked about since the morning, it's been much celebrated across the country. I think it's essentially about, it's largely about governance. It's not so much about a medical response. It's about a governance response, bringing everything together, making sure your supply chains are intact, and a huge degree of decentralization of governance. The second important part is the agility of response. And I suppose that the leadership support and the empowerment from the chief minister's side are the two key areas that have made that happen. And the third part, which is very important to my mind, is a huge degree of digitalization. Now, we already know that Mumbai is one of the most computerized municipalities in the country. You've been one of the early starters. And you have a unified control and command structure, as you mentioned earlier. We've seen that examples of that in the past as well. So my idea of inviting Mumbai to this conference was thought, what is it that we can learn from your governance, agility, and digital model? You also mentioned about use of technology to communicate with people, which was incredibly important. To have this conversation with you, we have Mr. Sujit Patheja, who's Director Smart Cities and Urban Governance at SAP. In his own right, he's also helping us. We have the CEOs Association for Inclusive India and Scotch Development Foundation. And we are doing a nationwide study on connected streets and connected cities and how do they deliver governance better. So to that extent, I think the Mumbai model is extremely important to be documented, to be taken note of. And just in case there are, a few things that you could uh, possibly do differently or do better, maybe that's a take back even for Mumbai from other cities, because we have so many other cities also who have done a reasonably commendable job in handling their COVID. So before I ask Sujit Patheja to intervene, I just wanted to understand from you, Maharashtra has a separate health system in IT. It has this health management information system, HMIS. So that's on one IT system, whereas all of municipality is on SAP. I don't know whether there's. So how did you bring that together? And is there any idea of bringing it all together and making it one unified command? How manage that, or you felt that the governance part of it was as important as the health part, and it was better not to mix the two and let the medical part do its own job and the governance part play its incredibly important role? That would be the opening question before I invite Sujit to speak.
So, question is to me, right?
Yeah, question is to you.
Yeah. So, see, we have an internal reporting system. The IT system, we have an IT cell, and we have one is the SAP system, which is there. The SAP system is used basically for all the other functions of the city, like licensing and so many and so forth. For the health related data, we have our internal software which we have developed. And initially the things were happening on the Google spreadsheets, but then later on we shifted to a software. And this software has communication, like we can upload the data directly to the ICMR portal. Now, as far as the state is concerned, we send all the data to the state through the same system. And the state again, there is reconciliation and there is a sharing of data between the two systems. So we do not have, the same system as a state, but there is a continuous sharing of the information between the state and the municipalities. And there is this, NUHM has this IHIP portals, there are so many other various portals on which the other programs has been already, the reporting system is going on. So actually the need of the hour is to have a unified system. I would really, endorse that. During the pandemic, it becomes so difficult to collect so much of data and then, shift it to, because we have to send the data to the state, we have to send the data to the central system, and then we have our internal so many units. So it becomes very difficult to collect all this data, and I would really like to have this unified system where the system speaks with each other. Like if I have to upload the data from Mumbai to a national portal, it has to allow me. And these all has to be seen before, such kind of pandemic. And right now I see that there is not a very clear-cut systems which is established yet. But we are trying very hard so that we have a one unified, IT system. I think you have rightly pointed out that there are different systems of, IT which is existing. And there are efforts to have, some kind of integration and some kind of communication between the two systems, which will then lessen the time spent on this, by the staff.
Thank you so much. So with that, I think it's the entry queue for Sujit Patheja. We are right now discussing the third wave. I don't know if at all there's going to be a fourth wave or the first wave of a new virus.
Absolutely.
And what is incredibly clear is the role that IT systems and the unified command and control center is going to play. Also, the fact that a large amount of this problem is a supply chain problem. So even if the health system is there, but the oxygen is not there, or the medicine is not there, or the truck is not moving, or the hospital bed, what is available, what is not there, then how does anybody function?
Absolutely.
So from a digital perspective, if you could bring in, can CEOs Association bring something to the table in visualizing this and give some answers as to how do we bring the whole thing together? And also is an incredible part that I wanted to ask you is dialoguing with the citizen. Like you use social media, but social media can be fairly one way.
Absolutely.
how do you gather their felt needs? I mean, how do I communicate? This is what I want.
Absolutely. So I think, yeah. So Sameer, very
And also ask some questions. It would be very good.
absolutely. So I think some very very pertinent points, Sameer, that you mentioned, and Dr. Daksha, first let me congratulate two of VMs on the wonderful response that you guys had for COVID. And let me say this at the outset: there is no replacement for human effort. No amount of technology can replace the kind of human effort that was required to tackle went through and possibly will go through. But Dr. Daksha, to your point that you mentioned, let me start by taking an example, very very small thing. You mentioned about creating centers, creating more beds, tracking the availability of beds, and some of the other elements like oxygen supply and so on and so forth. As SAP, we are already managing the entire asset that is owned by MCGM, whether it is a building, land, or for that matter, something as small as a hoarding. Now, if the two systems that we talked about, a health system and an asset and the existing asset management, if both of them talk to each other and work together, probably your effort to identify new areas to expand your capacity to address or to put up beds, or your capacity to respond to citizens' calls through sending out right ambulances at the right time, ensure that the ventilators and other devices are working and properly maintained at all the times. Your capacity to do that will increase. I'm sure you're already doing that through human effort, but your capacity to do that increases manifold when you're doing it through a integrated system. So I think that is the role of technology in all aspects. It is to augment the human effort and increase the effect of that human effort manifold compared to whatever whatever you have done so far, and which is admirable in itself. But there's always room for doing more, room for an improvement. So I think that is one point that I would like to bring. The second important point, and very interestingly, you mentioned about an IVR call, and I have I have friends and family in Mumbai who were affected during the second wave. And again, an amazing initiative. Not only, I think this has also now been replicated by Government of India and some of the other states where they are reaching out to the people who have been tested positive. But one element that I have, again, because of the human intervention part of it, what I have realized is a lot of people got calls even months later, after they had tested positive, right? So, even my wife herself, she got a call 1 month after she was tested positive. So, what that does is, while the intention is very much there to engage and talk to citizens, but what the human intervention part does is it delays the whole thing, because that is the kind of scale that we are looking at. India is a big country with a huge amount of population. So, it becomes very, very important that we utilize technology in the right way to reach the right set of people at the right time, and hear what they are saying at that very moment when they actually need it. So I think that is the other aspect that that is important when it comes to technology. That is listening, analyzing, and acting on what your citizens are saying. So those are the two aspects that I feel, Sameer, to your point, those are the two aspects in whatever Mumbai has done. If we add these two elements as well, I think our response to this pandemic, or for that matter, any other new pandemic, would be way more better and be way more effective than what it is right. So I really like to hear Dr. Daksha, what I said. Is there is there some relevance to that? Do you think that this is a learning that you had as part of your response to the second wave?
So thank you, Sujit, for those suggestions. I think definitely these are welcome suggestions. And let me just little this thing that we have these dashboards which we have developed. So we have a very well developed our disaster cells. And they use this GIS system So they have their video analytics already existing. And they also have a dashboard which they had initially created for the bed management. We also later on created this dialysis bed because we realized in the first wave that the dialysis patients are the one who are most affected. So especially for all those dialysis patients in the city, a special dialysis dashboard was created with the help of the nephrologist. I think that was also one of the very well, deserved model which we have developed. And then is the cemetery model, because there was, a lot of dead bodies which was waiting at the cemeteries during the month of May. So we thought that we should also have a cemetery dashboard. So now we are almost developed it. Initial also we have piloted it. Now all these, IT is a very big thing. Now basic issue, I would say that not only in Mumbai, everywhere in India, is you have to feed in the data into the system. So the issue starts with that. You have to train and sensitize your staff because you are very busy. The hospitals are busy, and to put those data into your system. Now there is a central government portal, then there is a state government portal, and then there is a Mumbai portal. So my vision as a health officer or as a public health person is that we should have some kind of changeability or sharing of these data.
Yes.
And we should allow, suppose the city has developed a system, let's say Maharashtra has developed, or let's say Delhi has developed. How do you, seamlessly transfer this data to the other portals, whichever they require the information? So we should not struggle in Excel again to, upload those data. So as you rightly said that the SAP system could be utilized. So there must be many more platforms which I may not be aware.
Absolutely.
And we are into, planning this HMI system where we already have the pilots which is done, and we are developing this HMI system for the hospitals. Which includes all the modules of your procurements, your ventilators, ICU informations, and your all the stocks. Stock position is as important, like all your medicines which comes into it. But for that you have to sensitize all cadre of staff to start using your IT systems. You have to make them realize that this is the system which is going to help you. So sometimes there are struggles to do this. And then you have also mentioned about other suggestions was the
citizen participation.
Yeah, so user friendliness of your system is also very important. Not every time your system is user friendly, so the people they don't want to use it, and especially the doctors I've seen that they avoid using the system. It takes hell of a time to convince the doctors and nurses to put the things and data into the system, and everybody struggles on that. I think I will go on. The next point is about the IVR calls. What we have done is we have hired this professional agency who are there, the call centers, and we send them the line list, the positive patients line list data to them. And sometimes what happens is patient is not given a correct phone number, which gets updated later on. Probably that comes in the system after. Maybe your wife has received a call. Apologies for that. But we have seen that, even in updating the phone numbers into the system, it takes a lot of time, because once you call the patients, you come to know this is the phone number. And I'm not saying this could be the reason, but there are multiple reasons where the patients also do not give the correct information in terms of addresses, in terms of the phone numbers. Then the data goes to the call center guy, and he will
Thank you very
start
much.
the IVR calls when it gets,
Very interesting conversation. We may possibly, if you'd like, we'd love to set up a separate discussion with you on what are the possibilities and how maybe we could all come in through our distinguished fellows, through our association, etc., help you document what you have achieved and maybe help you articulate your own vision a little better. With that, since we are behind schedule, I'll request Dr. Ramachandran, sir, a governance response on all of this. We've discussed technology at length. Dr. Ramachandran?
Yeah. Yes. First, a couple of observations. The first point I would like to make is Mumbai is a case by itself, and Mumbai has certain advantages also. I mean, international focus is on the city. Of course, the national focus also is there. And it was, the reporting was not very good, as I said at the beginning of the last year. But Mumbai has the advantage in the sense that the municipal commissioner is one of the senior most officers of the state. That itself is an advantage, but he has to be a leader also. And the rapport with the state government is much, much more closer as far as Mumbai Corporation is concerned. Of course, Mumbai Corporation also has the command over resources because it can manage very many things on its own. So these are positive factors. And as I said, the leader has to be able to lead. And that is when the change happened last year. The leader's capacity got shown, and that's how a difficult situation was controlled. That's important. The second point is, I don't know whether we have time, but what is important about Mumbai also is, if my information is correct, Mumbai has close to 50% of its population living in slums. And Dharavi got highlighted.
Yes.
Handling the slums, and especially handling the toilets which were repeatedly being used by people, was a big challenge for Mumbai. And that was addressed in this whole scheme of things. And you can imagine there are no immediate quick fix solutions as far as slum dwellers, large number of them using one single room, and they having access the common toilet, and the issues which come out of that. I'm sure my doctor friends would confirm this point, that I believe there is also a theory that COVID could spread through toilets also. So that was addressed in a very focused manner, repeat cleaning of toilets and things like that. That's also important as far as Mumbai is concerned. One question I would have for Dr. Daksha is, how did you handle the feedback you received? I'm sure there must have been a constant flow of feedback from people as to what their concerns are, what their problems are. How did you analyze, respond to them? Because that's also important for other cities. It's just not enough to say that we have done all this, everything is fine. There is another side to it. And little bit I've been observing, some senior citizens have been finding it difficult to get appointments for vaccination. They have to repeatedly try to approach people. Whom do they approach? Then you cannot just go and stand in line for hours. That's also a problem. There has been talk about this door-to-door facilitation, but I don't know whether that can happen taking into account the storage requirements and things like that. Also involving other voluntary bodies. I saw in a hospital in Mumbai, one of the clubs, the social service clubs, they were actively managing the vaccination facility in the private hospital. These are all possible in Mumbai, but in the larger sense, I think that part of communication where people feel concerned and they get frustrated because they cannot get immediate answers. How is that to be addressed? That would also become for the next wave. And also to repeat the point I made to Haryana, what is Mumbai's appreciation of what is it going to be as far as if there is a third wave, what its dimensions are, what additional action preparation is being done by Mumbai. Again, a lesson which probably others could take, because these are all learning processes at this stage. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay. Before you answer that, Dr. Daksha, may I also ask Shefali Dash. Dr. Dash, you also come from a technology background, and a very important point that Dr. Ramachandran made is that how do you take note of citizens' concerns? How do you know what you're doing is working, not working? How receptive they are to it? Could you be doing anything better? Because, sitting in your headquarters, you may think that you've done the optimum, but that service is not reaching. So what is the survey mechanism? What is the feedback mechanism? Do you think such a mechanism is important? And if you have any question related to that you may want to ask, Dr. Dash.
Basically, what I feel that they, as a part of Smart City, very smartly, they have established a control command center, CCC, which is quite efficiently working. That's what we hear from all the presentation we have been hearing for observing for the last 1 year. So that way, Mumbai probably has a better advantage because their CCC is working very in a very organized way. That is number one. But what I would like to ask them is, since you have done this activity in a very detailed manner, we can see from the presentation also you have cut down all the steps into very minute detail, small steps, and assigned responsibility to a person or a team or something to handle each of them. So that is why your coordination becomes much easier. That's fine. So you have done well, and that's what past experience shows, that you handle the second wave quite well. So that means your procedure is fine. What I would like to ask you is, you are probably fortunate because you do have technology at your command, you do have manpower at your command, and you've got a lot of private hospitals who have come and join hands with you. That's a bigger thing. When we take it down to the rural areas, which we feel probably the third wave will be harder, how will they able to handle this with the constraints they have in the rural areas and the facilities which you are having in your place? So how do you think it can be scaled down by using technology? Maybe one way, but any other governance pattern, like Mr. Ramchandran says, can it be Can you put some light on this?
Okay. So very
Thank you
quick.
for the question.
Yeah, half an hour behind. Huh? Thank you so much.
I'll just be very quick. First question is about what is your feedback mechanism? Like if any citizens, grieving citizens has this. So one is our command system. Of course, at the central level, we have this, anybody who calls 1916, there are option of, if you want to register a complaint. This complaint is then escalated to the concerned department and the officers, and they have to, answer those queries. Second is our Twitter account. Anybody who tweets, we ensure that if there are questions or if any guidelines which has been asked, it is immediately answered within some time, because the Twitter team I was handling earlier. And we also put our all press notes. Like suppose tomorrow we are not having a stop, or suppose tomorrow we are not having a session in some one particular center, we put all those details that tomorrow at 3 o'clock the center is going to start, or tomorrow these centers are not going to work. So everything we are putting on Twitter, and we have also press notes. The media coverage is extensive. You will see the Times of India and all major and minor newspapers which covers that, all these details which we put it in the media. So media was really used for giving the informations about the vaccinations. Now the question of, certain section of populations like elders, or some people who do not have a mobile, how do they reach? So we have our local help post. We have created groups. We have local councillors, as I said. So the public representative in the local communities are very active. We have taken enough number of sensitizations of the local councillors and their volunteers. So the volunteers has been also been, in every sections are active to take care of the senior citizens who have so many queries, who may not get the slot. But we have made it easy for them that the second and the first dose for anybody above 60, it should be, walk-in vaccination. So as far as these informations is concerned, this is available at the local ward and the health post level. And in the slum areas particularly, as I said, the use of and the help of the NGOs and the CBOs has been extensive. There are many volunteers of the NGOs and CBOs has been encouraged to partner with us, especially in the vaccination drives, to help the senior citizens. Like we have so many centers where the senior citizens find it difficult to get down and go up to the center. So we have provided some wheelchairs for them and so many good facilities over there. So these way, different mechanisms has been used to give the support to the senior citizens. And as far as, madam, your question is concerned, like in the rural areas, how do we go about? I would say that the rural areas, the only key would be the community participation and empowering the community and the community leaders. Because I think that these are the ones who are in the grassroots, and every family, if you can identify someone or a youth, a group, because there are many people who are voluntarily, and even I get a lot of calls that we want to help. Like there are any number of people who wants to help the government. That's what we have realized. And it is that sometimes we fail to channelize those energies and those help from our side. So we need to take and identify each and every group or the community, section where we can assign certain responsibilities and duties to them. So I think with this, messaging system to the community correctly, even the smartphones are not available, but a simple messaging system can be established.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Indeed,
just one point, if I may take 30 seconds to make one small point on what Dr. Ramachandran said and what Dr. Daksha responded. So, ma'am, what we have seen is when it comes to communication, I think all cities do possibly a wonderful job of communicating their procedures, policies, etc. I think the point Dr. Ramachandran mentioned was not just communication; it is also about getting the feedback or perception. While we respond to grievance, it is the perception that is unfortunately missed out. Why do people not want to take vaccine, or why do people not want to maintain COVID-appropriate behavior? It is a function of perception, not a function of grievance. So I think that is an area that cities should, as we move forward, should focus on in capturing that perception and feedback in terms of why people are doing or behaving in a certain way, or why are they not responding to the calls of appropriate behavior or whatever. So that, I think, that is the area that all cities to now look to prepare, because third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave, we have no idea how many waves we are going to see. It is only through our behavior and this culture that we will develop, a social nudge sort of a thing, is what is going to help us. And that happens when we start understanding the community, understanding individuals and their perceptions, not just communicating our thought process to them.
Just a quick feedback. We are doing a focus group discussions for this, especially for the vaccination and especially for our COVID appropriate behavior. So we are just organizing that with the help of UNICEF in all levels of community, like slum, non-slum, and even the floating populations. Like, what do they think about this measures? Whether they understood it. So this focus group discussions and the feedback mechanism, we are actually into this process right now, as you rightly pointed out.
Perhaps we could do an offline online meeting with you and see how we can contribute and participate in that. And with that, I come to the next speaker and a very important city, the city of Varanasi. We have Mr. Gorang Rathi, Municipal Commissioner, 2014 batch IAS officer of Uttar Pradesh cadre and a textile engineer from IIT Delhi. He believes in accountability, and whatever he does, he kind of becomes a role model or an inspiration for others to do. Unfortunately, the state of Uttar Pradesh has been at the wrong side of perception. But if you ask me, and as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the challenge that states like UP face are so enormous that any government would have been challenged, and you cannot really look at these things independent of the history and the development socio-economic profile of the state. So within that, can we compare managing the pandemic in Mumbai to managing the pandemic in Varanasi or in Uttar Pradesh? Answer is probably not. There is no one size fits all. The problems are very, very different there. So with that, I invite Mr. Gorang Rathi to share his perspective, what is the learning from the second wave, and far more importantly, how are they gearing up for the third one? Mr. Rathi.
A very good afternoon to everyone who are part of this very relevant topic as of today's context, which is moving ahead in our overall COVID management, and with the third wave, supposed third wave looming large. Where do we stand? And we as a country, and then within the country, we as different units at different level of development, as you just talked about. So how do we look at it? We just had a very enriching presentation as to how we went about the COVID management in Mumbai, and we talked about the tools of management. We talked about the data management part. We talked about the gap filling. I'll touch upon a different perspective of COVID management, and from that lens, how do I see someone who worked closely with COVID response mechanism in a state like UP, where we initially saw that we had maximum cases, and of course, with population being there, most mortality happening. So with that perspective, for me to start with, uh, COVID was basically a response. So a human body was basically responding to a pandemic like COVID on an individual unit level, and each human body responded differently. And we tried to find a common denominator of management which would work well for maximum amongst us. That's what we have found across the world to be happening. So, taking that as an example, and because that's the menace we are fighting, I think our COVID response, or our governance response for COVID management has to behave like one. So it has to be like a human body, uh, wherein you have different organs responding to the need of COVID management. The three important aspects being track, test, and treat. So on this framework, our different organs would respond to different stimuli, and our nerve center, from where all the messages, like a nerve center in our brain is sending messages to different organs and helping it respond to stimuli. Similarly, central data management center would be basically acting as a coordination unit between the organs responding to the the framework of track, test, and treat. So that's how I see the COVID response system should be. And like any human body, it's unique. And so for a city like Mumbai, it would be a bit different from a city like Varanasi. It would have its own challenges. And that's how it has to respond. And also with COVID, with different variants kicking in and our need and understanding of the disease evolving with the time. So similarly, just like a human body evolves with the two different responses, that flexibility, inherent flexibility and scope for evolution should be there. When we do gap finding, when we do that exercise of preparing ourselves for phase 3, supposed phase 3 of COVID, I think by keeping these two things in mind, we can have the best possible solution for how we prepare for the coming wave and what were the gaps that we identified in second wave. I'll very briefly touch upon a couple of these, couple of the points of this framework of track, test, and treat, and I'll try to draw home the point as to how we can really work upon and give the right response around the problem. Starting with the tracking part. So in case of Varanasi, initially there was a deluge of cases which had to be dealt with, and we tried to build upon from where we were in wave 1. So at the time only had to manage a fraction of what we managed, the information we managed for for the wave 2, and there were a couple of new challenges added. So the original challenges was just about tracking people, having them home isolated, getting them hospitalized, and as the demand during wave 1 was having even because home isolation kicked in late, so having the centers wherein right medication could be given to the right patient. To address that, we already had a command and control center in place, which we call KICCC, Kashi Integrated Command and Control Center, and we had the now very identifiable and much generalized concept of Integrated Command and Control Center. I think this is the pick of our center, wherein we were not only addressing complaints, queries, grievances, but also was managing the teams associated with sampling, testing, our rapid response team associated with responding to once we identified the patients, allocation, all the allocation, whether it be ambulance allocation, hospitalization, bed, corresponding with home isolation patients. So everything was happening through this Kashi Integrated Command Control Center. So this we already had as a base. Now wave 2 brought in altogether different numbers. So the jump in number was at least 40 to 50 times initially, and that further went on to even 100 times. So when that number kicked in, of course, we were found wanting in terms of human resource deployed to man each and every task that I just talked about. So if I'm to talk about just tracking part, we realized that we didn't have enough trained manpower, and even if there were enough, then we didn't have the supplementary manpower because everyone was falling by wayside as the time progressed, and many were getting infected themselves. So what was the supplementary manpower that we had? So this was another gap that we found when we did the soul searching exercise in May 2021, a month back, once the tidal waves started subsiding. And another thing that we found that howsoever bigger number we deploy through our existing means, they won't ever be complete. So we would have to bring in civil society somewhere. So with regard to tracking, not touching upon the details of each and every aspect of tracking. So just elaborating upon what I talked about. So what we found that we need to introduce something more and bring in civil society furthermore. So here in UP, we had this concept of Nigrani Samiti. So in wave 2, which we have further spruced up and which will be further active once wave 3 kicks in. So this Nigrani Samiti is nothing but composition of the local representative, political representative, whether it be a councillor in case of a city or a Gram Pradhan in case of a Gram Panchayat. Then we have our frontline workers, cutting edge workers of health department in form of ANM and ASHA. And also, similarly, we have also Anganwadi workers who work with nutrition aspect of women and child. So all the local functionaries, the cutting edge functionaries at that level, the smallest unit of our function in our administrative setup. So a Nigrani Samiti was made, and we also added other fringe elements of civil society. And this Nigrani Samiti has been tasked now with not only helping us track, but also helping us with the distribution part and also the treatment part, because we realize that our hospital resources won't ever account for if the numbers remain the same, or even if they add further up, howsoever big the capacity we create of beds who have oxygen supply. So this is one important factor that has been added on to from where we were during wave 1. Keeping in mind wave 3 would not only might only not only have more numbers going by the empirical evidence, but of course the medical evidence says otherwise, that we shouldn't have that bigger number coming in wave 3, but we have to be prepared for the worst. And also the fact that pediatric demands would be kicking in wave 3 as the initial emerging trends said. So we have to be prepared for the changes in our system, whether it be ambulances duly prepared for pediatric demand, whether it be having enough number of pediatricians on board, and whether mapping the trend right away, starting from May itself, we have started tracking what has been the positivity percentage amongst the age group 0 to 5, 5 to 12, and 12 to 18. And we are already mapping the data as to what has been the positivity rate. So this all goes on to getting us better prepared when the uprise in that normal curve that we see starts happening. So I'll take just another example. Oxygen supply and management has been one of the most talked about deficiency and topic of wave 2, and how something like this, which wasn't earlier anticipated in wave 1, and whole emphasis was on having ventilators in hospitals, and how it evolved on to having oxygen supply and more on BiPAPs and HFNCs and oxygen cylinders, which is a step back from the oxygen supply that we have in ventilator. So how the situation evolved and how we responded, and going into wave 3, how we think we would be better prepared. So in Varanasi, we had zero productivity of oxygen with hardly any industrial unit, even in the districts in and around Varanasi. From starting on there, it became a firefighting exercise initially of getting oxygen from all parts of India, including Jharkhand, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. And from that day to mid of May, we were better placed by having the supply chain managed. So it was all a function of supply chain management, and having this supply chain better managed, we had around 1400 beds equipped with enough oxygen to cater to the patients who would have manned those beds. And now we stand at around 2800 beds manned with right oxygen, medical oxygen supply. And what we see is that our response has to be more decentralized. So we have added this part to our response, wherein even our rural primary healthcare centers and community healthcare centers, both rural and urban, are manned with this, with proper trained manpower, because we realized that there was a big deficiency of trained manpower ready who could have handled the equipments and the cases better. So I think if I am to zero upon in the overall treatment part, what was the biggest gap that we faced, then in addition to oft-quoted oxygen management, rightly trained manpower was one of the biggest gap, and having a supplementary manpower which was well protected, so that in time of need we can have a replenishment for these trained manpower. So these were the two gaps, I think, that were identified, and we have worked upon now in terms of being better prepared for wave 3. I think at this point in time, I'll rest my case. We'll have questions. I think few points can come out from there. Yeah. So on that note, I'll end my address. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rathi. I think other than the governance problem and the supply chain issue that you brought out so beautifully, which ties into my Sanjeevani Bhuti example that, as an administrator, you actually have to be prepared for anything that you cannot predict, and how you kind of ramping up in Varanasi and doing that. And this Nigrani Samiti, I think, is an excellent initiative that you have uh, given, because there is no formal feedback mechanism. So if you are kind of involving right up to the grassroots level elected representatives and the civil society, it is very important to get that feedback into policy as to what you are saying or doing is working or not working. However, with my long experience in public policy, I often find that such committees, etc., tend to become echo chambers. And unless until you have an independent feedback mechanism which tells you whether you can kind of balance out the feedback that you're getting from Nigrati Samitis, which are kind of appointed, and from the people who are directly talking to you, there would be. So I would suggest that today, kind of technology allows you a lot of technology to do surveys and citizen feedback, which could be anonymized. People could just tell you what is going on, and you may want to use this as an asset test vis-a-vis what the Nigrani Samiti is saying, and what you think, and find out a judicious balance of what is the right policy intervention. Otherwise, you'll find that sometimes the felt needs do not come to the policy table, and it is far too late by the time we realize that actually we're listening to some echoes and not listening to what the people needed.
Right. So, if you allow me to this, I'll respond very briefly. Unlike many other, pressure groups which operate during normal times and tend to corner the benefits that can be accrued from raising voices at right levels. In case of COVID, we both have a common denominator. So that they can be tracked and treated well, and also onus has been given to them as well, and they are not to be just someone who's bringing in the knowledge from grassroots to us. So with this natural check and balance of having common end served, wherein even if they inflate the numbers, even if they are to bring a wrong person, we would merely be checking and maybe coming back with information that we didn't get the right person, which is fine. But at some point in time, along amidst the noise and cacophony that prevails, we are getting the call.
So wonderful. I think there's an audio issue. Am I the only one facing it?
No, it says his end.
Okay. So with that, let me again invite Dr. Ramachandran and also Dipalipan Joshi, who's a distinguished fellow. He's a development economist, writer on economic subjects. He was executive director with RBI. She's also joining us for this discussion. So quick feedback from Dr. Ramachandran. UP is a unique case, and you understand UP very well, being originally from the state. Would you like to comment?
Well, thank you. I suppose we all understand and appreciate that the level of technology awareness and the communication systems which a city like Mumbai can have, it's not immediately replicable in a city like Varanasi. So that is a basic issue, but I suppose this young officer must be trying his best. Unfortunately, knowing the UP experience, anything to get institutionalized in UP, it takes time. So this Nigrani Samiti and all, as you mentioned, Samir, it could be an arrangement. But unfortunately, UP has not thought in terms of ward level committees and going down to the area sabhas to have a mechanism whereby people's participation is institutionalized and the administration can take advantage of that. Of course, it's a long-term reform. My suggestion alone will not make a difference. The other question I wanted to have was, of course, probably he didn't have the time to cover the vaccination coverage and things like that, whether he has been able to cover a good percentage of people in the city, like Mumbai presented, first dose, second dose, senior citizens, and all the like. one good thing which is emerging from both the presentation is that there is a very keen awareness as far as the pediatric preparation is concerned. So as I mentioned in my in the beginning in my address, children's issues, that has to be in focus, and I'm glad Varanasi also has taken note of that. The other point I have is, if my understanding is correct, a city like Varanasi must be having good number of people coming in from the neighboring village, rural areas and going back. How do you handle their problems, issues, in the sense that, are they carriers? Are they handled when they are into the city? Is there a dimension to it since they keep coming and going? Also, when we talk about Mumbai, we talk about slum dwellers. If I'm right, in Varanasi, of course, there will be large number of people visiting temples and the like. But Varanasi has a large number of cycle rickshaw pullers also, as far as I recall. So that must also be a very, very dominant section of society who have to earn a livelihood. So these different cross sections, which are characteristics of particular cities, how have they been handled? That will be of interest to us. I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I request Mr. Rathi to respond, let me just quickly take a comment from Dipali and Sujit as well, so that then he can comprehensively respond. So Dipali ji, you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, thank you समीर भाई. अब आपने मेरे प्रदेश की बात करी है और ये बड़ा प्रिय शहर वाराणसी की बात करी है, तो मेरा हिंदी में ही आपसे बोलना उचित होगा. अब जो इन्होंने बात करी है T3 की, तो T3 तो बहुत अच्छी बात है कि आप पहले ढूंढेंगे, फिर टेस्ट करेंगे और ट्रैक करेंगे, परंतु इसके लिए आपको एक बहुत ठोस एक्शन प्लान की आवश्यकता होगी, जिसमें आपको सेगमेंटेशन करना होगा. जैसे मिस्टर रामचंद्रन ने भी बताया, आपको पुअरर सेक्शंस में, पुअरर गेटोज, गेटोइज्ड कम्युनिटीज में भी जाना होगा और फिर आप जाकर ये एक पिंसर मूवमेंट करके अपनी पेनिट्रेटिव आउटरीच बना पाएंगे. अब इसमें तो देखिए ऐसा है कि ये तो प्रधानमंत्री की भी कंस्टिट्यूएंसी है, तो प्रधानमंत्री भी इसमें रुचि ही नहीं ले रहे हैं, अपितु हैंड्स ऑन है. और उन्होंने 18 अप्रैल को भी आप लोगों के साथ, सारे डिविजनल कमिश्नर्स के साथ मीटिंग करी थी और हमारे जो चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, वे भी इसमें फीडबैक ले रहे हैं. जो आपने एक सामूहिक प्रयास का प्रयत्न किया है, ये अच्छा है. जो आप कह रहे हैं कि आप निगरानी समिति बनाएंगे जिसमें आप फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर अर्थात आशा वर्कर और आपका ग्राम प्रधान और इन सबको लाएंगे, ये अच्छी बात है. क्योंकि इसमें ऐसा है कि सबसे बड़ी आवश्यकता जो है प्रदेश में खास तौर से, क्योंकि मैं आपके बगल में ही रहती हूँ, मैं ये बतला सकती हूँ आपको कि बहुत जल्दी एक सेंस ऑफ कंप्लेसेंसी आ जाता है, जिसमें जो भी प्रयास किए गए हैं उनको भूलना बड़ा आसान हो जाता है. अर्थात एक दबंगई जिसे कहते हैं, उसमें लड़के बिना मास्क के आपको मिलेंगे, पार्टी करते मिलेंगे और ऐसा लगेगा कि ये कोविड ढोल धमाका इतना ज्यादा होगा कि ये एक स्पेक्टर जिसने हमें हॉन्ट किया है, ये शायद था ही नहीं और ये अर्थहीन है. तो पहला प्रयास तो आपका ये होना चाहिए कि आप एक अवेयरनेस बढ़ाएं और ये लाउड स्पीकर द्वारा और हर आयोजन में, और खास तौर पे गंगा तट पर, क्योंकि ये होली सिटी है, यहाँ पर लोग गंगा आरती के लिए आते हैं, अपनी आस्था से आते हैं, लेकिन आपका अनवरत प्रयत्न इसमें होना पड़ेगा और आपसे ही बाकी जो जिले हैं वो इसका एक ब्लूप्रिंट लेकर आगे काम करेंगे. तो थर्ड वेव के लिए आपको बिल्कुल तैयार होना पड़ेगा. और ये जो आपकी जो शुरू में टीजिंग ट्रबल्स थे, अर्थात जो आपने बताया कि ऑक्सीजन नहीं थी, बेड नहीं थी, अस्पताल नहीं थे, ये सब तो आपके काबू में है. अब आपको सिर्फ एक अवेयरनेस जनरेट करने की आवश्यकता है और क्विक रिस्पॉन्स की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि बिना उसके फिर मुश्किल बढ़ सकती है. परंतु आप जिस शहर में हैं उसके तो रखवाले ही संकट मोचन है, तो आपको कोई चिंता की आवश्यकता नहीं है. और मैं बिल्कुल, मुझे बहुत आस्था है संकट मोचन में, और जरूर आपके सारे प्रयास जो हैं वो सफल होंगे. आई थिंक दैट्स ऑल. आई स्टॉप हियर.
थैंक यू. सुजीत, संकट मोचन के आशीर्वाद के साथ खुद हम लोगों को भी प्रयास करना पड़ेगा। और एक एक करके जो सबने बोला, सबने यही बोला कि अवेयरनेस क्रिएशन और फीडबैक लूप, ये दो मेन चैलेंजेस हैं। बाकी सारी चीजें राठी साहब कर लेंगे, क्योंकि एक जो वाराणसी स्थिति है उसमें मुझे नहीं लगता कि रिसोर्सेज की प्रॉब्लम उतनी ज़्यादा होने वाली है। सो सुजीत, इसके अंदर आपको लगता है कि कोई भूमिका डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज की हो सकती है? कुछ लेसन वहाँ पे हैं सीखने के? ऐसा क्या किया जाए कि लोगों की आवाज़ एकदम से पहुंच जाए और अवेयरनेस एकदम से बढ़ जाए?
बिल्कुल। सो अब दीपाली जी ने हिंदी में शुरुआत करी है, तो अभी हम हिंदी में ही कंटिन्यू करते हैं।
बहुत बढ़िया।
मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश का मिक्सचर करूंगा, सो दैट टेक्नोलॉजी को मैं इंग्लिश में एक्सप्लेन कर पाऊं एंड बाकी बात मैं हिंदी में कर सकूं, करने की कोशिश करूंगा। बट समीर जी एंड गौरव सर, आई थिंक एक जो बात निकल के आ रही है हर कन्वर्सेशन में, एंड और ये हर सिटी आई थिंक अटेम्प्ट भी कर रही है कि कितना पार्टिसिपेटिव बना सके हम इस कोविड रिस्पांस को। आई थिंक वो हर सिटी कोशिश कर रही है टू मेक इट मोर एंड मोर पार्टिसिपेटिव। बट कहीं ना कहीं पार्टिसिपेटिव गवर्नेंस या पार्टिसिपेटिव, जब हम पार्टिसिपेटिव वर्ड यूज करते हैं तो उसमें इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट एलिमेंट है। अगर आप पार्टिसिपेशन को इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज नहीं करेंगे, देन इट विल बिकम एडहॉक। एडहॉक में आप कभी भी यू आर नॉट एबल टू कैप्चर ऑल दी वॉइसेस। तो जब हम इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन ऑफ पार्टिसिपेशन का बात कर रहे हैं, तो उस वक्त टेक्नोलॉजी, डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेज अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल, बिकॉज इट इज अ इक्वलाइजर। टेक्नोलॉजी डिफरेंशिएट नहीं करता है between people. It is an equalizer as long as you are able to reach to the right to everybody. तो अगर आप टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करेंगे, नंबर वन टू लिसन, आप लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं, लोगों का परसेप्शन क्या है, फीलिंग क्या है, आपने वो डेटा कैप्चर किया, दैट इज स्टेप वन, दैट इज probably 1/3 of the work that needs to be done in this. The other 2/3 is first analyzing what people are saying, making getting meaning out of what people are saying, and more importantly actionizing. So I'll take an example. Let us say अगर हम एक वार्ड में या एक पर्टिकुलर एरिया में हम ये परसेप्शन कैप्चर कर रहे हैं कि इस एरिया में वैक्सीनेशन लो है, या नंबर ऑफ केसेस, रिपोर्टेड नंबर ऑफ केसेस वर्सेस एक्चुअल नंबर ऑफ केसेस, द परसेप्शन ऑफ एक्चुअल नंबर ऑफ केसेस इज हाई versus the as one of the T's of Mr. Rathi that pointed out, the tracking part, what is being tracked versus the perception that is growing in the community, in the ward, is there is a difference between there. So once you have analyzed, gathered and analyzed this data, most important is action, taking action on that analysis. So when you're able to do that without any human intervention, if you're able to automate all of this, then you remove all the inefficiencies that are there in the system to address the needs of the citizens. So that becomes your truly participative governance in all sense. तो आप you're listening, आप analyze कर रहे हैं और आप action ले रहे हैं उस analysis और उस feedback के ऊपर. So that is what technology can enable you to do, that you're not dependent on people or an individual to do this. You institutionalize this mechanism and create a process where every feedback is listened to, analyzed and acted upon.
Thank you सुजीत। मुझे लगता है कि सबने दिल भर के सुझाव दे दिए हैं राठी साहब को, और शायद उनके पास खुद अपना भावना व्यक्त करने का समय कुछ कम था। मुझे तो लगता है कि जितने सुझाव हमने दिए हैं इस पे शायद काफ़ी कुछ पे वो ऑलरेडी सोच रहे होंगे, काम कर रहे होंगे, और जहाँ आवश्यकता है अगर हम लोग उसमें थोड़ा श्रमदान करें, उनसे मिलें, बात करें, तो बात आगे बढ़ सकती है। बट राठी साहब, अगर आप एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव रिस्पॉन्स दे पाएँ, गिवन ऑल्सो द फैक्ट कि यूपी इज गोइंग टू बी हेडिंग इनटू इलेक्शन सून, सो परसेप्शन इज गोइंग टू बिकम रियलिटी, तो इसको हम कैसे देखें?
एक चीज समीर भाई, इनकी सराहना करना आवश्यक है, क्योंकि इन्होंने बहुत थोड़े समय में, बहुत मुश्किल समय में एकदम काबू कर लिया, और इस प्रयास और इस प्रयत्न को हम बहुत सार्थक मानते हैं।
जी,
फिर आपने जैसा कहा ही है।
वेरी वेरी गुड। It is not. I have been in UP and you live in UP. It is not easy. All I can tell you, it is not easy, specifically for a young IAS who's sitting at the top of the constituency of the Prime Minister. It is certainly not easy, and I'm sure his deliverable would be the toughest in the country. So, Rathi Saab, whatever you'd like to share and say, please.
Right. First of all, let me thank our eminent panelists, Dr. Ramachandran, Dr. Joshi, Mr. Sujit. These are all valuable insights. And going ahead, yes, institutionalizing is a challenge in UP, and then there are different levels of having something institutionalized. So, what level are we seeking? And COVID demands nothing less than the top level. So, उस level पे UP में ले जाने के लिए, yes, there are challenges, of course. Well, I must tell the eminent panelists that Nigrani Samiti concept is already, it's not something that we are using. We would be using, Wave 2 we used extensively. And of course, as you said, how much are we able to institutionalize and getting we are able to separate this, the extra part out of the noise out of what actually has to come out of it. Therein lies the challenge and the best part of it. And as Mr. Sujit said that, analysis is very important. So what we have done is we have prepared around 330-page exhaustive document, wherein we not only identified the challenges and gaps that we face, but we have further worked upon the SOPs to the minutest of details that ultimately the flow of this, just like in our body, the way neuron flows. So similarly, any message has to be, has to flow through a process which is least demanding on resources, which is easily adaptable, and which basically requires minimum changes once it's floated in the field. So that's what we did. We have defined flow processes for each and everything that we do. I'll give you an example of a simple flow process. So Mr. Sujit was talking about analyzing what is coming to us. So how we married technology with the noise that was created about the issues coming up. So any problem that we receive at our call center or Twitter handle or wherever, so we are basically getting it plotted on our GIS layers in command and control center, and we are getting aware real time as to what sort of issues are cropping up. So when we come to aware of that, then we basically push in that response team, whether it be for tracking, whether it be for vaccination or ambulances when the need was. So in fact, not just these services, but the basic services like availability of medicine, vegetable, groceries, milk, we got these also mapped not just in wave 2 but in wave 1. So we have tried to marry our analysis of the feedback through technology and implement it on field by having our relevant responses on track. So of course, institutionalizing, scaling it up would always be relative, would always be something aspirable. But I must tell the jury, tell the panelists that it's a work in progress. Yes, but I think we are on sure footing, and as far as maybe making people a part of it goes, Nigrani Samiti is just one of the ways. Other ways wherein we have tried to include people is that, I'll give you a small example. So we have around 400 cameras in the city put up at different places. We have around 55 PA systems, and we have these door-to-door solid-waste collection vehicles. So every day they go in the morning, they play a relevant message. So while the message was about being at home when the COVID was at its peak, to the message coming that now you should be wearing mask, you shouldn't be getting complacent. So as and when the time is, we basically change the message and play it every morning when the vehicle goes. So there are 300 odd such vehicles going to each and every nook and corner of the city to sensitize people about what COVID is and where we are in this evolution of COVID as a pandemic. So this is a brief case. Yes, of course, many things need to be done, and UP has its challenges. But I must assure that pandemic is something that brings out the worst and the best both out of the society. It's for us sitting at the helm to channelize whichever energy we are able to channelize the best. And in case of Varanasi, because of providential, intervention, divine intervention, somehow it has come out well so far. I'm sure, and I'm positively sure, conservatively sure that wave 3 would be no different. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो
Wish you
मच
the best.
राठी जी। एक मैं बस आपसे शेयर करना चाहूँगा कि एक हमने नेशनल टास्क फोर्स बनाई है, काफ़ी एमिनेंट लोग उसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, जिसमें हम वी आर ट्राइंग टू प्रमोट मोर पार्टिसिपेटिव एंड प्रेडिक्टिव गवर्नेंस इन द सिटीज। तो उसमें इकोनॉमिस्ट भी हैं, वो भी हैं। तो अगर आप कुछ समय दें तो हम लोग आपसे एक मीटिंग लेंगे अलग से। इतनी बड़े सारे
That would be engagement, Kochar Saab, and I'll be happy to join. It would be a good learning experience for me as well. मतलब मेरे लिए भी learning होगी, तो I'll be more than happy.
उसमें आपको कमेटी में आपको शामिल करने का निमंत्रण देंगे और बात करेंगे कि सारे साथ मिलके कैसे बढ़ा जाए। विद दैट, थैंक यू सो मच। नाउ आई मूव ऑन टू अनदर सिटी, which is city of Vijayawada, city very close to my heart. During pandemic, it's about
Vijayawada has been pulled into some CM meeting. So
Okay.
Kolkata is lined up already, and the Honorable Commissioner is with us.
Well, absolutely. So here comes my favorite city, the city of Kolkata. It's a city with a heart, and city that I feel very closely and emotionally connected with. It's also not an easy city to manage historically, but the kind of great strides that Kolkata has made over the past 7-8 years is absolutely admirable. I mean, specifically in the areas of infrastructure, so on and so forth. The city stands completely transformed. It is also a very participative city. So let me invite Mr. Binod Kumar, who's an accomplished administrator, has won several accolades, including National Award for Excellence in Implementation of NREGS in North 24 Parganas. He also completed land acquisition within a time of nearly 2 months, the fastest in the country. Given his achievements, he has been promoted as a principal secretariat in West Bengal. It also shows the kind of importance city of Calcutta gets. Mr. Binod Kumar, Municipal Commissioner, Kolkata.
Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you for giving this opportunity to Kolkata City to share our work and our thoughts. I'm slightly disappointed that I could not join in the morning session because there was a program of mayor where he meets the citizen every Saturday. In fact, that's again a unique program where there's a phone in and the mayor listens to the citizens and the entire corporation officers are there in the hall, and the problems or the difficulties that the citizen face is resolved during the phone call itself. So I was there. From there I have just come. Now coming to COVID, it's a pandemic which has been a global phenomena, and India and the other cities and especially the urban areas have faced this pandemic. We have faced 2 waves. The second wave was much larger than the first wave. So if I talk about West Bengal, so in the first wave, our peak had gone around 4,500 range infections per day, whereas in second wave the number went up to 22,000. So that's the kind of challenge that we had to face. Naturally, with daily infections being so high, the problem and the pressure which the healthcare resources face, become very acute. The strategy to fight COVID is very simple, and it's common across the globe. That people have to be made aware to change their habits. People have to wear mask. People have to maintain distances. People have to improve their hand hygiene. So these are the things which only can help us in fighting the COVID. In phase 1, we did not have the vaccine. Now we have the vaccines. So vaccinating people has become the top priority. As they say, the 3 T's: test, track, and treat. So what we feel in Kolkata is that maybe vaccination becomes the most important part, because when you are isolating people, when you are resorting to, though in Kolkata we have not done lockdown, but there are something called the restrictions. Now, all these things take a toll on day-to-day life of people, on the economic activities, and also there has to be a very fine balance on what you're doing. So the strategies, if I can be very quick and summarize, the strategy has been that do a very high level of testing. The idea is that if somebody is infected, he's identified, tested, and isolated ASAP, so that the chances or the risk of him propagating the infection is minimized. We do very intensive tracking of all those who may have come in contact with him, primarily the family members. So there's a call center which is set up at the KMC headquarters and each Bodo office. Now, Bodo is the next division of the corporation. So in Kolkata, we have 16 boroughs. So Borough is a unit where every department of KMC has an officer there. So practically, the city is governed through the Bodo's office. So at each Bodo, we have call center where the team led by the executive health officer of the health department, they do the tracking part and make sure that all those who are in the risk categories are tested. Treatment part is not directly dealt by the city. It's dealt by the health department, the state government. But KMC plays a role in the sense that we liaise with the hospitals. We maintain the next level of care. We call it safe home. So, like today, the pressure on health resources is not there. Our safe homes have all been, closed. I mean, there are no inmates there, but they are all kept in ready condition. Being prepared is half the battle won. So, safe home was the next level of things when we had very high caseloads coming. So, we had safe home for those people who were tested positive, but were either asymptomatic or very mild symptomatic people. So they were kept in the safe home, so that we had the basic oxygen facilities there, the basic doctors were there and all. But this was to reduce the pressure on the hospitals which were providing the specialized care. The other thing that we have been very religiously following is sanitation. So we do the sanitation of our basti areas, markets, places where people generally aggregate, and across. So we have procured sanitation machines, big sanitation cannons and all, so that in city we are focusing on the sanitation. And the testing, since the onset of COVID, Government of West Bengal as well as Kolkata city, we have set up new labs, and we have acquired new machines so that RT-PCR testings can be escalated at will, as and when the need arises. Vaccination is one thing which I wanted to talk most in detail. In city, in Kolkata, we have been vaccinating around 62 to 65,000 people daily. The idea was to vaccinate everyone. As per 2011 census, our population was 45 lakhs, and we have already vaccinated around 34 lakhs people. So, if you see percentage of population vaccinated is quite high. We have not only been vaccinating people from the Kolkata city, we have also been vaccinating people from the catchment area. There's a large floating population of people who come to Kolkata for work and for other miscellaneous. And also we have said that, anybody who is coming to Kolkata, whether he is residing here or not, we said, let's not distinguish and vaccinate them all. The other thing which West Bengal and Kolkata Municipal Corporation has, that we have negative, vaccine wastage. So we very minutely monitor how the vials are utilized, we make sure that we open the vial only if there are at least 10 people around. And since we have done extensive IEC, as a result, we have at our vaccination center, we have good number of people. When we started vaccination, we had 20 vaccination centers. From there, now for the city, we have around 280 vaccination centers. So that is the kind of escalations we have done. Of late, for the last 7 days, city is facing some constraint on supply of vaccines because state also is not getting that many vaccines, and maybe the other areas also they are now catering to, because city has managed to bring down its infections. So now our city has infections, in 2 digits. So that way we are quite comfortable, quite safe at this place. But we have not, let our guards down. We remain prepared because we do not know, when and if at all the third wave strikes. But our idea is that let's vaccinate everyone so that third wave do not come at all. And if it comes, then we be prepared with our health infrastructure. One thing that I wanted to talk about vaccination is that though the CoWIN portal is there through which people can do scheduling and all, but CoWIN portal being a portal which is centrally managed, and the source code and everything is with the Delhi, it was not very easy to do local variations on the CoWIN portal. So what we have done is we have launched a WhatsApp chatbot. We call it CVR, COVID Vaccine Registration. So it's a very simple thing. The number is 8335 999 000, where people can just send a small WhatsApp message, and then it starts interacting. It will take the basic details and give them the slot. When we started after that, we wanted to take a feedback, and the feedback we got from the people were amazing. We have video evidences of that. We have feedback forms signed by them all. What they said was that the KMC vaccination centers where people had gone booking their slot on the CVR chatbot was far better than the corporate hospitals. They said in the corporate hospitals, you go and still there was some waiting time. But here, since we were giving slots of half an hour, and only people who had slots during that half an hour were there. So we had halls where there were no crowding. People came, took their vaccine, and they were done with. The moment they came, within 5 to 10 minutes, they were administered the vaccines, and then there was a comfortable air-conditioned area where they waited for mandatory 30 minutes to ensure that there are no AEFI reported. This is a thing which NDTV also covered, and they talked about this on their national news. So this is one thing which I wanted to talk. I think the other things regarding safe home, oxygen facilities, and oxygen parlor, all those things everybody is doing. So I will not talk about that in detail, because as of now, that's really not being demanded. People are not facing any shortages of oxygen. In fact, the caseload has come down, so people are not facing shortages of beds and all. Regarding vaccination, one thing that I want to say was that when the vaccination started and the kind of vaccines that we're receiving, we were able to vaccinate it with the help of the vaccinator that KMC already had. But we soon realized that the supply of vaccines are going to improve, and there's going to be a larger demand for the vaccines. In the initial days, there was what is called the vaccine hesitancy. So not many people were coming forward, and it required. So, for example, the corporation employees are the frontline workers, and they were there in the first category with the healthcare workers. But a lot of our own employees, had questions. So to give them confidence, so what I did was that myself with all my senior officials, including the head of the departments, the director generals of various engineering departments, we said let us vaccinate ourselves first. So we took them, and then the employees saw, okay, fine, if the bosses are vaccinating, that means vaccine is safe and vaccine is good. So that was one way of leading by example. Now, of course, after second wave, the things have got reversed. Now, more and more people are asking for vaccines. So what we had done was, we said that we will have to escalate the number of vaccination centers, and the vaccinators that we had in KMC, will be a constraint in opening the vaccine centers. So what we did was, we identified other healthcare workers who could be vaccinator but had not been certified as a vaccinators, and we identified 576 such people. We took up with the health department. We said that please train them as a vaccinator, so that and that was done pretty early. That later, if we really have to open up new centers, then this workforce is ready. And it is on that count that I say that when we have 280 centers running in Kolkata, that's because we have sufficient pool of vaccinators ready. And should there be more supply, we will be able to maybe open more centers also. So these are the some of things that I wanted to talk. If there are any questions, discussions, suggestions, opinions, we'll be happy to note, because this is a pandemic where all of us have to keep learning from each other. And only when we are learning, cooperating with each other, then can we win over this pandemic. And I conclude by saying that this is a pandemic where nobody is safe until unless everyone is safe. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Excellent insights, Mr. Binod Kumar. And as you rightly said, that in this battle, there are only two sides. It's COVID and it's the rest of us. And that's the only way this battle has to be fought and won. And I'm particularly very impressed with this chatbot initiative that you took. That shows how out of the box use of technology can actually make things easier for the people. So with that, let me first invite Sujit Patheja. Sujit, would you like to share your views and comments?
No, absolutely. I think I was really impressed with that, with the WhatsApp chatbot initiative, and I think Kolkata amongst the cities across India have always been at the forefront in terms of utilizing technology. And it is this city of intellectuals. So that is the least we should expect from Kolkata. But Mr. Vinod, you talked about how you have utilized this technology, and you have had feedback and all. I would really like to understand from you, what, not just from a COVID responding to a particular COVID situation, but overall response to a pandemic situation, or even beyond, because pandemic is not just about the people getting sick and vaccinated. It is also about the economy getting affected. There is also a mental pressure on people who have gone through this. There is a lot of other aspects of COVID that seem to be either ignored or not given that much attention as they deserve. As Kolkata Municipal Corporation, how do you intend to engage with your citizens? How do you intend to become more participative? Where as we discussed, as we have been discussing, where you not only are listening to what they are saying, but also based on that feedback and the analysis of that feedback, you're also acting to ensure that the citizens feel that they have been heard. Typically, we have seen the response of citizens to government initiatives has mostly been far and few, for a simple reason that they feel that who would listen to me, or what will happen if I say something. So it becomes very important that we hear every voice and act on it, and we go back to that to that individual or a community and say that we have acted upon your feedback, and what do you think now, so that you close that loop and they also feel that they're part of the journey of or part of the governance. So from that perspective, I would like to really hear what Kolkata intends to do or has already done.
Thank you, Sujit. But before I invite Mr. Binod Kumar to answer, let me just take quick comments from Dr. Ramachandran and Dr. Shefali Dash as well. The key of the whole thing is, as you said, that you have to feel satisfied that you've been heard.
Yeah.
That's half the battle.
Absolutely.
Done. I think in West Bengal they had this model of tell Didi about it. My Bengali is very bad, but Didi nu ko bolun, or what was that, Mr. Binod Kumar? What's the
Didi ke bolo.
Didi ke bolo. So if we can make this Didi ke bolo like a mass movement across cities and districts, I think people will have the satisfaction of having been heard. I'm certain that the government would take note of and react to such a thing. But Dr. Ramachandran, this was a point you've also made on several panels.
Yeah, I'll just briefly list 3-4 points for Binod Kumar. The first is, did this whole exercise initiate a thought process about whether the healthcare coverage in the city is sufficient or you need to expand it? Are there some thoughts on that? Because that would be not only a lesson, very good consequence of this. That would be critical, I think. Second point is, I know Kolkata, West Bengal in general, Kolkata is a much more democratized city where everything goes to the ground level. So I don't know whether you had the opportunity of listening to the Mumbai presentation or you are aware of it. So compared to a Mumbai scenario, how different it is in Kolkata as far as the approach, the actions taken, people's involvement, all these are concerned, because these are two different cups of tea as I see it. The third point is, I think you referred to the city population of 45 lakhs. I know Kolkata is a huge urban agglomeration. So whatever you said, does it immediately become equally applicable to the agglomeration as such? Because then I suppose the corporation's domain goes out and someone else comes in. So was that equally well managed, though they are two different jurisdictions? And the last point in the context of digital city, I mean, New York is a big example of how a digital city can function through Twitter, Facebook, mobile, whatever it is. So in your city, what would be the usage of mobile? I mean, I think that's the simplest form which people would use. Mobile phones by people to access services, be in touch. I don't know whether it could be almost 100% or is it much less? And do you see some sort of change happening as far as that segment is concerned, because we are in that direction? Those are the, I think, 4 points I had for you. Back to you, Samir.
Yeah, Dr. Shefali Dash, your comments?
Has got me. Well, Mr. Binod Kumar, you raised two very important points which started as constraints and you solved it nicely. So, I mean, let me tell you, one is about the vaccine hesitancy, which you managed through convincing people through various media and all that. And second thing is about the problem with the registration with COVID portal and how you manage with your chatbot. So now my point is, since we are in the third wave, we are thinking of, getting it in more and more places. So how your initiative in Kolkata can be implemented in smaller places, because your technology is very simple. You are using only the mobile technology for the WhatsApp and social media. So nowadays, even the rural people also know how to use WhatsApp. Can you please explain how this can be handled by smaller municipalities and smaller towns? Because you have handled very nicely. So that's why your success story can really play a good role.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Binodji. So we are looking at you with a lot of hope.
Thank you so much. Let me try to address the issues one by one. So what Sujit ji said was about technology adoption. I just had read a meme that, what is that which has contributed to the technology adoption in the company? That was from a corporate. So, said the CEO 8%, the chief technical officer, 6%, and pandemic COVID 86%. Okay. So it's a fact that this COVID pandemic has forced all of us to think of ways of using technology to continue doing our work. Now, after this, we realize that it is perfectly possible to work from home. It is perfectly possible to interact with the people. It is perfectly possible to use the Zoom conference or any platform to meet as we are doing now, and it is not necessary that people have to travel and physically meet. Now, in that aspect, as I told you that right before the pandemic also, the mayor had been meeting the people over the phone call. So the program is called Talk to Mayor, where people called and the entire corporate team is there, so that when people raise something on the spot, the officer they are prepared with their laptops and all. They can check and they can tell what the issues is, and in case the issue is not pre-registered, then they are supposed to visit the spot the next day and provide the solution. The entire cycle has to be completed within a week. Now, during pandemic, what struck me is that people would, after that also, there are many people who would generally meet the commissioner, and we're finding it difficult because the transports, there were restrictions, people were scared to come out of home and all. So what we've started a conference where people can actually on Zoom platform meet the municipal commissioners. So that's 2 days a week, like Wednesday and Saturday from 11 to 12. So people can just log in, and one by one I take them in, listen to their things, jot down their problems and all, and pass it down the line. And on the other 2 day, my 2IC special municipal commissioner meets. Now we meet, every day we meet around, on a day we'll meet around say 20-25 people. Number per se is not very large, but symbolically it's a great thing. Number one, that whatever with this number, people are able to put their point across, put their suggestions, put their problems across from the comfort of their home in this pandemic. The second is that suddenly you become very accessible to the general public, and that has a salutary effect down the line. Now all your members, so your assistant executive engineers or your inspectors or your managers, they know that any citizen is very easily going to meet the commissioner or the special municipal commissioner. And suddenly I have noticed that the pendencies have improved. So that I feel is a great use of technology. Social media handle like Twitter is again an excellent tool. A lot of people are now approaching organizations on Twitter, and that is why I personally read all the tweets, all the comments, and am in regular touch with the organization, with the agency that is maintaining our Twitter handles. And we see that that's an excellent platform where you can get your citizens' feedback and also redress their problems. So that was on the technology aspect, which Mr. Sujit Pathreja had raised. Coming back to Dr. Ramachandran, healthcare coverage, sir, is extremely important, and we realized it during on the phase 1. We realized that how important it was to augment the testing effort. When the phase 1 was there, I was in health department as secretary, and I had first-hand experience of difficulties that we faced. That is the time then you learn what is a RT-PCR machine, what is a biosafety lab, what are the consumables that go into this. So you sit down with your HOD of biochemistry, you sit down with the technical peoples, and work out. You set up a plan that so we in the phase 1 we had targeted that every district headquarter must have a RT-PCR lab. And the second wave, we escalated it up that now every subdivision has an RT-PCR lab, because until unless you have lab facilities, until unless you have trained manpower, you cannot test people. And RT-PCR is a gold standard. And for setting up a RT-PCR lab is quite a elaborate thing. You have to go right up to ICMR and get the approvals. You just can't set up a lab without following the protocol. And it is important because when you are going to give a test result from there, it is absolutely essential that the processes are standardized, the equipments are standardized, you have proper permission from the ICMR, and that they are maintaining those records on their portal. That was on the testing. the next thing, which is far more important, is not treating people. So, you should have enough beds, you should have enough oxygen supplies, you should have enough ventilation, and whatever all is required for that, you should have enough CT scan machines and all. And that is where, I will draw upon my experience as a Secretary Health Department. KMC does not really does much of a curative aspect. We are primarily into the primary health, but drawing upon from the health department experience, I'll say that, we have invested massively in upgrading, hospital infrastructure and acquiring these equipments and training our people. Now, as we talk, we are now focusing on training our HR on pediatric care, because what is being told is that, if the third wave strikes, the children are going to be at maximum risk, because the adult population, the larger chunk of that has already been vaccinated. So we are strengthening our pediatric units, PQ, NICU, all those things, and having our general MBBS doctors being provided the bare minimum essentials, where they are able to do some kind of pediatric care. Unfortunately, healthcare personnel, the doctors, are highly skilled, human resource, and there's a limitation. You cannot simply add doctors, in matter of 6 months or 1 year. It's a long planning. It has to be a continuous thing. Where you have to augment your seats in the medical college, where you have to have seats for at PG level and postdoc level, and people have to train. So that's a long-term exercise, but it is well worth the effort, because these resources do stay with you, and do continue serving the society. Talking about the Mumbai model, so the Mumbai model and Kolkata model, there are differences. As Mr. Samir Kocher said, that the social fabric, the political fabric of the two states and the two cities are different. Kolkata, we feel, I don't know whether I should say that we are far more democratic, but the involvement of people in governance and decision making is much higher. People here are concerned. It is. I'm not from Bengal, from outside, but I have seen that the political, the level of consciousness in the state is far higher, even amongst people who are not highly educated. But they are very politically aware. So here, what we the Mumbai I had read was that corporation was kind of controlling the entire admission, all hospitals. They were they centralized all the test result used to come to them. From there, they will intimate people. They'll intimate the hospital. They'll say that where they're going and all. Kolkata, people could approach the hospitals, but what we have, other technological intervention that I should talk about, which has been done by the state government. It's integrated COVID management response. So we have a management system, ICMS. So we have an ICMS system which maintains real time the bed availability and the occupancy, and it maintains how the things are being added. And this is something which is being monitored on a daily basis by the Chief Secretary, and Madam Chief Minister also takes a look at very closely on this, because every time she has been reviewing with us, she talks about the ICMS figures and on that. So how we are monitoring was that if somebody needs a bed, they can see at the ICMS portal where the bed availability is there. We had centralized call center where people could, it was one number where, of course, on the front it was one number, and back end there were multiple numbers. So where people could, call for teleconsultation, or people could call for psychological consultation, or people could call to talk about, FAQs, testing, or people could call about to find out the bed availability and assistance on admission. So there were different cells. This all, let me clarify that these were not all efforts of Kolkata Municipal Corporation, but the Swasthya Bhavan, the health department. But we do work as a team. We do fill in the gaps of what others may have left. one more thing which is unique to state is we have what is called West Bengal Clinical Establishment Regulatory Commission. So in the year 2017, I think our WBCERC Act was passed. It was, it was the pet topic of our Chief Minister. And this Clinical Establishment Regulatory Commission is the one which regulates all the private clinical establishment, all the private hospitals. And it is headed by a retired High Court judge. And he's been very proactive. Now, he has also made himself available, so now citizens can approach him, and so wherever they feel there's a gap on the private hospitals, so that's also one of the forum through which we have been trying to kind of ensure that the private hospitals are falling in line, kind of ensuring that there's a transparency in admission, kind of ensuring that there's a transparency in billing. In Kolkata, we were very sensitive that this pandemic, the hospitals do not take people for a ride, and because in the pressure, the lure of making a fast buck was very high, and we penalized some of the hospitals very severely to make sure that those aberrations do not step in. Why I know a great deal about WBCERC is that because I also happen to be the vice chairperson of the commission. Retired justice is the chairperson, and this is the chair that I've been holding since my days in the health department. After that, I've moved also, but the government has fitted proper to let me continue there. So, talking about mobile usage and the bandwidth, we are fortunate that the mobile usage is nearly 100%. So everybody is carrying a mobile phone. If not a smartphone, normal phone everybody has, and the smartphone penetration also is very high, thanks to data being very cheap. That is the kind of privilege which our country has, which maybe many of the developed countries do not have. The kind of penetration of bandwidth, data, and access to mobile technology. So that is why when the WhatsApp chatbot, you could see that everybody was able to use, and we had piloted this and we ran it for around around a month. Then we presented this to the Chief Minister, who also happens to be the Health Minister, and she was very happy. And then she said, let's let it be rolled out to the entire state. And we took a couple of days to customize that. And now, as you had suggested, whether rolling out of this technology can be. So now this chatbot is used across the state. So every districts are now using it, and so people have confirmed fixed schedule. The advantage of this is that we can our slots.
We've kind of absolutely timed out. Your story is so engrossing. So if I may seek another meeting with you, where we learn in more detail how this WhatsApp can be useful for the entire country, learn from your other best practices as well, and maybe start a dialogue. As I mentioned that we started this task force on participative and predictive governance. So participation, of course, we can come and learn from you. Predictability is something that maybe some of our digital partners and senior bureaucrats who've been in the domain can share some knowledge. And I think together it is going to be a win-win situation. Thank you so much.
Sir, you're welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
So with that, we come to the next great city of India, which is the city of Bengaluru. We've had the pleasure of looking at so many big cities of India, historical cities of India, who are doing such an incredible job at a municipal commissioner level to fight the biggest threat that the country has ever faced. And next talking to us is Mr. Gaurav Gupta, Chief Commissioner of BBMP. BBMP, of course, is a very technology savvy organization. I recall doing a case study on them several years back. And more importantly, he himself comes from an IT/BT science and technology background. 2 years, he was at the helm of that department, then additional chief secretary to the government. And he is now also looking after the BBMP, I'm sure. So there's a very rich experience that he brings to the table in this new job. So let's see how's Bengaluru responding to the third wave. Mr. Gaurav Gupta, please.
hello.
Yes.
Very good afternoon. Very big thanks to all of you. I think you have been doing a commendable job, Mr. Samir Kocher, in getting across stories from all parts of India, and particularly from the urban domain, all great cities, as you mentioned. The collation of all of it, I'm sure, will be able to give out some kind of picture of what exactly needs to be done. I would also like to acknowledge the tremendous support I have received from Dr. M. Ramchandran, with whom I had an occasion to work earlier, long time back, sir, about 15 years back. With other panelists also, I'm sure that it's a very rich experience that the Scotch organization brings to the table. Now, as far as the third wave is concerned, it's the title of the workshop is Preparing for the Third Wave. And obviously, the first wave held a lot of lessons for us all over the country. And we all try to apply those models to the second wave. And perhaps we were benefited from the preparations that we had done. But however, the second wave by itself took a lot of people by surprise. It was an astounding kind of rise of cases in the month of March and April. March was subterranean, not so visible, but April was very, very pronounced in the city of Bangalore that I represent right now. I saw the cases rise up to from 2,000 to 3,000 cases a day to close to 20,000 cases a day, and that took everybody by shock and surprise. The most of the experts also had not predicted it will happen in this month. They had definitely not predicted the extent to which it will come. Just for comparison, it was 4 times the size of the wave of last year, and it was 2 times the peak that was reached in Mumbai, the much cited model. And the challenge was, how do we cope up the systems? And that is, I would say that we have to improvise on the go and work on the go in spite of our best preparations earlier. So Bangalore definitely benefited from the last wave. We had set up a very extensive data management system, and through this data management system, through the ICMR portal, download of data, tele-triaging, calling out people, actively calling out people, then thereafter home visits and containment, isolation, etc., etc. So all of that was there. We had a central war room, and then we had zonal control and command center for 8 zones. Just to recap, Bangalore has a population of almost 130 lakh people, 13 million. And if we had a combined entity, command and control entity of Bangalore urban district, which included another 10 to 15 million people. So we had 10 to 15 lakh people. So it was almost 14 to 14.5 million people under a single integrated command and control, which we used to run. And the number of cases shot up to so much that we had to ramp up our systems, double, then doubling again, then doubling again, and all. So that I think was a very, very painful experience at that point of time. Now, I can go into narration of what exactly we did, but what is important is in the third wave, we are not contemplating so high a number of cases. What is important is to build up on the existing knowledge about the cases, about the aware citizenry, and to ensure that we have high vaccinations. We have close to now almost 50 to 55% of the adult population, eligible population, that is vaccinated with at least 1 dose. And we are working to see that by the end of July, we are able to reach almost a number of 75% of the city population, city eligible population, as vaccinated in the first dose. The second dose is also being taken up simultaneously, and that I believe would be a big bulwark against the spread of the third wave. Simultaneously, we are looking at how we instill this sense of responsibility among the citizens. regarding the COVID appropriate behavior, which includes masks, distancing, and others. Now, while we are unlocking, and we have for the last 1 month been unlocking, and today again another meeting is likely to be held, which will unlock it further. But we are pressing on again and again on the enforcement, and also taking support from number of people from the police, and also from the groups and associations also. So that is second. The third one is we are looking at medical system upgradation. We have Bangalore is a city in which a lot of people frequent for the operations and for treatments, etc., all across the world. And we had a fair degree of beds, almost 30,000 beds available in the city. But however, at the peak of it, and we do not have the all the beds being allotted under a single umbrella portal. The state government borrowed beds or requisition beds, and through an integrated portal of hospital bed allotment system, we were allotting at the peak of it almost 13,000 beds. So the number rose till 4th April or 6th April. We did not have any beds. We were not allotting any beds, and the system was put into place. The similar system was put into place last wave also. This time, when it was put into place, we ramped up. We obtained the beds. A lot of them were occupied by non-COVID patients and elective surgeries, etc. And that was ramped up. So what we expect is that this time we add on a few pediatric facilities. Now, pediatric facilities are important because most of the younger population will not be vaccinated, and so therefore may be relatively more vulnerable as compared to the rest of the population that may be substantially vaccinated. So the pediatric facilities are being boosted up, and some other hospitals also we have upgraded, and we are continuously upgrading to see. Just to have a recap, we have 141 public health centers. We have several 6 referral hospitals at our level, another 6 at the government level, and then we have tertiary hospitals and medical colleges. A lot of them, almost 70% of the bed capacity is in the private sector, in the private hospitals and private medical colleges, and they are the ones who are the mainstay for the treatment facilities. So this is what I would like to hold, that we have improved on various systems. It may be the data management systems, in which, as I said, last wave we had done a lot of job. Initially, we started from Google Sheets, then we went into a rudimentary system, then we ramped up by October last year into another system, and that system again we had to upgrade substantially this time on the go, during the peak of the wave also. And that system we had, obviously we had a great amount of support from the private sector. I must acknowledge that Bangalore is a place in which the private sector, the corporate sector, and the startup sector, etc., they are very closely working with the government, and in various aspects they have helped and supported. It may be in the development of the data management systems, by which every data coming from the ICMR portal gets processed, gets localized into a certain area, and then gets pushed into, so that our teams at the ground level can visit. We also had a lot of private sector involvement in giving the oxygen concentrators, which became necessary as we established the COVID care centers, and also the step-down hospitals at various places to augment the bed capacity. So a lot of them came from the private sector as in terms of contributions. Also, we had in the vaccinations also, we have had very great amount of effort. A lot of corporates have taken on to vaccination of their own people. They have also contributed to the pool for taking vaccination of the underprivileged people. And also we have the private hospitals, private healthcare providers like Manipal, Fortis, Apollo, and others, Narayan Health, for example, who have procured 25% of the national quota. And obviously, because Bangalore has the capacity to pay, and there are the significant presence of private healthcare providers. So a lot of them have been pushed into Bangalore. At a point of time when we were vaccinating close to 1 lakh cases a day, we had close to 70,000 of them coming from the private sector. That was about a month back. And subsequently, obviously, when the government of India and the Honorable Prime Minister has said that we will vaccinate 18 plus free of cost, in that case, obviously, the enthusiasm has diminished a little bit, but still we have almost half of the vaccinations carried out through the private sector. So we are ramping up the systems. We had taken up a great experiment in terms of triaging. Triaging, we used to depend on tele-triaging earlier, but we realized that tele-triaging in the peak of the cases is becoming a little difficult. And so therefore, we progressively moved towards a system of triaging centers in which people could go, and further down to the door-to-door triaging of the people who were tested positive. So this called for a lot of people from the doctors and nurses and other paramedical people, and we had the support from Doctors for You and several other organizations who could provide doctors who relocated from other cities or from some other areas. I may also add that the beds that we are allotting, and I mentioned about the figures of 13,000 or so, these beds are basically given free of cost to the people, no charges to the people. And that's perhaps a very unique model. Last wave, the government has spent almost 400 crores on this. And this time also, I believe a substantial part of it would be borne by them. We had great support also from the private hoteliers. We have close to 15,000 beds, 15,000 rooms in the city, and we tied up the private hotels with the private hospitals, and that led to step-down hospitals being constructed at the hotel premises itself. Likewise, with the Bangalore Apartments Federation, which has close to 1,000 apartment associations as members, we worked with them to provide testing and also vaccination in the initial phase, and later on other kind of support in terms of containment, isolation, and such other things. So we have, and then there was also several issues of oxygen management. We didn't have, and it was a very tight situation. Oxygen management in large number of cases, hospitalized cases, still becomes a problem. And I'm happy to mention that there was no untoward incident in spite of a very tense situation at the peak of the cases. And we had obviously our systems. We managed to have the camp officers at every refiller and the production units, and also at every consumption units, our field officers came up and they talked to the units about the consumption. And as regards the cremations, etc., that also became an issue at some point of time. And very quickly we set up some temporary facilities and a portal through which people could avail of these services. Most of these services were given free of cost. There was also one of the key issues which I would like to mention is about the public communication. There was so much of fear and panic, I believe, across the country that a lot of people just started, getting a cylinder for their homes, getting a concentrator for their homes, or booking a bed as soon as they turned positive. Now, this phenomena it was there because of the fear and panic, and we were able to substantially circumvent it because of continuous communications that we had with the people through the daily press bulletin, press briefings, and also through our Twitter media, through our website accounts, micro websites, and such others. And also with the support of the resident welfare associations and the apartment associations, the NGOs working on the ground level, with the public representatives, and complete communication exercise. All our people were mobile, on the ground, reaching out. We have a highly decentralized kind of system with 8 zones and 28 division levels. and below that 198 ward level. So this was taken up. We also are continuing the process of implementation of COVID appropriate behavior, which we took up with the support of the marshals and the chief marshals that we have at various locations in the city. Their job is still very important. We are also seeking support from the police, and they are also working in tandem with us. So I would say that what is most important is one should be available, one should lead from the front, and available always, be it 12 o'clock in the night or 6 o'clock in the morning. And that is what is required. Each one of my officers and my team was able to respond, and I'm sure that in the coming days for the third wave we are substantially prepared. We have system of experts, technically advisory councils who have been supporting us in terms of analysis, in terms of directions, and in terms of guidance, and we are looking to inputs from them also.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. There is so much to learn from you. Such a tremendously structured, well thought through presentation. I'm sure even Dr. Ramachandran would be impressed since he's worked with you in the past. We would, of course, take some offline, online time with you and try to learn some more. Dr. Ramachandran, would you like to start with your comments, followed by Sujit and then Dr. Panda?
Yes, thank you, Samir. And I must say it's a pleasure meeting Gaurav once again on this platform. I remember those good old days during the JN and URM days when he used to be proactive as far as the projects or reforms are concerned. Are you back in a similar role, Gaurav, or were you in the ministry secretariat at that time?
Sir, I was in the special commissioner, that is number 2 position, and I was looking into projects and finance at that point.
Okay, thank you. But now you have you're at a higher level, chief commissioner. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's true. Sir. That's
okay, good. Okay, good. I won't prolong it. I'll make 3-4 points, and Gaurav, you can decide how to respond, because I find sometimes response also takes more time, so you could quickly respond if it is appropriate. My first point is knowing Bengaluru to a certain extent. I think it's a politically very proactive city in the sense that the ruling party is very actively there. The opposition also is very actively there. Does this in any way affect the work which the municipal corporation is doing? I'm not asking a political question, but there could be pressures, problems, issues when handling a crisis of this type. That's the first point. The second point is you referred to an increase in number. I think it was 2,000 to or 1,000 something to 10,000 or something like that. I don't remember exactly. What was the reason for the figure going up? Because that was the time when Bengaluru attracted national attention, and there was a feeling that the government is not very effectively succeeding in controlling the situation. There was a feeling. What was it? And I hope there are lessons learned, and then that type of a repetition of scenario will not happen. The third point is you referred to a lot of data. The problem with our system is data is there, but we don't know how to use it, how to analyze it, how to apply it. Is there a better system emerging as a result of all this relating to health and people's issues? Is there a better analysis and arrangement becoming available for future as well? And the last point is Bengaluru being a city where there is a lot of possibility of CSR. I know you mentioned there are lots of private hospitals and also, so it's not such a big issue as far as the municipal health facilities is concerned. But when it comes to CSR, are you able to deploy a lot of resources for the municipal institutions and improve the infrastructure, a better scenario for tomorrow? And a linked question would be, does this Ayushman Bharat card come in handy for people while approaching all this? Is there a data continuity being kept? I'll just limit it to these. Thank you, Gaurav. Nice meeting you.
Thank you, sir. Do I respond or do we have any other?
We have 2 more comments. So Dr. Panda and Sujit.
I'll let Dr. Panda go ahead first. I think, so you're speaking on mute, Dr. Panda.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, Mr. Panda.
Panda, you're muted again.
All right. Can you hear me, sir, now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. Now, Bangalore being a very unique city with the elite and a very advanced population gathered there under a cyber city hub, and it has attracted population people across the country, and it has a very multidimensional, uh, demography over there. Now, we have seen the first phase and the second phase of the pandemic. The second phase, as Mr. Gaurav Gupta has rightly observed, has taken as a surprise. It's essentially taken as a surprise because we did not anticipate a nightmare that is coming as a productive, even a productive thought. Now, since we are entering a third phase, and as he rightly observed that the 50 to 55-year-old population have been vaccinated with one or two vaccinations, but the challenge still remains as the efficacy of this vaccination is between 66 to 88%. That being the situation, and also the third wave put a great additional challenge. It will impinge upon the children. An estimation is observed that it has been observed in an estimation that the 2% of the COVID affected children need to be hospitalized. So these are the situations, and we have to come out with a clear plan as to how much the magnitude would be, not in the real terms, and how much that we are prepared to in a worse situation, not only in terms of beds and things like that, but in terms of other contingent requirements, oxygen or medicines or services or doctors which have been shortage earlier. And there could be some more which we are not even prepared to. But an expert committee which will, look forward in a multidimensional way and think in terms of the worst possibility and figure out and project an anticipated situation with qualitatively and quantitatively, and prepare an action plan accordingly so that we can able to do that. And Bangalore being well experienced both in the bad experience and also coming over that with good efforts made, will do a better job in this. The third point is that, you see, there is a trade-off. Lots of comorbidity people who are not actually affected by the pandemic, their facilities such as the diabetic hospital of Bangalore has been, dedicated to the COVID affected person. So there are people who are otherwise serious in the condition. Their situation has to be also thought about and taken care of. Number 4 is the CSR aspect. The CSR aspect is, this is a very great idea and also a provision there that the CSR provision, CSR could come as aid and see that as to how much dedicated funds could be pooled for the COVID, addressing the COVID challenges. So that we can do that, I think that will be a great long way. The fourth is, see, the good number of people who are from the outside have been staying in Bangalore as paying guests and other such facilities. They have gone back to the respective homes in other states, etc., leaving the people who are getting some earning out of their presence have left high and dry. So these are some kind of economic crisis. And also, needless to say, that the labor class, which had a great exodus, had to move out, and they have to move out without any direction but to go back, just to go back to their home, because there is nothing that could save them or nothing they can support to living. And there need to be some kind of, the pandemic will be there, but everything, economic activities have to be revived. And that case, then all these laborers who have gone, and some of them, mind you, have not been paid also by their respective companies. So this is a very critical situation, because one is COVID is, threatening, other the economic crisis is emerging. So Bangalore being so proactive on this and also very sensitive could think about an effective plan to protect a vulnerable population, both physically, health-wise, and also economically. So, and there is, Bangalore also has a great deal of population from the satellite areas who transit every day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Panda. I'm afraid I have to now bring in Sujit.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Samir, and good afternoon, Mr. Gupta, and pleasure to interact with you. I think Dr. Panda raised some very, very pertinent social points, and but I'm a technologist, so what I would like to do is link the social aspects to technology. How possibly technology can help achieve some of the things that Dr. Panda mentioned about. I'll take a cue to begin with from what Ramjan sir mentioned about data management, and you also talked about data management in quite a length. Bangalore is so I am from SAP. We have a great affinity to Bangalore as a city, and personally, I have been working with the Smart City mission, and I was part of some of the standards development work that has happened. And Bangalore was a party to a lot of those discussions. So Bangalore is in that unique position to become a leader when it comes to adopting technology for day-to-day use of or solving day-to-day problems. And I think that is what I would like to harp upon, that is there a plan for Bangalore to utilize some of the work that has, or some of the policy initiatives that have come along under the Smart City mission, and make use of data and data management as a mainstream activity, not just for COVID response. Obviously, COVID is the topic current for all of us, but being prepared for COVID or any situation which can be similar to COVID in the coming future. So that use of data and institutionalizing that use of data to respond to each and every day aspect of running a city, rather than just limiting it to a particular use case. So that would be one point, Mr. Gupta, that I would like you to address, that how can we do that. The second important element, and what I've seen or through my interactions with some of your colleagues in BBMP or otherwise, what I also feel is that BBMP has done some great work when it comes to individual technology components, but and then process of setting up the ICCC is also on, right? However, when it comes to the entire backend, managing your assets, projects, and this becomes very, very critical in a situation like these, where your entire procurement, stock management, whether it is medicine or PPE kit, or or your assets like hospital, real estate, or your ambulances, or whatnot, all of these become very, very critical. So, does BBMP believe that integrated approach to managing some of these aspects as well would help respond to similar situations in a much better way going forward? So that would be point number 2. And my last point would be on the citizen engagement. I think Bangalore is unique in the sense that you have probably the most technically advanced population that you have out of the, and it is huge in number. So how do you engage with the citizens? How do you take feedback from them? How do you listen to them more actively? Is an area that I believe would be well addressed. If you can probably share with us what Bangalore plans to do in terms of engaging better with their citizens, listening and capturing their perception and acting, making them more participative in the everyday governance. So those will be the 3 points that I would have. Mr. Gupta, thank you so much, and I look forward to hearing from you.
So thank you all. I know that it's a tall order to manage a city double the size of London or Paris. We always have very big cities, unlike the developed world, and even those cities are also pretty complex. And since Bangalore has people from all walks of life, from people who are migrants who have come in recently in search of jobs or studies, etc., and who are not well connected with the city, they find it a little troubling because they are not well integrated with the city. And I think that was one of the points, just to respond to Mr. Sujit's point on that.
Yes.
And if I can turn it around and I can start from there. My call when I was talking to NASCOM and I was talking to CII and I was also talking to a number of other apartment associations and corporates was that make your people aware about their surroundings. Let them know which is the nearest health center. Let them know where the vaccinations are available. Let them know where do they go for testing and such others. Very often the tendency is to go to the most renowned of the hospitals for the very basic of the needs, and that leads to crisis. That is the issue which is very important. A lot of people have come. The issue of CSR has also been raised, and a lot of them have come forth. In fact, they have started asking me as to what they can contribute. And I said that, look here, we are not short of anything. It's not the issue of money. So much so the issue is that we require time to ramp up systems. And the time is of the essence. A lot of people came today morning, one of the corporates came and they said, I am giving you 10 oxygen concentrators. Now, I have 1,000 concentrators which I had ordered, which was delivered after the wave was over, and they directly went into the warehouse. Now, that is the situation because we didn't have time. Now, but the issue of citizen engagement is very, very critical. That's why I'm saying that we have to talk even to the corporates. A lot of people live in their islands. It may be SAP labs in the Whitefield or anywhere else. And they live in their world and in their house and then in their place at work. And they don't see anything outside. So, or the malls, maybe they go to the malls. So, or the pubs. The issue is that they don't know about the public health system. And that is where we need to know a little bit more. Let me start from the first questions which were raised by Dr. Ramachandran. Sir, political pressure wise, we didn't have any issue at all. And I was personally in touch with all political parties, all political leaders at various levels, at the state level and the central level, and also the municipal level, etc. And I think all of them were in trying to manage the situation very fast. What has happened was that there was April 17th, there were by-elections in the state, as also there were elections in the neighboring states of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And that led to a lot of people, the political people moving out. And then they came in, and by the time already we had a high number of cases. And all of them wanted to, get on the top of things. Then we were talking about remdesivir shortage. Then we were talking about, bed shortage and such other issues. And we had to evolve number of systems on the fly to improve the performance there. But all of them were good. Now, as in terms of number of cases, why did it rise very sharply? As I was mentioning, it was basically, I think, in the month of April, the month of March, although there was some uptick in the states of Maharashtra and Kerala and maybe Punjab, Chandigarh, etc., it was not seen to be a national concern, and it was downplayed. I would say even at the national level, it was downplayed or maybe not very well understood. At the state level, likewise, as I mentioned, there were number of cases, 1,000 cases, 2,000 cases, but that was not really seen to be very abnormally high, and it was handled without even opening the private hospitals to the COVID things, and they were being handled at a basic, very limited level. Why it increased was also because of religious mobilization, political mobilization. It also led because of marriage parties. It was also because of birthday parties, and people threw caution to the winds. It's just like persons would like to go for a birthday party, dance all night. It may be Goa, it may be Mumbai, or it may be in Bangalore, anywhere else, and that perhaps was not felt as though the cases were rising. So it started rising in around, I think, 10th of April or so, and between 10th April to 20th April, it saw an abnormal increase from say around 4,000-5,000 cases to 20,000 cases. We now know it may have been a highly transmissible Delta variant, which is now afflicting a number of countries across the world. But our genome sequencing and our I think again the genome sequencing level at the national level too, I think we are not really sharp enough. Most of the samples that are getting revealed now are which were taken 2 or 3 months back, and that I think we need to set it right. In terms of data management, sir, we had an extensive system, as I mentioned, but and really admirable, which has also been appreciated now by the Smart City mission. It has been also given an award, which came in about 10 days back or so, which appreciated the kind of data management systems there in Bangalore. But still, that also could not cope up because of the number of cases. In the zonal centers, which are now handling just around 50 cases a day, 300 cases, 500 cases a day, or 1,000 cases a day could be managed. But when it goes up to 3,000 cases a day, then in that case it gives way. Something or the other starts, loosening up. And similar at the hospital level, when the beds and oxygen and the drugs and number of other issues. So we have had now we have moved to a better architecture of systems. We have moved into a robust data center. We have increased number of capabilities and functionalities, etc. So that needs to be done. Responding to Sujit's question in ERP system, etc. Definitely yes, we could work on it. Thing, but that is not, I wouldn't say it would be limited to COVID, and it is on the larger, broader standing that we are talking about. In terms of third wave, I have held that what my feeling is that I do not know. Again, there are a lot of experts, I'm sure on your panel as well. Some of them say the third wave will be as strong as the first wave, and definitely lower than the second wave. I really do not know whether any such prediction can be made. But what I can say is the vaccinations and some kind of civic consciousness that this is really a pandemic, once in a century kind of pandemic, and we have to be careful against it. That kind of consciousness has helped a lot to reduce the cases very, very effectively. In fact, when the cases reduced from 20,000 to 15,000 to 10,000 to 5,000, etc., people were surprised as how sharply it dropped also. So almost 8 to 10% of the adult population would have got infected in the city. Almost a 10 lakh, 9 to 10 lakh population, and but whatever be the reason, it or be it because of the lockdown, it dropped very fast as well. CSR wise, a lot of people have come forth. We really did not ask for any money, and a lot of people contributed in terms of municipal, the oxygen concentrators. Why it was necessary is because oxygen cylinders and ICU beds we could have added. We did add, and we could have added even more also ICU facilities. But the problem was oxygen was a constraint, and oxygen. It took a lot of time for the state government to convince the central government that Karnataka does require higher allocation. The attention obviously was on the capital cities of Mumbai and Delhi and several others. And Karnataka, although we have the high production here, thanks to the Jindal steel plant, we could not even garner those resources, and it went to other states from here, whereas we wanted a lot more. But I'm happy to say that by say 12th or 15th of May, from a peak of 20,000, we were down to a manageable number of 6 to 8,000, and then subsequently down further. And yes, I think we need to just take it far more seriously, and people just not say that we can party again. So that is one of the problems. Vaccinations, I feel that we were slightly, I would say, complacent, and we did not roll it out as fast as we should in the month of February. So these are some of the lessons which I would like to mention, and I hope I've been able to answer some of the questions which were raised.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. That was fantastic. I had the opportunity to do a case study on BBMB almost a decade back, and
nice, sir.
If you indulge me, I would like to do that again, see how much journey there has been. Also to document some of your best practices and thinking. You know, from our side, we are kind of promoting participatory and predictive governance. And the predictive part possibly can come from you. A lot of learning has been there, and getting more citizens to participate, collating that opinion and bringing that to your table, we could possibly work with you. So with that, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. And I'm sure this is going to be one beginning amongst a series of interactions that we may have over the years to document your journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kocha sir. Wonderful having this program with you, and look forward to more studied response as to how we can handle the forthcoming third wave. Thank you so much.
We are going to be documenting all of this, and we'll be certainly in touch with you.
Right.
And you know, as I said, this is National Task Force, so we invite BBMB to be a part of it. It's just an informal setting. We're just trying to learn from each other, saying so and so did this and so did that.
Right. Thank you, Samir sir. Thank you.
Pleasure. So with that, I invite, we have Bhushan Mohan with us, because I think we've been through a lot of cities. So before we start forgetting who said what, if someone can bring it all together for us, and then we can move to the next round of cities. Is Bhushan there?
Yes, he is.
Yes, Samir.
Yeah, so just to take a minute to introduce Bhushan. He's an industry veteran. He worked as principal consultant for National E-Governance Division, Ministry of IT. He was responsible for formulation of policies, guidelines, and strategy for implementation of National E-Governance Plan, with a vision to bring public services within reach of every citizen. He has contributed extensively in areas of policy formulation, strategic planning, business development, procurement, and technology assessment. He is currently a freelance consultant and mentor, and also an advisor to PwC. So Bhushanji, so what can you help us bring all of this together? My brain is exploding with such great job that our cities are doing.
No, it's an excellent gathering which has been there today, and I think
your sound is a little muffled. Can you speak out a little louder?
Okay, I'll speak out. There is a little. I'll just move my.
Yeah, much better.
Is it better now?
Yeah, much better. Yeah.
Okay. See, we have had a very interesting
inputs from most of the major cities today on the initiatives and the work they did to manage the second wave, which came earlier this year, a couple of months back. And based on that, we are preparing to take care of the third wave, which is expected or may come maybe later sometimes, maybe a month's time, or maybe a couple of months, or maybe a 6 months time. Now, I have a couple of observations which I've made. Number one, there have been a lot of initiatives which have been taken, but very little of its direct measurement as to which initiative really did give what outcome. That is one thing which needs to be analyzed in a little more detail. That is the first point. My second point is, among a lot of initiatives taken, there have been some failures also. Unfortunately, in today's discussion, and this happens every time, we talk about what all we did, but many a times we forget as to what we did, but it didn't work, or it failed, or we failed to realize that this could also have been done. I think we need to reflect a little more on that. And one of the major things, yes, one is on the awareness and participation, which is very important. But one thing which has really got missed out, and I'm seeing it, it happened after the first wave, and it is again happening after the second wave, that people are becoming more and more complacent. And the complacency, and now what is happening is in two ways. Number one, the problems have decreased. It's not that much prevalent, so the things are near normal. The second way it is happening, oh, I'm already either vaccinated or I've already gone through a COVID, maybe a minor COVID. So I am now protected from the next one. So I can now venture out and take risks without realizing that at this time taking risks is even far more dangerous than it was taking 6 months back. So, and it's very difficult for a policy or an enforcement agency to go down to the public level and have these things implemented. It is a major task, but this is one area, although many areas have been covered, and we are gearing up for the medical facilities, we are gearing up for the oxygen, we are gearing up for ICUs, we are gearing up for ventilators, looking into how the peaks went in the second wave so that we are able to meet the third wave. But we are really not gearing up to bring further discipline in and further participation in our citizens to take care and prevent the third wave to come. But the second wave is still not over. As per today's news, 70 districts in the country are still having positivity rate which is above 10%. There are at least 6 states where the daily number of cases are more than the recoveries. So the problems are still in front of us, they are not behind us. So we have to now concentrate also on these 7 or 70 districts which are there right now having cases above positivity of above 70%. Also 6 or 7 states where number of daily cases are more than the daily recoveries which are there. We also have to concentrate on the complacency which is there among the people, which is developing slowly and becoming more and more as soon as we are doing relaxation, that, oh, ab to theek ho gaya hai. So these are some of the things which have to come in our planning. It has to come as a part of the awareness. It has to come as a part of implementation of how do we have conformance to the COVID discipline. So these are the things which I feel have to be looked into as we go along. Apart from this, I think some very, very useful suggestions have come. I think all those will go a long way in helping out in our policy in the long run.
Well, thank you so much, Bhushanji. Dr. Ram, if you could give us some guidance in terms of, Scotch Foundation. What is it we've, picked up so much? How and, in what way can we contribute and document all of this such that it is useful from a policy making angle? Also, it is, good from a implementation perspective. If you could help us understand that a bit, it would really help. You're on mute, I think. Yeah. Dr. Ramachandran, did you hear me? You're on mute still.
No, I didn't get when you mentioned the name, I didn't. No, I got the question. I got the question.
Yeah.
Say, this is a sort of a very timely sort of thing. So if you're doing something, it should be done quickly. And this should also fall in the category of sharing of experiences. But if it is so, then you need it with more details, because these are all somewhat general statements. So identify the issues handled and how it was handled. There could be lessons based on that. And that could continue to be a good input into policy making for the future also. So you could combine the two, current handling and what lessons for the future. Like I referred to that report, WHO report and things like that. There is a definite way forward suggested in that let's not be complacent and let's be satisfied with handling this. But future pandemics, how to handle, we should be better prepared for that. And the global community has to get ready for that. So from that context, from our national context, putting together these experiences, giving a bit more flesh into that, so that it becomes a more or less continuing document rather than a one-time document. So that's how you could approach this. That will mean collecting more information, bit more data, because general statements probably may not be sufficient. So your team could continue to work on this to build up that so that it is well supported, and then you could lead to certain conclusions, analysis and conclusions, which could be relevant for others also. That's how I see it.
So, we've already have a bunch of youngsters who are research assistants. They're trained in research methodologies. In fact, they have been listening through this conference. They've participated. And we've identified one person with each city that has presented today. So perhaps if they could also at some juncture interact with you and you could guide them as to what is the specific information we are looking at, then perhaps you could put together a case study or a report or a book very fast and get that out of the way, so that in time it is useful.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And if I could look at one such analysis they have made, then I'll be able to make some contributions as to what further and how, the data, how reliable it should be, rather than just making general statements. So if required, they could cull that out, get that from documents or by contacting the local body concerned, and that should form the basis. And probably as the next step, you could look at the assistance you have, analysis and leading them to policies and or lessons.
Yeah. So, sir, my request would be that they would be documenting whatever has gone through today, who said what, and if you could help us identify the data gaps.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
This is what is required. Then we can go back quickly and ask for that information. And as I said, that we are also going to be engaging with the municipalities on how to make it more participative and predictive. दीपाली जी, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी? इतनी सारी सिटीज में इतना कुछ और आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी, म्यूट है.
हाँ, it's muted.
हाँ जी.
So we need replicable cases, but then replicable cases pan India will not have the same applicability. So that differentiation and distinction will also have to be drawn, as you drew a very clear line between the Maharashtra experience, the Bangalore experience, and the UP experience. So you'll have to drill down. But then there are certain common things which emerge, like the gentleman from Kolkata, he mentioned. You see, I mean, this whole idea of participatory or increasing digital penetration or increasing digital, how shall I put it, the way you monitor, the way you build patterns out of it. You know, you can not just telemedicine, but you can build an algorithm digitally of how things are to be tackled and which are the points of pain and how they are to be fleshed out. So so my 3 points are: one, replicable cases; two, greater use of artificial intelligence in the digital media. Everybody understands digital penetration, digital, trying to formulate how penetrative it can be, telemedicine, etc., digital hand-holding of support services, oxygen beds, etc. Several apps have been created for that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about macro patterns which emerge and the algorithms which can be created to tackle them. And my third point is to put in place, I mean, it's just today, it's COVID. Tomorrow, there can be any other bio disaster like this. There can be a gas leak. There can be anything. So we need to have in every district a certain team which can spring into action immediately. Start, you can call it start. You know, it'll spring, it'll target, it'll be able to analyze, it'll be able to react, and it will be able to formulate how you go forward. So you need a team of people, part of them, you need doctors, you need cops. So you need a disaster team, you need a war room, you need an action plan, and you need what I call a blue book. Now, the blue book is the kind of book which will list, which is what you might prepare, which would list out that, look, these are the case studies. From them, these are the things which emerge. And these are the action points to actually translate them into praxis on the ground. Because unless it's translatable on the ground, it's only good as a research study, which we don't want and which SKOCH never does. So more power to you, Samir Bhai. This is the way I think we should look at it.
Thank you very much, Sujit. Bringing you in, I think Dipali ji has given a fairly pointed direction in terms of technology, what needs to be done. I am not a technologist, I am just a student of governance. So if you have any ideas, is there any experience at SAP? Can you do such predictive governance? Can you bring together
Absolutely. In
Can
fact,
you put some light on the technology that can help us do predictive and participative?
absolutely. So let me quickly share something we did for the state of Queensland in Australia. Just to set as a precursor to the point that I'm trying to make. So while Australia is fairly different from India, but the state of Queensland has something called as land tax, which is something similar or similar to our property tax system. Now, there, what we did was based on behavioral insights. We were able to increase, 10 percentage point increase in the collection of tax. We were able to increase that. So, a 10 percentage point jump where the base itself was about close to 80. We were able to bring it to closer to 90-95%. What we did in that was, as Dipali ji also pointed out, looking at the macro factors, identifying patterns of individual behavior. How does an individual behave when a dunning letter is sent? What is his, how many dunning letters do I need to send to him, or how many reminders do I need to send to an individual before he fills in a tax? What are the factors that contribute to overall my population, the reduction in filing of those taxes? So all of that, macro factors at the community level as well as at an individual level were looked at, and behavioral insights were taken out of it, and shared with the department, which helped them increase or improve their communication rather, and in terms of how to reach a particular individual or a particular community, to ensure that their compliance is up to date. So from that perspective, coming to what was discussed, and I think I agree with what Bhushan mentioned also, that in platforms like these, a lot of times the negatives are not really or what has failed or failures are not really talked about. I think it is very, very important as we move forward. We have heard a lot of cities. What is important for us to first sit with them and understand what has not worked. What has worked, obviously they will continue to do that and possibly get greater success in that. But what is important is to identify what has not worked, what were the reasons for that to have not worked, and then understand what role can technology play. And we have talked about participative and predictive, both aspects of governance. Both of them, the technology exists to address both these aspects. So you can become more and more participative. You can listen to your citizens, what they're saying, and take appropriate actions after analyzing that feedback. At the same time, you can use your existing data, what we call as operational data. So your day-to-day data that you generate by virtue of doing your everyday functions, whether it is procuring a vaccine. Simple example of implementing a trigger is what we call as in our inventory management system. You can set a threshold that the moment a particular component reaches this particular threshold, a reorder should automatically be triggered. So Dipali ji talked about a process or a automated algorithm. So that is what it essentially does. It checks when the threshold is reached. How do you achieve that threshold is a separate function. But once you have set that threshold, the moment it is reached, it automatically triggers a reorder of that particular equipment. So in our situation, let's say whether it is oxygen concentrators or vaccines or medicines or PPE kits for that matter, you know how many you need, you predict how many you are going to need. Based on that, you set a threshold, and once you reach that threshold, you reorder automatically without any human intervention and whatnot. So I think as a next step, we should all, as Dr. Ramachandran also pointed out, Dipali ji talked about setting up sort of a small team that works with all the cities that we have talked today and possibly more. Understand what has not worked, and what are the challenges that they face. There's a non-technology piece to it, but there is a technology element to addressing some of those challenges. Work together and build a proper standard operating procedure for cities that can be adopted by some of the other cities as well. So they look at what Kolkata has done, they look at what Bangalore has done and will be doing, and then other cities adopt going forward. So that would be a good exercise.
Wonderful. Mr. Panda, I had kind of cut you short when you were making some very important point of more inclusive governance. So now maybe a good time to bring that up. While migrants may not be on the municipal commissioner's radar, what is it that you think cities can do for them? Dr. Panda, are you there?
No, he's not online.
Okay. Anything you'd like to say, Gulsharan?
Well, I think most of the stuff has already been covered, but particularly from the perspective of the municipalities, as Dr. Ramachandran also talked about in the morning, and we heard MCGM make a presentation. I wish all the municipalities had the wherewithal and the money to be in that position to be able to roll out and take certain decisions, because ultimately at the end of the day, if you do not have financial muscle, You are struggling to collect your property tax. You are struggling to make your water revenue water. You are struggling with the with something bare minimum that's given to you, and the rest you are left to fend for yourself. How is it that you live up to the occasion wherein uh, you know which is so demanding on you already? And also at the same time, these several ULBs of the tier 2 and tier 3, they find it very, very difficult to handle a situation like this. But when they look up to districts, the story is different. Look up to the municipalities, the ULBs, the story becomes totally different. So I fully agree and also reiterate that a whole lot of handling of such situation lie in the utilization of digital technologies, the social media, the behavioral checks. Also at the same time, tracking and tracing is extremely important, because wherever it is, and this also somebody mentioned that when we talk about Arogya Setu and stuff, it was insisted upon during the first wave. We kind of have forgotten completely about the importance of Arogya Setu, maybe because of two reasons. A, people stopped believing in tracking and tracing, and people in the sense that administration itself. And when the administration itself doesn't believe in it, it's not insisting that people use it. But the tool that was created, I'm sure it is going to go a long way in making the situation only ameliorate from where we are today, likely to move on to a position wherein all of us feel safe, upping the vaccination, trying and identify people who have not been vaccinated rather than telling people to come and vaccinate. So also to find out as to which are the segment of people who are refusing and resisting the vaccination. And there's a huge amount of, there's a whole lot of population towards that. So I think just superimpose several things one on top of another becomes a complete whole. And with so much of effort put in by our districts, our administrations, our state governments, our local bodies, and I'm sure, moving forward, it will not be such a big menace as we see it to be. We are all prepared for the third wave. It just may be a miracle that, it passes by and we do not have a situation which was posed in front of us, given the second wave. Samir.
So last but not the least, we have the city of Srinagar.
Samir, just one point Gusharan was mentioning, that itself is a point. See, normally there is a problem of finding resources. In a situation like this, most of them could find the resources. So that itself will be a point to be probed as to how did this happen? And that should be brought out. So should it be applicable only for emergencies or critical situations? Can it be a little bit extended to find resources during other occasions also? That would be the point to be pursued by the team.
On that, I would like to submit that you see, the SEBI in 2015 had allowed the urban local bodies to issue municipal bonds. So if you issue something like a COVID bond, even an ordinary person like me would immediately want to subscribe to it, so that the health effort is helped. And there are all these companies with CSR funds which would, I'm sure, be able to subscribe to the municipal bonds. And it's not just COVID, it's any emergency or disaster which can happen. So that is why I gave you this small acronym. The S stands for strategize, the T for target, the A for act, and the R again for respond, and 5 you tie together. So that is your start. You have to also respond to situations as they emerge, because this is not something cut and dried. You don't know. You're flying blind, as somebody put it so well. So it's an uncharted sea, or you're flying blind, but you have to still make sense of it and tie it all together and move on to the next set of challenges. That's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dipali ji. It seems that we are still missing Srinagar. He's still in a meeting. He's trying to join in. It has been 30 years since 1991 reforms, and as I am a reforms historian, we have been documenting that history for a very long time. And I request Stephen to play a film on Dr. Rangarajan. the key figure of Indian reforms and what all he changed.
Meanwhile, Samir, if Mr. Bansal is there, we can invite him for his comments.
He is there. I can see him.
Mr. Bansal. Mr. Bansal?
Yeah, good, sir.
Yeah. So taking this discussion further, so seeking your comments on the discussion so far and your reflections on preparing for the.
Very nice. Since morning, I've been hearing the best practices with the cities and the districts have been doing, you know, and different opinion, different viewpoints have been emerging. And what I feel that we have been always the reactive, okay? So we are not learned from the mistakes which we have been committing. In my opinion, instead of the reactive, we should be proactive. Now everybody is talking about the third wave, but are we really preparing towards that? In case there was a shortage of oxygen, everywhere oxygen, 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 oxygen. So why the oxygen supply was short-turned, you know? Were we not aware that, okay, this second wave is coming and that can be severe? Third point, now when we are saying that maybe the Delta plus variant may come and this can be more severe, 60% more than that, the second wave, and it may affect to the people that were not vaccinated. So around 40% of the population out of 130 crore, maybe around 50 crore or so, is going to be without any vaccination. And in case we see the 2, 3, 4% even, are we prepared for the people up to the age of 18? So we should be discussing that how to really ramp up our infrastructure for the not seen thing, which is going to be a threat, maybe threat or may not be, but we are not preparing for that. So my point is that we can keep on discussing, we can keep on recording the best practices, that will be history. But is it going to help us? It will help us only when we say that, okay, these are the proactive actions were taken and we could avert the situation which has happened during the second wave. Every time when we speak with the districts or the cities, they are on the SOP. Okay, these have been the SOP, these have been implemented, executed. Fine enough, we have done our job. Fantastic, I agree. It's a very big challenge that people are doing the best of the jobs and that all the young officers, they are taking the extra time and they are implementing well. But in my opinion, that sort of planning, to be very frank, it's not a planning, it's implementation. So planning is foresight, to be seen what's going to happen, may not happen. In case it's not happening, all right, no problem, sir, you created infrastructure. In case it happens, then we are prepared. This is my limited point, please.
Okay, so Bhushan, do you suggest we have the film now?
Yeah. So Deepak, can we have the film on, please? Sound is missing. Stephen, missing on the sound, please.
There's also a blank thing coming on the screen. Bhushan, you don't have this?
Deepak has got.
Yes, sir.
Deepak, can you run it at your end?
Yeah.
Rangarajan Kolu, the philosopher. The day he retired, my column appeared, which titled Rangarajan Kolu, the philosopher king.
It was that Rangarajan who recognized me as an economist and encouraged me to go further.
He's devoted most of his working life to public policy, and I think the country is better off for it.
I was more interested in economics than in other subjects. And therefore, and I also decided quite early in life that to be a teacher. I taught for a year, even as I was finishing my PhD. I was at the Wharton School of Finance and Commerce at the University of Pennsylvania. I came back to India, and it was at that time I taught for a time at University of Rajasthan. Went back again, and I taught at the Graduate School of Business Administration of the New York University. I taught for about 2 years, then came back to India and went straight to the Indian Institute of Management at Ahmedabad.
There were very few people who were willing to teach with Dr. Rangarajan as a co-instructor, because Rangarajan was always rated as the best professor by successive batches.
All those economic theories have to be grounded in a business implication, in a management implication. And to do that when you're talking about macroeconomics is difficult. And Dr. Rangarajan was wonderful at doing that.
His drawing room faced our kitchen. And in the morning at 9 sharp, Dr. Rangarajan would be walking to the office. And I always used to get pulled up by my wife saying that, look, it's already 9 o'clock, you don't need to see the watch. And, she has been telling me that she would like me to be as punctual as Dr. Rangarajan.
When I was faculty at Bank of Baroda Staff College, during those days we used to invite him as a guest faculty in our college, some of my faculty colleagues. And I was amazed to see that he will not accept the usual formalities of sending a car and waiting for the official car. He will just take an auto rickshaw and come in auto rickshaw and go back in auto rickshaw to IIM Ahmedabad.
He may be a banker, he may be administrator, he may be governor, he may be a global person, nobody. But compared to his academic work, I feel that I had greater happiness in that rather than in all these positions.
There was talk. This is the first time an academic was coming in as a deputy governor. His approach was essentially remained academic. He never forgot his basic academics. So what he would do is he'd always work with first principles. And what then very quickly, within a short while, developed was he became a problem solver.
Check clearance was one area in which the Reserve Bank of India at that time took the lead to introduce computerized sorting systems. And there was a fear that computerization would lead to displacement of labor. It will reduce the number of people who are to be recruited, and so on and so forth. And that is why that, in some sense, the committee number 1, very often called the Rangarajan Committee number 1, did not even use the word computer. It was called mechanization of the banking system.
He had to take a lot of flack from the unions, and he stood there with the courage of conviction and patiently and tried to push it through. And that's something which you don't normally credit an economist with.
The department can transfer them. They should not be under the illusion that they cannot be transferred.
The period of the 2 years, 1990 and 1991, were years when the balance of payment crisis had hit the country.
Dr. Rangarajan was a very cautious man, so he would not make a brash statement. He had foreseen that the measures which we were taking will have a time lag. So before we could get into a default, the recovery would start.
One of the things that could be done was to pledge the gold. The Reserve Bank of India Act permits us two things. One, to keep gold outside India, and also permits us to borrow from the other central banks. So the gold was pledged only to the Bank of England and to the Bank of Japan, and the money was raised. And as you all know, that it was redeemed very, very soon.
I've sat hours with him where he was in like a commander of a ship, seeing every little bit of the gold operation.
It was outstandingly well managed. We've never had a situation where you had a crisis of that seriousness, and 2 years later, I mean, we were able to tell the IMF, we don't need the third year of your loan. And if you look at it historically with other countries, most stabilization programs have been associated with a growth recession. This is a stabilization program that led to a big upswing growth.
From a system in which we were determining, the Reserve Bank of India was determining the exchange rate, we moved to a slightly modified system in which there was a dual exchange rate system. But within a year, by February 1993, we moved on to a system in which the exchange rate came to be determined more or less by market forces.
He designed how to liberalize the current account, have a sustainable current account deficit, and insisted on hierarchy of capital flows, and in particular, how to keep the short-term debt under control and the external debt under control. And this was the original contribution well before the Asian crisis.
We deregulated the interest rate structure. The government also had to go to the market to borrow. As a result, new institutions had to be created. But the dismantling of the regulated or the administered interest rate structure and freeing of the interest rate itself had some impact on the way the banks were functioning.
In the relationship between the Reserve Bank and the Finance Ministry, this shift which was introduced, getting away from automatic monetization of the deficit. I think I was the Finance Secretary signing the agreement with Dr. Rangarajan on the other side signing the agreement that basically the Reserve Bank would no longer automatically issue treasury bills to monetize the finance deficit.
He's a very strong believer in women's rights, and he's a very strong believer that women must gain financial independence and must become decision makers in the family, in the house, everywhere. And that's an enduring value that he passed on to us.
Very dynamic decision that was taken at that time, and all the received wisdom on it said, don't do it. He did allow banks to open bank accounts for self-help groups. Self-help groups who were amorphous, non-registered bodies having no legal existence of their own. And it was not accounts in the name of the individual women, it was in the name of a self-help group.
As a result of this single initiative, the SHG movement has now touched more than 2.2 million groups in the country. Dr. Rangarajan was also deeply involved with the reforms of the regional rural banks. At that time, the regional rural banks were bleeding at the rate of about 1 crore a day. And 196 banks, most of them were loss-making. It was Dr. Rangarajan's foresight which saw the recapitalization of the RRBs and the loosening of controls for them, including relocation of branches at better place of business, changing the mix between target and non-target groups, providing them better avenues for investment facilities, and so on.
In Andhra Pradesh, when he was governor, as an economist, he had a deep interest in our work also at the CESCR. We used to interact with him. He suggested a number of activities for our work also here. But I could see him far more exposed to grassroots realities here. So he used to visit various parts of Andhra Pradesh, meet people, common people, the poorer people. He told me a number of times how he was struck by the work being done by the Dwakra groups, the poor women, the self-help groups. And he had a very good impression about these self-help groups.
Whatever work he has done and whatever merit he has got, it is for his work, for his efforts, for his thinking, and for his academic work and social work. All round development he had, for that he deserved.
When we met with the Finance Commission, we said this is the right way to go about it. To get away from the central government taking loans and passing on loans to the states. It's much more sensible to have the states themselves raise the loans. And we, in effect, the Planning Commission got out of the business of getting a whole lot of loans from the Finance Ministry through the budget and then passing them on as loans to the state government.
Fiscal responsibility at the state level was sought to be ensured through a mechanism of providing a carrot. We had a scheme of debt write-off which was linked to the states passing an appropriate fiscal responsibility legislation.
Which basically implies by 2008 and 9.
हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि इस पुरस्कार के लिए उनने मेरा चयन किया है.
Mr. Sameer Kocher's book on Modinomics is being released today. We've just had the benefit of listening to him. I must say he's a very blunt man.
He is really a very resourceful person.
समीर जी, I want to thank you very much. हम लोगों ने सबने अपनी जनता की प्रतिज्ञा ली है समीर जी. ये प्रतिज्ञा लेके सेवा की सोच करके हम यहाँ इस मंच पे आए हैं.
मैं फिर से धन्यवाद देती हूँ कोचर जी को, क्योंकि उन्होंने अपनी मेहनत, अपनी लगन से, मैंने अपनी मर्जी से यहाँ आए हैं अपनी टीम के साथ. उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी का 3 पूरे दिन हमको दिया है.
Thank you very much, Sameer ji, for this opportunity. You said I've attended. This is my 3rd event at SKOCH.
नीचे से उठ करके ऊपर आने वाले समीर कोचर.
समीर कोचर जी मेरे बहुत अच्छे मित्र हैं.
I congratulate Shri Sameer Kocher.
Thank you to Sameer Kocher for putting together.
And I want to thank
SKOCH. More importantly, SKOCH has dedicated its efforts.
Shri Sameer Kocher, the anchor of today's convention.
And I want to thank Sameer and the SKOCH Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here in front of you and thank SKOCH.
And move on to thanking Mr. Sameer Kocher, the chairman and creator of SKOCH. More importantly, SKOCH has dedicated its efforts towards providing a common platform where politicians, bureaucrats, private sector, public sector get together, get an opportunity to interact seamlessly.
First of all, Sameer, thank you very much for giving me the chance to represent CAII.
Thank you, Sameer, and it's really great to be here amongst all of you.
Summits like these helps to bring the relevant stakeholders.
All I want to thank SKOCH Foundation.
I'm thankful to Mr. Kocher, and I'm sure that his work will be a moral booster.
मैं नितिन जयराम गडकरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा. उस समय मुझे मेरी माँ की याद आ रही थी. मुझे हमारे पार्टी के लिए जब हम 2 MP चुनकर आए थे, उस प्रतिकूल स्थिति में काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं का स्मरण हो रहा था. उन कार्यकर्ताओं को, उन नेताओं को मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैन ऑफ इंडिया, बहुपक्षीय राजनेता, सपने देखने वाले और कड़ी मेहनत करने वाले नितिन गडकरी एक प्रतीक हैं जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के. वो एक प्रतिबद्ध राष्ट्र कार्यकर्ता और एक दूरदर्शी नेता हैं. नितिन गडकरी का जन्म 27 मई 1957 को नागपुर शहर में हुआ था. पहले हिंदी और बाद में अंग्रेजी मीडियम की शिक्षा सरकारी स्कूल में पूरी करने के बाद उन्होंने GS कॉलेज से M.Com और नागपुर विश्वविद्यालय से लॉ किया. लोगों की सेवा करने का भाव उन्हें अपनी माताजी से मिला.
मेरे जन्म के बाद परिस्थिति बहुत खराब थी.
लोअर मिडिल क्लास की स्थिति में उस समय था। खेती थी, मैं खेती भी जाता था, पर परिस्थिति अड़चने रहती थी। पर प्रतिकूल से माँ का मुझे प्रेम मिला। माँ बहुत सोशल थी, गरीबों के लिए थी, लोगों की सेवा करती थी। मुझे याद है मैं लॉ में गया, मैं लूना चाहिए थी, बहुत पीछे पड़ा माँ के कि मुझे लूना ले दो, लूना ले दो। पैसे नहीं थे। उसने अपने सोने के बैंगन, बड़ी जाड़ी एक पाटली बोलते हैं, उसको निकाल के दी और मैंने शिक्षक सहकारी बैंक के गांधी बाग शाखा में वो गिरवी रखकर, मुझे उस समय 4,500 रुपये मिले थे, उसकी मैंने लूना खरीदी की थी, वो माँ ने मुझे दी थी। मेरे को माँ कहती थी कि लोगों को कहती थी कि ये अपना परिवार का नाम बहुत बड़ा करेगा, बड़ा होगा। उसके आशीर्वाद मेरे साथ थे।
देश में आपातकालीन स्थिति युवा नितिन के राजनीतिक जीवन में एक महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ था। वो भूमिगत राजनीतिक गतिविधियों में सक्रिय थे। उनका घर विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए भूमिगत आधार था। वे आपातकाल के खिलाफ पुस्तिकाएं मुद्रित करते थे।
और उसी के बाद में लोकतांत्रिक युवा मोर्चा करके जनता पार्टी की एक ऑफिशियल विंग तैयार हुई, उसका मैं फिर विदर्भ का प्रमुख बना और उसके कारण ही बाद में जनता पार्टी में एक्टिव था, जनता पार्टी के लिए काम करता था और वही मेरे राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत है।
आरएसएस और एबीवीपी के साथ उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी और सहयोग ने उन्हें इस स्तर के नेता के रूप में विकसित करने में मदद की। राष्ट्र और समाज की सेवा करना उनका मुख्य लक्ष्य था। 28 साल की उम्र में उन्हें पश्चिमी नागपुर से चुनाव टिकट मिला।
चुनाव तो हार गया, पर मुझे बहुत लोगों ने कहा कि तुम बहुत अच्छे नेता बन सकते हो। मैं काम करते गया, दीवारों पर लिखने का काम मैंने किया, पोस्टर चिपकाया। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी और जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस दोनों का मेरे ऊपर प्रभाव था। अटल जी का स्वभाव, बड़ा दिल, स्टेट्समैनशिप, इनसे बहुत सीखने के लिए मिला।
मंत्री के रूप में महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में उनका प्रवेश उनके दृष्टिकोण और सपनों को लागू करने का एक आदर्श अवसर था। उन्होंने विधानसभा में विधायी सदस्य और मंत्री के रूप में कार्य किया। बाद में उन्हें महाराष्ट्र का बीजेपी प्रमुख नियुक्त किया गया। अंत में वो पार्टी की वरिष्ठ जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा करने के लिए दिल्ली पहुंचे।
और इस प्रवास में मेरी कमिटमेंट देश के साथ है, समाज के साथ है, गरीब के साथ है और विचारों के साथ है। मैं एक बार मंत्री बनने के बाद टीवी खरीदने के लिए गया, कलर टीवी। फिर मेरे मन में आया कि टीवी अगर इंस्टॉलमेंट में मिलता है, एम्बेसडर गाड़ी मिलती है, तो टनल और ब्रिजेस क्यों नहीं मिल सकता। उसी से विचार करते करते फिर पीपीपी, बीओटी वो विकसित होगा।
वो ठाणे भिवंडी बाईपास के पूरा होने में मुख्य रूप से संलग्न थे, जो बीओटी मॉडल पर आधारित देश की पहली सड़क थी। बांद्रा वर्ली सी लिंक, मुंबई पुणे हाईवे और मुंबई में 55 से अधिक फ्लाईओवर उनके द्वारा शुरू किए गए थे। उन्होंने इन परियोजनाओं को पूरा करने के लिए बाजार से भी धन आमंत्रित किया। उन्हें इस बात का एहसास था कि सरकार के पास पर्याप्त धनराशि नहीं है, इसलिए बुनियादी ढांचे का निर्माण कर टोल एकत्रित किया जा सकता था। नागरिक इन सभी सुविधाओं के साथ यात्रा में समय, ईंधन और पैसा बचा सकते थे।
मैं जब आया तो 403 प्रोजेक्ट 3,85,000 करोड़ के लगभग एनपीए की स्थिति में थे। कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बर्बाद हुए थे, पर मेरे डिपार्टमेंट ने और मेरे सहयोगियों ने, हमने मिलकर इस देश को, हिंदुस्तान की बैंकों को करीब 3.5 लाख करोड़ के एनपीए से बचाया। जो 2 किलोमीटर पर डे पर रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन आया था, वो 29 किलोमीटर पर डे पर, और अगले साल 40 किलोमीटर का टारगेट पूरा करेंगे।
पिछले 67-68 सालों में महाराष्ट्र में 5,000 किलोमीटर का नेशनल हाईवे का नेटवर्क था। अभी गडकरी जी ने 15,000 किलोमीटर का एडिशन उसमें किया है और 5,000 किलोमीटर और ऐड उसमें कर रहे हैं।
इतिहास में पहला बार ट्राइबल के एरिया में निकोबार डिस्ट्रिक्ट, छोटा सा जिला जहाँ 30,000-40,000 वोटर्स है, आज नितिन गडकरी ने उस निकोबार द्वीप में नेशनल हाईवे घोषणा कर दिया 45 किलोमीटर्स।
डेवलपमेंट ओरिएंटेड अप्रोच, फास्ट ट्रैक डिसीजन में मैं फटाफट निर्णय करता हूँ, हाँ या ना में बात करता हूँ। दूसरा टीम वर्क, सबको साथ लेकर काम करता हूँ। और चौथा ट्रांसपेरेंसी, करप्शन फ्री सिस्टम।
श्री सुंदरलाल पाटवा ग्रामीण विकास मंत्री थे जब नितिन गडकरी महाराष्ट्र में थे। वे सड़क, बुनियादी ढांचे के निर्माण और अन्य चीजों पर चर्चा करने के लिए मिलते थे। एक दिन नितिन जी ने उनसे कहा,
पटवा जी, आपको कुछ करना है तो गांवों को जोड़ो, और फिर उनने मेरे अध्यक्षता में अटल जी को बोलकर एक मीटिंग हुई। अटल जी ने मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी, कमेटी बनी। नाबार्ड के उस समय के अध्यक्ष थे। 1,10,000 करोड़ का जीडीपी बढ़ेगा, ऐसा उस समय रिपोर्ट आया। उस सवाल को अटल जी ने स्वीकार किया।
2009 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी नेतृत्व में बदलाव की तलाश में थी। लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी ने सुझाव दिया कि पार्टी नेतृत्व को युवा पीढ़ी के नेताओं के हाथों में सौंपा जाना चाहिए।
तो 4 नेताओं के नाम है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी, शिवराज सिंह चौहान, मैं और मनोहर पर्रिकर। पर बाद में शिवराज जी मध्य प्रदेश में आवश्यक थे और मोदी जी गुजरात में आवश्यक थे। और फिर मनोहर और मेरे से मेरा नाम का चयन हो गया। और जब मुझे निर्णय पता चला तो मैं आडवाणी जी के पास गया और सबके पास गया। मतलब मुझे अध्यक्ष क्यों बनाते? मैं तो कभी दिल्ली आता नहीं, मुझे दिल्ली का अनुभव नहीं, आके राजनीति पता नहीं। तो सबने कहा कि नहीं, अब तुम्हारे सेवा पर रहने, तुमको बनना है। अटल जी को मैं अध्यक्ष बनने का आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए गया तो मैं उनके पैर छुए, आशीर्वाद दो। तो उन्होंने आंखें घुमाई और हाथ हिलाया। वो उनका मुझे आशीर्वाद मिला, ये मेरे जीवन का बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है।
2014 में जब बीजेपी सरकार को ऐतिहासिक चुनावी जीत मिली तो नितिन गडकरी को विकास की राजनीति करने का अवसर मिला।
मोदी जी ने मुझे पूछा था, तो मैंने कहा कि मुझे रोड का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काम दो। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम 3-4 प्रमुख लोग हैं, तो फाइनेंस, डिफेंस, होम, इसमें से भी आप सोचो। तो मैंने कहा नहीं, मुझे कौन से नंबर पर है इसके बजाय मैं जो अच्छा काम कर सकता हूँ मुझे दीजिए, मुझे आप रोड का काम दीजिए, रोड शिपिंग का काम मुझे दीजिए।
भारत में सड़क मार्गों और जलमार्ग परिवहन क्षेत्र में माननीय मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में काफी बदलाव और प्रगति हुई। सागरमाला कार्यक्रम के तहत 572 परियोजनाओं की पहचान की गई और इसीलिए बुनियादी ढांचे पर निवेश के लिए 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए एकत्रित किए जाएंगे। इस कार्यक्रम से सालाना 35,000 से 40,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत बचत में मदद मिलेगी। ये कार्यक्रम घरेलू जलमार्गों की आर्थिक स्थिति को दोगुना कर देगा। इसी प्रकार भारतमाला परियोजना के तहत देश भर में 64,000 किलोमीटर सड़कों का नेटवर्क बन रहा है।
इसमें 50% हमने 24,000 किलोमीटर का काम लिया है, जो 7.5 लाख करोड़ का है। और मैं आने वाले दिसंबर तक 7.5 लाख करोड़ में से करीब 3.5 लाख 4 लाख करोड़ के काम शुरू कर दूंगा। और इसमें कम से कम अभी 10 लाख करोड़ के काम मैं शुरू कर चुका हूँ।
गडकरी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग प्राधिकरण ने 135 किलोमीटर के इस ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे के माध्यम से जिस नई कार्य संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देने का कार्य किया है, वह अन्य सभी कार्यदायी संस्थाओं के लिए अनुकरणीय होना चाहिए।
कि उन्होंने 9 नेशनल हाईवे हमारे मंजूर किए, लगभग 35,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत उनसे आएगी। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जितना हरियाणा में बढ़ेगा, जितना उत्तर प्रदेश में बढ़ेगा, दोनों राज्यों की प्रगति होगी।
4 धाम के रस्तों का काम पूरा करना चाहता हूँ। मेरी कोशिश है कि वो पूरा होगा। गंगा को और गंगा की 40 ट्रिब्यूटरी और नदियों को मैं शुद्ध और बनाना चाहता हूँ। इस मार्च के बाद अगला मार्च आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से 100% गंगा क्लीन होगी। 3 हाईवे मैंने अभी लगभग पूरे के, मेरठ हाईवे का पूरा होगा, दिल्ली का रिंग रोड पूरा हुआ। अब शिपिंग में 7,000 करोड़ हमारे पोर्ट को प्रॉफिट मिला है। ये देश में कमी है ना पैसे की ना टेक्नोलॉजी की, इस देश में कमी है सही दिशा सही विजन की।
मैं आज गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि हमारे नितिन जी ने 15 महीने की छोटी अवधि में जो काम पिछले 10 साल में नहीं हो पाए थे, ऐसे अनेक नए इनिशिएटिव लेकर के पूरे पोर्ट सेक्टर को नई ताकत दी है, नई ऊर्जा दी है और नई गति दी है।
एक सामाजिक उद्यमी के रूप में वो अभी भी देश में स्वदेशी प्रौद्योगिकियों और उत्पादों को बनाने और बढ़ावा देने के लिए सक्रिय रूप से अपना सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
बांस को गाइड में ग्रास लिखा है, तो मैंने पूछा ग्रास तो काटने की परमिशन लगती है क्या? नहीं। बोला आप ऐसा क्यों करते हो? हमारे यहाँ गलत नीति आई। इस देश को और बेरोजगारी को अगर जिम्मेदार कोई तो हमारी गलत नीति है। 40,000 करोड़ का लकड़ी इंपोर्ट करते हैं, 4,000 करोड़ की अगरबत्ती की काड़ियाँ इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हम वेस्ट लैंड पे बाम्बू लगा के कर सकते हैं, बाम्बू से इथेनॉल बनेगा, क्या नहीं बनता? अप्रोप्रिएट विजन फॉर डेवलपमेंट, स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल, अगर दो बातें आ जाएगी तो फिर इनोवेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी सब कुछ आ जाएगा, देश बदल जाएगा। अब हवाई जहाज चल रहा है, यहाँ नागपुर में 35 बसेस इथेनॉल पर चलती है स्कैनिया की, और अभी स्कूटर, ऑटो रिक्शा भी आई। देश का किसान इस देश का पेट्रोल डीजल का पर्याय दे सकता है, बिजली बना सकता है, ये मेरा विश्वास था। आज सब जगह ये एक्स्टैब्लिश हो गया, और इससे 2 लाख करोड़ अगर ग्रामीण इकोनॉमी में जाएंगे तो 50 लाख युवाओं को रोजगार मिलेगा और ग्रामीण भारत का चित्र बदलेगा। मैं कभी स्कूटर पे चला जाता हूँ, गलियों में घूमता हूँ, लोगों में जाता हूँ, तो ये मेरे अच्छा लगता है। मुझे सिक्योरिटी के कारण मुझे बड़ी अड़चन होती है। 50 पुलिस वाले मेरे साथ चलते हैं बंदूक लेकर, थोड़ा अनकम्फर्टेबल। मैं फुटपाथ पे खाता था, मक्के का कनीस खाता था, पानी पूरी खाता था, बेल, तो मुझे बड़ा इसके कारण अड़चन होती है। रात को होटल में खाता था। देखिए मेरा जीवन मुझे जीना है, और कैसे जीना है वो मेरा प्रश्न है, उसका समाज का, राजनीति का कोई लेना देना नहीं।
1984 में नितिन गडकरी जी का विवाह कंचन जी से हुआ। अपने व्यस्त राजनीतिक जीवन के साथ साथ नितिन गडकरी परिवार में पिता, पति और नेता के रूप में अपनी जिम्मेदारी बखूबी निभा रहे हैं।
हमारी शादी 18 दिसंबर को थी और नागपुर में 23 दिसंबर को लोकसभा का चुनाव था। तब हमारे शादी में इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए आए, इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए कि बाप रे, मैं भूल नहीं सकती। पूरा अनाज खत्म हुआ था,
क्योंकि वो इतना रिलेशनशिप मेरे लोगों में थी कि लोग मुझे इनके घर की शादी ना अपना ही है ऐसा समझ के आए।
जब पीडब्ल्यू मिनिस्टर थे, जब बच्चे छोटे छोटे थे, तब बच्चों की और इनकी 3-3, 4-4 समय में मुलाकात नहीं होती थी।
मेरे बच्चे ने एक बार रात को सोया था, मेरे पैर बांध दिए ये कल न जाए मुंबई करके।
पिता की भूमिका, माँ की भूमिका, दोनों भूमिका मुझे निभानी पड़ती थी।
अब मुझे थोड़ा लगता है कि अभी मैंने उनके साथ अन्याय किया, अभी थोड़ा न्याय करना चाहिए। मेरे बच्चे कोई राजनीति में नहीं है, मेरी पत्नी नहीं, मेरी बेटी नहीं। मैंने उनको कहा कि देखो मैं अपनी सब बातें आपको दे दूंगा, अपनी विरासत दे दूंगा, संपत्ति दे दूंगा, पर मेरी राजनीतिक अधिकार मेरे ऊपर, मेरे पार्टी और मेरे कार्यकर्ता में। मेरी राजनीतिक विरासत कार्यकर्ता के पास जाएगी, बेटे के पास नहीं जाएगी। हम जितना काम करेंगे, जितने मोदी जी से हजारों लोग, मेरे हजारों कार्यकर्ता काम करें, तो भी समस्या नहीं सुलझाने वाली है, और लोगों को ये काम करना होगा, पीढ़ियों से पीढ़ियों तक चलेगा।
हे प्रभु, नितिन जी को इतनी शक्ति देना कि उनके हाथ से भारत देश का गरीब लोगों की सेवा हो, स्वास्थ्य मिले और 2 टाइम का खाना उनको अच्छी तरह से मिले।
मैं समझता हूँ ये देश मेरा है, तो ये मेरा व्यवहार, ये मेरा कैलकुलेशन नहीं है, मेरी स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है, ये मेरा नैसर्गिक स्वभाव है। मैं अपने स्वभाव से जी रहा हूँ। अब उससे क्या परिणाम होते हैं, अच्छे होते कि बुरे, आप जैसे लोगों का काम है। आप अच्छा कहें तो भी मुझे चिंता नहीं, बुरा कहें तो भी चिंता नहीं। मैं कोई कैलकुलेशन से कुछ करना नहीं चाहता, जो है जैसा है। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, मुझे कहाँ पता कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, तुझे क्या खबर है कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। होगा कोई मेरा भी साथी, होगी कहीं तो मेरी भी महफिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, ये हुस्नो इश्क का जहां, ये शोखियां, ये मस्तियां, ये पर्वतों के काफिले, ये बादलों की टोलियां, पूछती है मुझसे तू चला है किधर। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
Well, this is time for the announcement of the next round of Scotch Order of Merit semi-finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite Mr. Susanta Aich, General Manager, Santaldia Thermal Power Station, a step towards zero incident in Santaldia Thermal Power Station. Mr. Susanta, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Actually, I would like to thank Scotch primarily and all the juries and all the participants. Basically, we are thermal power plant under the West Bengal government, West Bengal Power Development Corporation Limited. We all know that thermal power plants are basically very prone to accidents and incidents. So we have worked hard and submitted our project as about the last 500. I would like to say that for the last 600 days, we are not facing any accident or incident. So that is our project. And finally, I would like to say that this award will definitely motivate us. This acknowledgement will definitely motivate us. And we will strive forward to have another 1 year without accident or incident. So finally, big thank for Scotch Group and big thank for all the juries. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic, and wish you all the best. Congratulations for this. Mr. Lal Rothanga, Chief Executive Officer, Aizol Smart City Limited for Pelican Crossing System.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear, but we can't see you. Please switch on your video.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Am I visible now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of Aizol Smart City Limited, as CEO could not make a speech for the preparation of the third wave. And a big thank you to Scotch Foundation for giving us the opportunity and the platform for showcasing the Pelican Crossing System of Aizol Smart City Limited. Though the Pelican Crossing System may not be a very big project in terms of physical and financial means, but it is a very big step towards promoting pedestrian system in Aizol City. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Smart City Aizol team for making this project a success. And I would like to request all that are present to take one step in promoting pedestrianism in each of our city. Thank you. Big thank you to Scotch Foundation.
Congratulations to you. I now invite Berhampur Municipal Corporation Commissioner Dr. Siddheshwar Baliram Bondar, Rejuvenating Water Bodies Innovation in City Landscape. The next one also goes to Berhampur Municipal Corporation, Promoting Sustainable Environment Conservation and Women Empowerment. Mrs. Nidhi Singh Rajput, CEO, Jabalpur Smart City Limited for Non-Motorized Transit.
जबलपुर से सर स्कॉच ग्रुप का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये नॉन मोटराइज ट्रांजिट के लिए जो अवार्ड जबलपुर को मिला है, जबलपुर की जनता के लिए बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है। थैंक यू सर।
आपको शुभकामनाएं। The next one also goes to Jabalpur for Digital Library Gandhi Bhavan.
Thank you sir.
Municipal Corporation Rajnandgaon, Ashutosh Chaturvedi Commissioner, Artistry of Hand Still Alive. Sundays for Srinagar Municipal Corporation, Mr. Athar Amir Khan, Municipal Commissioner. Mr. Khan.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much. This is really a big encouragement for us, and this will also motivate our whole team here to take this initiative forward and to make sure that we're able to provide better services in Srinagar and also ensure that Srinagar becomes one of the cleanest and greenest cities across the world. That's the target we all are working on. And this initiative has helped us reach out to people, connect with them. And in this whole initiative, the people, the local people, they're at the heart of this whole initiative. And we are looking forward to, just after COVID, to give, I think, to put this whole initiative again in a rapid and more sustainable mode. So thank you so much. My heartfelt gratitude to the whole team of Scotch for recognizing this initiative and encouraging us. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you. Collector Office Tapi, District Collector Mr. Rashnikant Halani, Water Conservation and Sustainability. Mr. Tej Pratap Singh Fulka, Deputy Commissioner from Barnala, Rejuvenation of Ponds.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I am actually representing my DC, sir. Thank you so much for this initiative and encouraging our project for rejuvenation of ponds. And we are basically focusing on regulating groundwater and recharging it and reviving the aquatic life. That's the soul behind this rejuvenation of ponds. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Chief Medical Officer Mr. Rajesh Mohan Srivastav from District Administration Bahraich for Project Mamta. Jabir Arya, Deputy Commissioner from Bhiwani, Women's Week, Udan.
Good evening to everybody. Myself, Jabir Singh Arya. I am thankful to Scotch Group, stakeholders, jury, and every participants, and that we are selected for order of merit, certificates, and qualification for semi-finals. Basically, we focused on women empowerment and women and girls empowerment in Haryana with multi-dimensional approach regarding their improvement in health, sport, political participation, economic independence. So we celebrated and this Women Week in the symbol of Udan and Meri Beti Meri Pehchan. And nameplates in the names of the house, the name of the girl was mounted, and even all the officers government houses nameplates were in the name of the girl child mounted in their houses. Thank you.
Excellent. Congratulations to you and the entire team. District Administration Kachar, Deputy Commissioner Kirti Jali for Pushti Nirbhar. Do we have Jali with us?
Yeah, she's there. Can you please switch on your camera? I think you can move on to the next one.
Okay. Deputy Commissioner Mr. Amarjeet Singh Man from District Administration Charkhi Dadri, randomization in operator transfers. Mr. Man. Please go ahead and unmute yourself, please. You're still muted. It's like you are having problem unmuting yourself. Anyways, congratulations to you. I move on to invite Deputy Commissioner Mr. Yashpal, District Administration Faridabad for Nari Utthan.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you from the Deputy Commissioner, Shri Yashpal Yadav, sir. The entire objective of the project was to work on targeted interventions to improve the sex ratio at birth by monitoring of the pregnancies in the district and also going by way of capacity building and leading other interventions with respect to women empowerment. Apologies for the absence of sir, but heartfelt gratitude from his side. And thank you so much for recognizing our efforts from the district administration of Faridabad. Thanks once again.
Mr. Mahavir Kaushik, Deputy Commissioner from Fatehabad, Virtual Control Room of NIC.
नमस्कार सर, मैं Fatehbad Sikandar. I am really thankful to Narhari Singh Bangar, ex Deputy Commissioner of Fatehbad, Sri Mahavir Kaushik DC Fatehbad, and our SIO sir, Sri Bansal sir, जिनके guidelines में हम NIC एक बहुत बढ़िया initiative कर रहे हैं, फतेहाबाद district में IT services को बढ़ा रहे हैं. Once again, I am very thankful to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Collector and District Magistrate Mr. Deepak Singla from Gadchiroli, Project Connecting Gadchiroli.
Yeah, thank you to Scotch Awards for recognizing our work. Being a tough and Naxalite district in Maharashtra, so we were able to connect all the important offices and places with our own connection and providing a secure line. So I again thank you Scotch Awards for recognizing our work. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. The next one also goes to Gadchiroli for gravity-fed irrigation project through MGNREGA.
I think this was a project in Jambul Kheda village where Naxal blast happened in 1st May 2019, where we lost 15 Jawans. And this was our determination to complete this project. And with this Manrega project, I think this is one of kind in India, where such a large irrigation project has been taken up with Narega. And this has benefited more than 200 farmers directly. So thank you again for recognizing our efforts.
Congratulations. A third one for Gadchiroli. Anemia Se Jang, rice fortification and distribution through PDS.
So this is the innovative project where Gadchiroli has become the first district which is distributing fortified rice through PDS. And after taking this initiative, Government of India has also recognized and now has done mandatory for at least ICDS and midday meal to provide fortified rice from April 21. And entire state of Government of Maharashtra is also implementing fortified rice through PDS. Now it is mandatory because of efforts of Gadchiroli district. Thank you very much.
Congrats. District Administration Ghaziabad, Ms. Asmita Lal, Chief Development Officer for Mental Health Interventions.
Thank you. A big thank you to Scotch. And on behalf of District Administration Ghaziabad, I'd like to express my gratitude for acknowledging the role of mental health interventions and what Ghaziabad has done during the pandemic. Thank you.
Congratulations. Mr. Mohammad Ishfaq, Deputy Commissioner from Gurdaspur, E-Seva Service Delivery. District Administration Gurugram, Dr. Yash Garg, Deputy Commissioner for DG Secretariat.
Hello. Hi, good evening all. On behalf of Dr. Yash Garg and the entire District Administration Gurugram, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and thank you to the entire team of Scotch for appreciating our efforts. Basically, this project's objective was to optimally use the resources that are available at the disposal of every government office in order to enhance the service delivery of the end citizens. So thank you once again for this effort and for appreciating us. Thank you.
Congratulations.
We have Mr. Mohammad Ishfaq with us.
All right, we go back to Gurdaspur, Mr. Mohammad Ishfaq for e-Seva delivery.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Scotch team, for recognizing our services. In Gurdaspur district, all the services are being rendered to the citizen through e-Seva module. So all basic services like birth, registration, marriage, death certificate, arms license, ration card, pension, social security services like this. So normally we are handling 6,000 applications per day, and our pendency is 0.01%. So we are able to deliver services to all the citizens, 99.9% citizens, within time. It has resulted, nobody is visiting our district office, so practically everybody is getting services at their home residence. It has done a wonders in the lives of people. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. District Administration, Haridwar District Magistrate, Mr. C. Ravi Shankar for Government School Adoption Program. Do we have Haridwar with us?
No.
Mr. Pradeep Dahiya, Deputy Commissioner from Kaithal, Project Parali Navnirman.
Thank you so much to Scotch Awards for giving us this opportunity to apply, and we are really grateful for getting this award. This is Chief Minister's Good Governance Associate in Kaithal. I would like to I'm grateful to our ex-Deputy Commissioner, Shri Shadran Singh, for giving me this opportunity to execute this project. This project basically focuses on a secured supply chain of stubble, wherein we are giving additional income to 10,000 plus farmers, whereas tackling the problem of stubble burning. And moving forward, Mr. Pradeep Dahiya, Deputy Commissioner in Kaithal right now, will be taking to
We lost you there. Well, thank you very much for joining us, and I wish you all the best. Mr. Bhupinder Pathak, Senior Technical Director and DIO, District Administration, Kangra, for issuance of COVID-19 e-pass, surveillance, containment zone mapping using GIS, and faceless services. Mrs. Ranu Sahu, Collector and District Magistrate from Korba, Project Satranga Boat Club and Resort.
A big thank you to Scotch for recognizing our work and for encouraging us so that we can do our work in a more efficient way. So once again, on behalf of District Administration Korba, I really want to thank Scotch team for recognizing our work. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. That brings us to the end of announcements for the second round of Scotch Order of Merit semi-finalists. So, Mr. Bansal, I guess we have almost everybody present in your panel. Looks like it's going to be a long one as well. We have 10 minutes extra, rather 8 minutes extra in our hand. So I may request you to kindly kick off the discussion. But before I hand over the mic to Mr. Bansal, let me have the pleasure of introducing him. He is a Senior Fellow, Scotch Development Foundation, and a former banker. He is a development banker and an expert in financial inclusion, has over 2.5 decades of experience in banking and financial services sector, having worked with HDFC Corporation Bank and Fino. He was instrumental in setting up the Financial Inclusion PSU Group, and his major achievement of very first was getting the mandate for collection of direct taxes for the central government and several other government projects of various ministries like MCA 21, online collection of license fee for DGFT, online payment system for Ministry of Food Processing and Industries, signing of MOU with the Ministry of HRD for payments of scholarship to the students. And the list is endless. He has worked very extensively with the state governments, including Punjab, Delhi, Rajasthan, and Haryana. With this, I invite Mr. Nirmal Bansal
जा
to
तो सकते
take the
हैं, आपकी फॉर्मेलिटी सारी हो गई हैं अपने लेवल पे, बाकी तो उनके घर जाके होगी.
And I'm very much pleased to see a formidable panel here, and I congratulate all the recipient of the semi-finalist Order of Merit Award. Congratulations to all of you, because you are the people who are the beacon of hopes, that who have been doing the very good work. We've got 1 hour time, and we have got around 11 panelists today on this panel. So what I will do, I'll just briefly introduce all of you very quickly. And after that, one by one, I'll request each one of you to speak 3 to 4 minutes each about your projects and about your experiences and about your viewpoint on the SKOCH Awards also. And then we'll open for the question and answers. Is that okay, Dr. Gursharan?
Yes, Mr. Bansal.
Okay, thank you very much. So, okay, we have got on our panel today Mr. Vaibhav Srivastava, who is the Collector and District Magistrate, Raebareli. Mr. Srivastava contributing in controlling the pandemic in the Raebareli has been commendable. He was leading from the front and was seen visiting not only the hospitals, but checking the food quality by consuming it himself. He assured all in the district all possibility to help to fight pandemic. As much as he also served notices to the community health center for their poor performances. So we welcome to you on behalf of SKOCH for this panel. We have got Mr. Rakesh Kumar Singh, District Magistrate, Ghaziabad, and it's quite possible someone would be representing them, so no problems for us, Mr. Singh was earlier Commissioner of Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation and District Magistrate Muradabad for over 4 years, and he is still remembered for his excellent performances. He hails from Faizabad and is a keen cricketer. And it reminds me that his colleague remembered that when he was going for an inspection of airstrip in Muradabad, he spotted a few kids playing cricket. He stopped by and spent time with them. He is a people's man and connects with them very well. We welcome to you also, sir. We have got Miss Kirti Jali. She is the Deputy Commissioner, District Administrator, Kachar, Assam. And Kirti Jali, the Deputy Commissioner of Assam, Kachar District, chose her duties over personal commitments. She refused to go on leave for her wedding amidst the coronavirus scare in the state. Kirti, who is a 2013 batch officer, told her family and friends that she would not be able to travel to Hyderabad for her wedding. However, the IS officer tied the knot on Wednesday in a simple ceremony in Silchar when the groom Aditya Shashikant decided to visit her the place of posting. We congratulate her for her wedding, and Kirti has been given the responsibility of overseeing construction work of an ICU unit for COVID-19 patient in the medical college. She told her family that leaving her people when the number of cases in her district is on the rise, it won't be appropriate. She reported that around 100 positive cases are still showing up on a daily basis there. So after having a chat with Shashikant, she told them that she would be more than happy to get married at her official bungalow in Silchar. Her family, in-laws, especially her to-be husband Shashikant, respected her decision. We welcome to you for this discussion today and wish you all the best for your married life also. Mr. Jasbir Singh Arya, Deputy Commissioner, District Administration, Bhiwani. It's my good luck that he is there on the panel because I also belong to Bhiwani, Mr. Arya. It would be nice to see you sometime. And you are from Punjab University Master Degree in Public Administration, 1989-91. Then Cornell Johnson Graduate School of Management. You are an IS officer of Government of India, 1997 batch. You spent around 24 years of your work life serving the government of Haryana and Election Commission of India in various sectors as Commissioner, Municipal Corporation, Deputy Commissioner, Additional Deputy Commissioner, and CEO, DRDA, Additional Labour Commissioner, NCR, CEO and Additional CEO Haryana, ECI, Additional CEO GMDA Gurugram, and General Manager Secretary RTA, Managing Director Sugar Mill, State Officer Huda, Additional Director Land Holding and Consolidation. We welcome to you for this discussion, sir. Mr. Tejpal Singh Fulka, Deputy Commissioner, District Administration, Barnala. Mr. Fulka is 2009 batch IS officer. He took the charge as Deputy Commissioner of Barnala at the District Administration Complex on Thursday only. The previous DC, Dharampal Ji Gupta, has been posted as the Chief Administrator of Punjab Urban Planning and Development Authority. Earlier, Mr. Fulka was working as Special Secretary of the Housing and Urban Development Department. He was holding the additional charge of Chief Administration of PUDA. We welcome to him for this discussion. We have got Ms. Ayushi Sudan. She is the Deputy Commissioner, District Administration, Anja. She is the 2017 batch IS officer. She was the earlier Assistant Secretary in Fertilizers. Upon completion of Phase 2 training in LBSNAA on Central Deputation for 13 weeks, she reported to the State Cadre in 2019. We welcome you also for this discussion. We have got Mr. Chandramohan Thakur. He is the Collector and District Magistrate Anuppur. He is a qualified IIT Kanpur Mechanical Engineer and he is IS Officer 2012 batch, past posting in District Mandla. He has been the SDM Ganj Basoda, Additional Commissioner Tribal Development Bhopal, Director Professional Examination Board Bhopal, and Collector and DM District Anuppur. We welcome to you, sir. We have got Ms. Priyanka Soni, Deputy Commissioner District Administration Hisar. I had the opportunity interacting with her while she made a presentation on the COVID last year. She's a qualified doctor in medical science and she's IS officer and she is the DC Hisar since January 22 and earlier she was the DC of Kaithal and CEO of Karnal Smart City. We welcome to you Dr. Priyanka Soni. We have got Dr. K. Senthil Raj, who is the Collector and Magistrate Thuthukudi. He is 2012 batch IS officer. He is the District Collector of Thuthukudi. He has completed his MBBS from Tirunelveli Medical College. After completion his district training at Vellore district, he was posted as Sub-Collector Tirupur in 2014. He has been holding various capacity positions since then and we welcome him for this discussion again. Mr. Ikram, Chief Executive Officer, Jila Panchayat, Ramnagar. He is graduated from the University of Virginia in 2011 and then B.Ed Economics degree and cleared his civil service examination in 2015. We welcome him also for this discussion and we have got with us Captain Shakti Singh, who is the Deputy Commissioner District Administration, Nuhu. He was earlier MD Haryana State Cooperative Federation of Sugar Mills and recently joined the Nuhu as District Commissioner 2012 batch and IS officer. I welcome all of you, sir and madam, and I would request one by one, I'll just give the name, is not in any order. I just give the name and kindly speak, share your experiences, best practices, and you have spoken on your project and whatever you want to tell on that COVID second wave and the third wave. And you will be having around 3 to 4 minutes time and thereafter each one will be given that opportunity and then we'll be having the open house for the question and answers. So first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Vaibhav Srivastava from Rai Bareilly. Mr. Vaibhav Srivastava, over to you.
I think Mr. is running a bit late. We can move on to the next speaker. In the meanwhile, he'll be with us.
Mr. Srivastava?
He's running a bit late, so we can move on to invite the next speaker. He will be with us in a while.
Mr. Rakesh Kumar Singh, District Magistrate, District Administration, Ghaziabad, or any representative from there? Someone from Ghaziabad, please. Okay, I would request Ms. Kirti Jali from Administration Kacha. No problem. Okay, Mr. Jasveer Singh Arya, Deputy Commissioner, District Administration, Bhiwani. Arya sir.
Good evening. This is Ayush Singhal.
Over to you. You can just speak out.
Sure. Good evening. This is Ayush Singhal, the Chief Minister's Associate in Bhiwani, speaking on behalf of Shri Jaiveer Singaria, Deputy Commissioner Bhiwani. I would like to say that the past few months working on the women empowerment issues in Bhiwani have been really fruitful for us. And while working on such issues, we have realized the more we work, the more is needed. I would like to, through this discussion, highlight one specific practice that we have taken over, and we would like to actually, we would be happy for knowledge sharing on those practices. We have taken over a practice of promoting right to property for women, girl child in their houses, and as a initial step, the Deputy Commissioner himself put the nameplate of his girl child outside his official residence, and so did a lot of other government officers in the district Bhiwani. Similarly, around 5,000 plus nameplates were put with the name of girl child, with the idea of their right in the property of their parents. And we have done many other initiatives in Bhiwani in similar regard. We have taken initiative in anemia. We have taken initiative in public speaking for girls, and we are currently in the process, as the Panchayat elections in Haryana are due, we are in the process of celebrating women empowerment by promoting women participation in politics, in Panchayat politics, and also training them after they are elected. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation on the work which you have been doing, and I wish you all the success to you. Kindly keep doing the good work, and nothing would have been better than that, empowering the woman, and my congratulations to you. Now I would request Mr. Tejpal Singh Fulka from Barnala.
Good evening. I am Kiran Sharma. I am Assistant Commissioner Grievances from Barnala. I am representing my Deputy Commissioner Tej Pratap Singh Fulka.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Can you switch on your video, please?
Yeah, I am basically trying to do that.
Yes. Yeah, we can see you, please.
So regarding this project of rejuvenation of ponds, actually there is a grave problem of water levels going down. So basically to restore that and recharge the water tables, we have been focusing on cleaning the old and these dirty ponds, and then cleaning the water so that it can be made use for day-to-day usage in the rural areas. So that is all I have to say about the project.
In case I may ask, you can a little bit elaborate on this, that how exactly is going to help and helping, because rejuvenating the ponds and other things is a great work. It's a water conservation, and I can understand that it's of very, very much of importance. Can you just tell that how it's benefited to the Barnala, in Barnala to the people?
So actually water levels are going down.
I will intervene here. Since the discussion of the day also focuses primarily on the response to COVID and preparing for the third wave. So what we would be keen on discussing and finding out with you, with all the participants, as to how are the districts preparing. We heard the cities speak on the importance of preparations which are going on for the third wave. How are the districts gearing up for that? So I would much prefer if every participant focuses on the preparation part, in addition to, if you want to add that how is it that your projects have helped, that's welcome.
Okay, sure, Dr. Gurchandan sir. Thank you.
So Barnala, please go ahead.
Yeah, so regarding the preparation for third wave of COVID-19, we are basically focusing on enhancing the vaccination of citizens by holding regular camps. Today itself, we had a mega camp in where we were targeting vaccination of around 10,000 citizens. So this is our foremost and in advance, preparation for the third wave. And otherwise, regarding the second wave also, we were, doing the regular sampling at bus stands, railway stations, major junctions, at roads connecting other districts, sampling camps organized on a rotational basis at places having large number of employed individuals like schools, factories, banks, etc. And there was a consistent regular contact tracing and testing of at least 15 contacts of a positive patient. Then we had introduced a proper monitoring of home isolated patients, regular reporting of vitals of the patients by rapid response teams. We had 45 rapid response teams, which were the teams constituted to basically visit the home isolated patients to know their well-being, and ensuring provision of fateh kits and food kits. Fateh kits is basically the immediate first aid kit. They require the medicines and the oximeter, etc., and the food kit, which included the wheat and other daily kitchen accessories. Then we had the ambulance mapping for addressing any emergency situation, calling for the patient to be taken to an institutional facility. Then we had careful monitoring of variation in case load to accordingly extend the bed capacity at all institution facilities. Then there was we were very keen on raising the awareness among the citizens. An extensive IEC campaign was planned to inform them about the sense to take COVID-19 preventive measures. So this is continuing, in fact. Then we had constituted village level communities, because we noticed that there was an increased number of patients coming up from rural areas. So they were not very educated and aware of the repercussions of this COVID-19. So we constituted village level committees, which included 10 to 15 number of people in one committee, who used to visit each and every house of the village to find out if somebody is fallen sick and not ready or not going for the hospitalization or any medical facility he requires or not. So this is all we had done, and we are planning to continue with the same process, and as and when and as the situation requires, we would be introducing more of such
Kiran ji, बहुत अच्छा काम करे, very good. But I would like to understand two more things. What's the position of the vaccination, and what's the position on the discipline on the mask and social distancing?
Yes, we have been doing IEC, लोगों को aware करवा रहे हैं. हम लोगों के youth club members हैं who are continuously, spreading this message. Social distancing also, and no mask, no entry. We have been, encouraging that also. And vaccination, like I just said, today also we had a mega camp where we targeted 10,000 at least in one day. So that so we'll continue with this, and we are aiming at covering the entire population of Barnala within next 2 or 3 months, so that everybody is vaccinated, so they'll be comparatively safer.
Do you find any sort of hesitation from the people for the vaccination, or they are coming?
No. Earlier it used to be we had to educate them and mobilize them, but now they are quite aware, because they have seen the repercussions. So out of their own experience also, and the kind of IC we have been doing, so they have been showing their positive response. In fact, in the rural areas also.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is Madam Kirti Jali is there? She's come.
Yes. Good evening. This is DC Kachar from Assam. Kirti Jali.
Yeah, please share your experiences on that second wave and the preparedness on the third wave. And in case you want to tell about your project a bit, then if that is your choice.
Hello, could you please repeat that? Sorry.
What I'm saying that your preparedness on the third wave, which is people are talking, and how really did you fought with the second wave, and any other things you want to add up for your district?
So to begin with, I think when we started on the COVID journey, we started with 6 ICU beds. Today we are standing at about 100 ICU beds and almost 400 oxygen connected beds. So that's been the achievement from where we started from phase 1. The idea has been that no patient should be turned back from any hospital or a COVID care center for lack of beds. So apart from this, with regards to COVID care centers, we had expanded to around 3,000 bed capacity. In the second wave, so far we've had around 18,000 COVID positive cases. It's been one of the bigger districts with medical college. So we have to take the burden of the nearby districts as well, and also nearby states. We share borders with Tripura, Manipur, Meghalaya, and Mizoram. So we do get patients from there as well. It's also a army and paramilitary hub. So we have to accommodate the paramilitary forces also. One thing that we had taken up actively is that we have 59 tea gardens, Assam being a tea garden rich state. We've ensured that each tea garden starts an isolation center within the garden, because we had some hesitance from the tea garden labor who had turned positive in coming out of the garden. They're used to the garden premises, so they were not very comfortable. So tea garden isolation facilities were developed in places like Nachgar, which is their own community center. And their own community had taken up their cooking and everything. We had teleconsultation facility. We've just recently crossed around 1,03,000 calls made purely to check up on patients. So we have a 14-day follow-up. Even if they're asymptomatic, we keep following up for 14 days as to how their condition is. Doctors are always on call. We have a centralized war room, and we have block-wise teleconsultation teams. So and we also have doorstep delivery of medicine, and most importantly, oximeters. So that's been a big step in ensuring that we catch the disease early on in terms of progress of symptoms, so that the pressure on the medical college and the oxygen facilities is not escalated. We had also converted an academic building of the medical college into a COVID care center, where even though they're not connected to oxygen pipe, oxygen cylinders and oxygen concentrators were being used. We've mobilized a lot of oxygen concentrators way before the wave had hit us. So we were comfortable, and we can proudly say not a single patient was turned back for lack of availability of beds. With regards to post admission care, we have CCTV cameras. We've also ensured the doctors call on their video camera to the patient's family to assure them that there is nothing to worry. So that had assuaged a lot of the complaints that we had encountered in the phase 1. For lack of information, a lot of the family had met with a lot of panic attacks. And this had helped greatly that video call facility was made mandatory. We also have a system of 3 rounds. We had changed the timings. Earlier, it used to be that the doctor used to leave at 12, and the next shift used to start. And by nature, the 12 o'clock, 12 in the midnight when the doctor leaves, that is just 1 round of the patients. And the next doctor doesn't immediately take a round. He waits for the end of his shift, which is 12 to 8. So around 7 a.m., he used to take a visit across the ICU. We had ensured that the second shift ends at 10 p.m. and the third shift starts at 10 p.m. So 10 p.m., the doctor is still awake, he's alert. So he takes a round. So 10 to 12, 10 to 1, which is usually where patients experience discomfort and all, that we could actually address much better. And our mortality has also fallen, thankfully, because of that. With regards to the third wave,
I just wanted to know about the third wave and the vaccination part also.
Yeah, all right. So with regards to third wave, we've already dedicated a mother and child dedicated COVID care center with oxygen concentrators. We've also developed PICU facilities, pediatric ICU facilities in the medical college. We've also, through CSR sponsorship, with a lot of pursuit, we have mobilized pediatric ventilators, which are slightly different. We've also procured the smaller sized equipment and tools that a child would require. And apart from that, training of all medical doctors who are not pediatric specialists, but medical doctors to handle an infant in the worst case scenario if you're facing shortage of pediatricians. That
I think we lost connection, no?
Yeah, she's kind of frozen.
But okay, no problems. We will switch to can you hear, Kirti?
Could you please repeat that? What did you say?
Okay. No, we lost your connection in between. That's why.
Okay. So with regards to private hospital doctors also, we've completed the training. We had also strictly monitored the oxygen consumption and the oxygen audit this time, so that there is no artificial crisis. We had also clamped down on industrial supply. Our magistrate and in fact district administration had taken over completely. the oxygen plants, 2 plants that we had here. And so we had no shortage per se. With regards to PICU and the third wave also, so all the equipment has already been procured. We've also gotten our ventilators. And this time we are planning for more beds because children would have attendance. We're also making it child-friendly spaces because they might be asymptomatic, they will be positive. So we are making it more colorful. We're adding paintings to it. We're adding games and balls and stuff like that to make to ensure the child doesn't feel too scared and too paranoid. With regards to vaccination, in fact, Kachar has the highest number of people vaccinated in any given day in the state of Assam. So we've hit around 25,000 in a day as well. But it varies as per the supply provided by the state. But as of today, we are mobilized to provide 25,000 vaccinations per day. Also, I think we are one of the first towns in this region, or rather the country. We've hit 90% of our eligible age group to be vaccinated, 18 plus, in Silchar town, which has a population of 2 lakh. So we've hit around 90%. So now we are focusing on covering tea gardens primarily, and also the remote pockets in which we are suspecting some COVID revival.
Are you facing some challenges also, ma'am?
So in tea gardens, initially, the tea garden labor didn't want to take vaccine. They felt it was a vaccine to curb childbirth and stuff like that. But we had gone ourselves in front of them. We had gotten ourselves tested in front of them. We had gotten ourselves vaccinated. So a lot of that kind of our own magistrates have gone and mobilized public saying that there's no issue. So now we are meeting surplus demand. So I think in a phased manner, we should be able to cover the entire district as well.
Great, thank you. Dr.
Gosha, one question I want to ask. Kirti, it's very heartening to note that, in such a remote corner of the country, you've been able to take such, steps, and you're almost ready and prepared for the third wave. But, when we had the first wave, probably the district was only executing the orders received from the state. And the state received orders from the center for the national lockdown. During the second wave, that has not been the case. So how much of independence did you have in taking your own decisions, in secluding certain areas, and also to continue to allow certain activities in another area?
So containment orders were completely left to the DC for management of the spread. So we had developed micro containment areas, and we had completely restricted movement there for 14 days. And with regards to supply of relief and everything, it was totally driven by the district administration. So it helped that we could control a lot of the tea garden movement as well by cordoning off areas that we had sensed had high positivity rate. And that had helped us primarily in controlling it. From being bigger districts, of course, we have more dense population also. But as of today, we stand quite low in terms of the district positivity across Assam.
You also mentioned that you took help of technology. So did you also develop some kind of a dashboard or something wherein you could monitor on a day-to-day basis? How did that work? And
so that helped. Also, we our IDSP teams collect initial data of positive cases. Now, contact tracing was again completely technology driven, and then whether the cases were completed or not was again technology driven. Teleconsultation was again technology wise. It was completely on a dashboard again. We have a COVID website as well, which is being used actively. Our war room is very, very active. They're constantly getting calls from the smallest requirements to the biggest. Public has actually come out to appreciate all the extra steps that district has taken up. We also have Jeevan Deep project, under which a person can require for oxygen concentrator, and it goes home. It's a mobile medical unit. We visit their homes, and then the oxygen concentrator is provided. Apart from our ambulances, the district administration had also converted a lot of the vehicles under DDMA. We've requisitioned them and converted them into working ambulances as well. So we've not had reasons for lack of vehicles despite lockdown. Public could reach out to us for asking for vehicles. So that freedom actually helped us toy with ideas, and which is why I think Kachar has outperformed other districts as well, thanks to the team.
Great.
Very nice, and congratulations to you on your wedding, and you have been a very dedicated person, and wish you the best for your married life. Thank you very much. for that very nice presentation. And now
Thank you for this opportunity and the platform. Thank you so much.
Always welcome. Ms. Ayushi Sudan, your turn now. Kindly share your experiences and your how did you tackle with the COVID, and going forward, what's the way ahead, and how you are proposing the third wave to be tackled. Over to you, please. Unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself. Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening to all the esteemed panelists. I'm Ayushi Sudan, Deputy Commissioner Anjaw. First, I'll just give a brief description of Anjaw. Anjaw is a extremely remote district of Arunachal Pradesh. It is in fact the easternmost district. It has a population of only 21,000, covering a vast area of actually 6,000 kilometers square. So the challenges in Anjaw and per se a regular district will be very different because we don't have mobile network connectivity in 90% of our district. We have extremely bad road communication network, which means that especially during the monsoons and because of the recent rains, the roads were disrupted usually. So our oxygen supply was cut off at a lot of times. And but despite that, I think we've come out of second wave pretty well. So for example, our limiting factors were like lack of oxygen availability throughout the district. In fact, even in our district hospital at the onset of the second wave, we had a couple of oxygen concentrators and oxygen cylinders in double-digit numbers. The nearest oxygen refilling plant was 300 kilometers away. So if the road communication network was not maintained, we would lose our oxygen supply. Secondly, because mostly the district didn't have mobile network, therefore we could not personally call or get news of certain very remote far-flung villages, in which there were certain home isolation cases as well. So there were issues in clinical management of COVID-19 cases because of that. So how our strategy was what happened in other districts. We tested, we tracked, and we treated. And the latest is definitely vaccination. So we created 8 zones. They were all put under one magistrate, one area nodal officer. We conducted randomized testing at village level, which was around 150 to 200 villages. All these villages, most of these villages are not motorable by road. So we had testing teams going on foot to all these villages, testing them, coming back, and telling us which all villages had been infected. All villages with 5%, with more than 5% positivity rate, they were all contained. We even went for a lockdown for a period of 3 weeks when the positivity rate of our district actually went beyond 10%. Communication network was sort of established by setting up certain VSATs near the location of, say, a cluster of 4 or 5 villages, so that at least the ASHA worker of the concerned village could contact the MOIC of the nearest PHC or CHC through the VSAT, and adequate clinical treatment could be provided to the person, and of course the oxygen supply as well. So our challenges in this sense were mainly due to the remoteness of the region, not entirely because we were short on say oxygen or medicines, because the population is very less. So we had sufficient stock, but to provide it to the last mile was definitely a challenge, and I think we dealt pretty well in that. And what we did was we focused a lot on vaccination. So 94% of our 45 plus vaccination, 45 plus population has been already vaccinated, and 68% of our 18 plus population has been vaccinated. And in fact, to encourage the Gram Panchayats to basically the village leaders and all to come forward, because there was initially a lot of hesitancy because of the infertility rumors and etc. They basically we incentivize them by giving them some cash rewards in terms of development, some ration, etc. we initiated doorstep vaccination for 45 plus because they didn't want to come down to the CVCs. So we had doorstep vaccination. Because there was a lot of hesitancy. So for example, our mobilizer would go say 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, go to the area, village, mobilize the person. The second vaccination team would go to the village at 10 a.m. and then vaccinate that entire village. So we had to initiate that because especially for our 45 plus population, there was zone-wise deployment of magistrates throughout for the purpose of vaccination. And now we have ramped up our oxygen availability as well. We are self-sufficient now. We have one PSA plant in Anjaw, in even a remote corner like Anjaw under PM Cares. And we have multiple oxygen concentrators and oxygen cylinders at almost every PHC and CHC. Be it like the remotest corners which are not even motorable as of now. So in terms of our second wave, I think what we did was we tested a lot, we vaccinated a lot. Luckily, because we could actually we could get the person tested very initially. So therefore, we didn't have much of mortality in the district. In fact, we have 0 deaths so far, and 1 or 2 patients they had the chances, but they also survived. So that's pretty much.
Ayushi, you mean to say that there was no scarcity of the medicine on oxygen, but only problem was the reaching to the remotest corner. That was the only problem which you could anyhow manage.
Become a problem if our road communication was disrupted, but luckily it was not disrupted. And so far what we have done is that since now we have a PSA plant, we have a refilling facility ourselves. Therefore there will be no like shortage of oxygen availability.
Very nice. Dr. Bhushan Dhanjalji?
Yeah, Ayushi, a good effort made on your part, but if there are 2 things that you need to correct as a learning from wave 2 going on to wave 3, what would you do? What could that be?
I think testing drops a lot, when the second wave of, for example, the first wave ended. What I experienced was that even with the people who were exhibiting certain COVID-like symptoms, there wasn't enough tracking. So the testing had dropped quite a lot right before the second wave. And secondly, the COVID appropriate behavior, of course, that was of course not being followed right before the second wave. We had not thought of oxygen availability right before the second wave. We had sufficient numbers of oxygen cylinders. At least in my district, there were sufficient numbers of oxygen cylinders, even in the onset, because we are a small district. But say, for example, if you were a big district, then they would have become insufficient. And so basically, I think testing and tracking will have to continue till the end, even beyond the second wave and right before the third wave. And only then will we be able to contain the virus.
Very good. Anything else, Doctor?
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ayushi. This has been really very encouraging to know that in the remotest part of the country, you have been doing a great job. And so far as vaccination is concerned, that as you are saying that 45 plus you have done everybody, and 18 to 19 to 44, that sizable number have been already covered. This is a great job, and I know that you would be in a position to tackle in case there is a third wave also. In case the vaccination happens, then that percentage of the people who are at stake will be very less, which can be handled very well. Keep doing good work. All the best to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll request Mr. Chandramohan Thakur, who is that district magistrate and from the district administration, Anuppur. Mr. Chandramohan Thakur, to you.
Hello, sir. This is Chandramohan Thakur. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Mr. Thakur. Kindly go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Just a quick update. Just last month, I have been transferred from Anuppur and I have joined as the district magistrate of Sihor, another district in Madhya Pradesh. But I'll share my experiences at both the districts regarding COVID. I was there in Anuppur both during the first wave and the second wave. And as my previous speakers have spoken, there were a few things that we missed out after the first wave. Most of us did not think that the second wave is going to come back so soon. And for few things, we did not anticipate the resource crunch that we might get into. So Anuppur is a very remote district on the border of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. And it's a primarily a tribal and a rural district. So one thing that we had done in the first wave is that there was an industrial oxygen refiller whom we had convinced to also supply for medical oxygen. So he was ready. We had Bhilai steel plant, which was about 6 to 7 hours away from us. So we had convinced Bhilai steel plant for regular supply of liquid medical oxygen to Anuppur. So despite being a small district, we were not only able to supply our own oxygen requirements, but we also became a small supply center for the nearby small tribal districts. Secondly, we realized that people were not coming out even when they had symptoms. So a unique thing was done across Madhya Pradesh, and we were one of the first districts to start it. We started something called a Kill Corona survey, that we wanted to kill Corona even at their household itself. So we formed small teams at the village and ward levels who would go door to door, and every person with any symptoms was tested. Oxygen saturation was tested and temperature was taken. And even before symptoms became severe, the fixed medical kit was provided to them. And then there was a district command control center who would track twice a day whether they had taken medicine, whether the condition was deteriorating or improving. Because when initially suddenly the number of deaths being reported started rising, we realized that a lot of people approached the hospitals only when the conditions had worsened. And then it was too late to intervene medically. So we realized that if we catch the patients early on, then we'll be able to prevent a lot of deaths. So that survey really helped in reducing our mortality, and we were able to identify all the patients early on. Since we were a very small hospital, in the first wave of COVID, we did not have an ICU in the district, and we were completely dependent on the medical college in the nearby divisional headquarters. So in the first wave, we had started preparing for a 10-bedded ICU. Thankfully, that was prepared before the second wave. So that really helped us. We had procured ventilators and oxygen concentrators in the first wave itself, not knowing whether we'll need them or not. But in the second wave, they came in handy. We went ahead and procured more oxygen cylinders and oxygen concentrators in case we run short. And before I moved out of the district, we were preparing for third wave. And we, as it is being said everywhere by experts, that the third wave might harm the children more. So we had already started work on creating a pediatric ICU, and every government hospital in Madhya Pradesh mostly has a nutritional resource center, NRC, which is mostly for malnourished children, which is a child-friendly ward, a 14 or 10 or 20 bedded ward in all the hospitals. So we started installing oxygen pipelines in all those NRCs, so that in case pediatric cases of COVID come, so those wards can also work in addition to being nutritional resource centers, because they're already painted in a child-friendly manner. The beds are specific to children, etc. So we are enabling all those beds with oxygen pipeline, and since children oxygen masks are of a different size, so that is what we started doing. Last month only I came to this new district, Sihor, and when I came, the cases were on a decline. We worked really hard to make sure that the cases dropped to zero. It is very heartening to say that Madhya Pradesh has been one of the first states where the positivity rate at a state level came down to less than 1%. So right now in Sihor district, I have 0 cases for the last 10 days. So it's a very heartening thing to see, but we are still preparing. We have, during this period in Sihor, we have created a 300 bedded, completely dedicated COVID care hospital, which also has a 50 bedded pediatric oxygen ward. That we have kept it ready, and it is totally dedicated to COVID, and we hope that we never get to use it. Similarly, we have now we are focusing immensely on vaccination, and as other DCs have shared, there were a lot of rumors against vaccination. Another experiment that was done in most of the Madhya Pradesh districts was that we involved the public representatives very extensively. So we created a district crisis management groups at the district level, and then we created block crisis management groups at the block level, and then we created village level and ward level in the urban areas crisis management groups. So we involved all the.
What's the position on vaccination in your?
Right now, out of total 18+ population, we have a population about 9,60,000 18 plus population, and we have covered around 4,50,000 so far. So roughly about 46-48% population we have covered. The smaller, my district has about 8 to 9 small big municipalities. So the small municipalities, next week we are planning all the municipalities with less than 40,000 population. We are almost in a stage to declare them 100% vaccinated. We have already declared about 10 of our Gram Panchayats as 100% vaccinated. So we've started a healthy competition among Gram Panchayats, that whichever Gram Panchayats become the first to get 100% vaccinated, they will get preferential treatment in allocation of funds for various development projects. What I was emphasizing on, that the participation of the crisis management groups, which involves all the religious leaders, all the political leaders, media persons, all the trading merchants, association heads, all these kind of people have been involved. So whether it was enforcement of lockdown or containment, it was always done in consultation with these public representatives. So this helped us convince people better. So when the vaccination drive was facing a slowdown because a lot of rumors started coming in, so we involved these groups. For example, if a particular community was not coming forward, so we encouraged community leaders from that community to come ahead, share their videos on WhatsApp and on social media. And Madhya Pradesh has a very good culture of inviting people to an event by using rice dipped in turmeric, haldi chawal, they used to invite. So before our major vaccination drives, our team would go door to door and invite people with haldi chawal that please come on vaccination. So while earlier we were doing about 8 to 10,000 vaccination in a day, for the last week we have done even 48,000 vaccination in a day, and consistently we have been doing 30,000 plus vaccination in a day. So just in the last 20 days we have vaccinated about 2 lakh people. And
very nice. That's very encouraging. Dr. Dhanjal, you may like to ask something, sir?
No, in fact, whatever he's sharing, it's quite interesting. But the residual challenges remain. There is always a vacuum which is created from a previous experience, which you would like to correct moving forward. So, what has been your challenge in wave 2, which is what is making you prepare better for wave 3?
Mostly about resources. So, for example, when wave 1 closed down, we did not bother too much about the availability of oxygen, etc. So, despite the fact that the second wave has gone, we are installing new oxygen plants. So, we are enabling all our district hospital as well as block level hospitals with an oxygen plant of itself. So, we are planning to finish all the installation by July end, so that each hospital becomes self-sufficient in oxygen production. So that the time that we were losing in transportation of tankers, etc., that would go down. We are making all our hospitals equipped with pediatric wards, even if whether the wave comes or not. So that and we are as another DC also said, we are training all our normal medical officers, just simple MBBS doctors, also in basic pediatric treatment. So and we have ensured that we have been continuously saying in dialogues through public universities also, that the COVID wave has not gone, it is going to reoccur. So we have already started analyzing that the time difference between first to second and to second to third in other countries has mostly been 3 to 4 months. So, and one more thing that we have thought, it is our intuition that it mostly comes when the season changes from summer to winter or winter to summer. So we are apprehensive that when the season changes, weather changes from October, so there generally is a rise in cases of fever and cough and cold in kids. So we have already planned that in the month of October, we'll again do a door-to-door survey of every single child in our district. And anybody with a little bit of symptom of cough, cold, fever, or even normal pneumonia, we'll treat it immediately before it turns severe. And we'll keep doing that whether the wave comes or not. So we want to be proactive. What I think the mistake that we did between first and second wave is that we were very reactive, both in the first wave and in the second wave. For the third wave, we want to be proactive. So we'll be prepared for the worst. So we have a 300-bed dedicated COVID hospital, and we're not treating any other patient, but we have created a temporary bed with the help of CSR. And we'll not close it down. We'll keep it open, and we just hope that we never get to use it.
Great.
That's great to hear. But this brings me to another problem that comes to my mind, that while we are ramping up the infrastructure, in the hope that it does not happen, but God forbid if we have a third wave, then at least whatever was deficient in the second wave should be taken care of.
Right.
We are forgetting that we are also deficient on our health workers. You may be having 10 doctors looking after 100 beds. You are ramping up 100 beds to 300 and much more. What is it being done for ramping up actually the support infrastructure? Where are you getting the health workers and the doctors from?
Right. That's a very good point. What has been done in Madhya Pradesh is that the government has empowered the district collectors under the National Health Mission scheme to temporarily recruit medical staff for this. And mostly we do not need that many doctors. Actually, we need a lot of paramedical staff. We need staff nurses. We need people, community health officers. We need ANMs, such kind of people. So we have recruited them, and the government is keen that whether the wave comes or not, we'll keep them on our board. So we are periodically renewing their contract period, and it's a decision of the government whether we want to recruit them permanently or not. But the good thing is that the freedom is left to the district magistrate to, if we think that we need more staff, so the power to recruit has been delegated downwards. And constantly we are in touch with all the students who are in their final year, whether in nursing colleges or in medical colleges, so that we have a ready list of people who are available to work. So in case we run short of staff again, so we'll have them on call, and we have kept a database, and hopefully we should not run short of manpower. And plus, we're also training manpower on more skills. For example, our ASHA workers, our ANA workers, we are giving them basic trainings, so that they can also help in our treatment facilities.
So when they come on board, even as a health worker, are they going to be paid additionally, or they're still going to be surviving on the meager 2,500 to 3,600, which is what they make?
I think that is not a decision that can be taken at a district magistrate level. I think that is a state level decision, and it will entail various other things. So I don't think I would be in a competent position to comment on that. But we have been getting tremendous support from the state government. Despite the fact that Madhya Pradesh used to be an oxygen deficient state and we did not have a single oxygen plant. So now every single hospital is being enabled with an oxygen plant of itself. So our plan is that in the next 2-3 months, we want to make all our hospitals independent on oxygen supply. And I think a big, and the decision to continue this healthcare worker is already, I think, being discussed at the state level. And I hope a good, because our chief minister and our entire top level bureaucracy is quite committed to the cause of COVID. This is right now at the top priority of almost all the district collectors in the state. So I think we are quite prepared, but we hope that we want to complete our vaccination before the 15th of August. So we want everybody 18+ % to be vaccinated by 15th of August. And then we want to check every infant, every child in the month of September, October for any minor symptoms of cold, cough and fever, so that we are well prepared for the third wave.
So is it happening still under the guidance of the state, or the call for creating a front warrior workforce, which was announced by the Prime Minister about 3 weeks ago?
See, all of this is happening together, and what has happened after the second wave, that the public support has really increased. So the public has become really aware. So we have a huge army of social workers who are working with us, which was not there so much during the first wave. It was mostly the government using its iron hand to impose lockdown. This time it is coming from the people. So that is very heartening to see. So public representatives, they are taking, for example, for vaccination drives, it is mostly driven by the public and less by the government. So that community change is happening. And one additional point, since you mentioned about who is, we are trying to pass on the ownership to the community. So our village level crisis management group, we are passing the ownership to them. So they are now organizing small chopals in the village level, where they're talking about yoga, they're talking about breathing exercises, they're talking about benefits of steam, benefits of gargle, etc. Inculcating them habit, talking about when and where to use masks. So they're talking, if they're going to Mandi, you should use mask. If you're going to the farmland, you have to use mask. If you're going to the panchayat bhavan, you have to use mask. Even if you're attending marriages, you have to use mask. So constantly that dialogue is happening at the village level, because it's a community behavior change that will prevent the third wave. The infrastructure would be there, but unless the community owns up. So their effort for the last 1-2 months and for the next 2-3 months is in making the community aware of how dangerous it is, and they should take the ownership of the response.
Like the way Nirmalji, one last bit, like the way other districts and the ULBs are monitoring all activities, because it's quite a mammoth task, to put everything together and do a kind of a command and control. So have you also developed dashboards wherein it is on a real-time basis available to you?
Yes. So we have a district command control center, and we also have block command control centers, and we have a dedicated caller to make calls, and then we have dedicated persons to receive calls. So we are constantly calling, and these people are when there was the wave, they were being used to monitor whether people have taken medicine and whether condition has deteriorated or not. Now that the wave has gone, now we are monitoring post vaccination. We are monitoring whether post vaccination did you face any problems, are you okay? And then we are also using the command control centers to remind people of their second dose due date, that the second date has come. So we are constantly keeping this command and control center working. So now people know that these centers would call us daily, and then we are also asking whether are you doing yoga properly. So we have started making it more engaging, and we plan to keep these control centers working throughout the year, because this has really helped us monitor on a daily basis, and all this comes through a dashboard. You were saying something, sorry.
Yeah, no, what I was actually, I'm getting a little inquisitive here. It also happens that, whatever is the existing system, which is put to test, which is what, we generally call a stress test. So all the IT systems, all the dashboards, is not that you created now, they existed, you adapted to the new circumstances. So it has already gone through, a stress test in a situation. So what do you think, possibly if you had, it could have helped you handle the situation better? Learning from there, you probably would like to invest into something which takes care of the future problems.
As regards IT, I think when we started our call center, we realized that not everybody responds to our calls. So, and we already have a dedicated toll-free number that everybody is now using. We also used WhatsApp very frequently. So WhatsApp video calls, then we used those video calls for yoga. Then we started doing Zoom calls. So all this was very new for the rural people. We had very difficulty in convincing people to come on WhatsApp video calls. So you would have our callers calling people and then telling that there is an icon. You touch that icon and then you can see my video, and then the doctor would come on the video call. So just to make the video call popular, we asked our doctors to attend the video calls with their apron and stethoscope on. So villagers felt very happy that they could talk to the doctors live. Then what we did, we realized that the video calls are very helpful. So all the sub-health center in the remotest villages, they have been given a dedicated IT hardware now. So they have a screen and a laptop and an internet connection, etc. Now they are also working as a telemedicine center. So our district hospital doctors are in contact, the AIMS hospitals are in contact. So now we are regularly using that. So patients are also getting used to listening to doctors on video calls. So that hardware setup, internet connectivity, etc., that is something that I think we would help us cope better. And this use of technology in the rural areas, this is something that I think we'll be working more on to improve this infrastructure.
Great, thank you so much.
So nice of you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Very grateful to you that you shared both the districts' experiences. Thank you so much. Now we'll move on to Dr. Priyanka Soni. She's the Deputy Commissioner, District Administration, Hisar.
She's in there. No, she's not present.
Okay, no problems. Then we'll move to Dr. K. Senthil Raj from Thoothukudi. Dr. Raj.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening, sir. I'm Senthil Raj speaking, Collector of Thoothukudi. And first of all, my thanks for SKOCH for organizing this platform and giving us opportunity to share our experiences. In fact, it was very heartwarming to hear from DC's Chandramohan Thakur, my batchmate, how hardly he worked in that particular district, as well as few other DCs who are working working in the remotest area. And anyway, coming back to Thoothukudi, Thoothukudi, as you know, it is the southern part of Tamil Nadu, entirely southern part of India, and we have a port here as well as airport. And unlike other districts, we are a well-set district in terms of, we have one medical college here and 9 GH and 53 primary health centers are there. Out of that 53 primary health centers, 13 are upgraded primary health centers with 30-bedded facility. I will not go deeply into how we have managed the second wave, as the topic is regarding how to manage the third wave or how to prepare for third wave. So far, the experiences of the entire nation I'm speaking about, during the first wave, I think the challenge was establishing the testing centers. Initially, no one had the probe, and we had to get the probe from NIV Pune, and later on, districts started establishing RT-PCR testing centers. And during the second wave, the challenge was mostly regarding availability of oxygen, not only the production of oxygen, but also giving the oxygen to the patient through non-invasive ventilation as well as the invasive ventilators and all. I think third wave, sufficiently we have upgraded the testing centers as well as the testing, oxygen beds. Third wave, the challenge would be to monitor the people at the community level. I think that's where we need to focus on, as well as to identify the clusters as early as possible. So in Thoothukudi, what we have done is, regarding testing, we have upgraded our testing manifold right from first wave. We have one dedicated RT-PCR lab with 2 RT-PCR machines and 3 automated RNA extractors. We have 3,500 to 4,500 tests to be done in that center. As well as we also have 3 private centers tied up with us. So our testing capacity is almost 6,000 tests we can do in our district alone. And similarly, beds also we have increased. Like, in medical college, we had only 400 oxygen supported beds during the second wave start. But during the second wave itself, we have increased to 1,000 oxygen beds. While increasing the oxygen beds, we found that the availability of copper pipes as well as availability of oxygen flow meters were a little bit difficult. But we took the help of state government as well as government of India, as well as we also posted a query in social media, and we got help from all over the world. Like we imported oxygen flow meters from Thailand, and now we as I earlier told you, we have one dedicated medical college as well as 9 GH. Out of the 9 GH, 4 general hospitals we have dedicated non-COVID services, and 5 GH we have using the imported oxygen flow meters through CSR and copper pipes. We have made almost 400 oxygen supported pipes in the oxygen supported beds in the peripheral hospitals. So this, I think, will be a good step towards managing the third wave. Why? Because earlier in first wave we had the oxygen supported patients only in the medical college, whereas in third wave we'll be able to manage these oxygen supported patients in peripheral hospitals also. Thirdly, vaccination. With regard to vaccination, as like other disease told in Thoothukudi also, we are taking the vaccination camps to the rural side. We have nearly 1,475 habitations, village habitations in the Thoothukudi district. So we have 36 mobile teams with 2 doctors and 3 staff nurses. Those mobile teams, we have chalked out a concrete plan to cover all entire 1,743 habitations in a period of 21 days, and we are vaccinating, and we were able to clock almost 15,000 vaccinations per day. And currently we have vaccinated 250,000 people of above 18 years in Thoothukudi, and Thoothukudi has a population of more than 14 lakh 18 plus people. The only thing is availability of vaccination is also an issue here. If more number of vaccines are available, we'll be able to do more vaccines. And village level committee for preparing as a special part of preparing for third wave, what we have done is for each panchayat, each village panchayat, we have selected 15 volunteers from different pools like Narega workers as well as Anganwadi workers and self-help groups. So these workers, we call them as focus volunteers, friends of COVID patients under surveillance. And these focus volunteers are trained by the block medical officer and health inspector. So during the wave, these volunteers really helped us in monitoring the patients who are in home isolation. Every day they will go around. These volunteers are provided with thermal gun as well as pulse oximeter. Every day they will monitor the pulse oximeter readings and as well as the the temperature of the home isolated patients, and they will also help us in home, doorstep triaging. When the cases are lesser in number, we are able to transport all the patients to a nearest screening center and decide whether to be in home isolation or in CCC or in medical college hospital. Whereas when the wave was at its peak, we were not able to transport all the patients. So what we did was we started doing doorstep triaging using these volunteers. And these volunteers will work under the guidance of health inspector or the block medical officer. They will go around to the patient's home. They will triage using thermal gun as well as pulse oximeter. And if the age criteria and comorbidity factors are not there, then we will stamp them as a home isolation patients, and we will provide them with medicines, and we will do home isolation monitoring. Or if the comorbidity factors are there and the pulse oximeter reading goes below 90, we used to transport the patient through ambulance, or we have dedicated oxygen buses and oxygen car, in which we fitted B-type cylinders with the buses, and we transported the patients directly to the screening center as well as the medical college or GH. So this village level monitoring committee, I think since we have set it for past 3 months and all the volunteers are trained well, so they act as a force majeure or force multiplier, and they will be, we will be better equipped to manage the third wave by easily identifying the cluster. And we have a dedicated war room at district level, in which these volunteers daily they update. The Panchayat secretary takes those readings and update it to the war room. Now, with cases getting reduced, because daily we get only 40 to 50 cases every day here, and the positivity, once it was 33%, now it has reduced to 0.7%. So now what we do is we are using these volunteers to screen the houses in village level, and we also map the GIS location of those fever cases currently what is being monitored, and these GIS readings are brought to war room. And I have assistant collector also here who has done the geoinformatics. So he is also monitoring whether the cluster blooms or not. Wherever the cluster of fever, even the fever cases, I'm talking about the fever cases who are not confirmed with COVID. So wherever the cluster happens, we focus there dedicatedly taking these swabs and seeing whether any case rise happens or not. And similarly, regarding awareness thought, we have created a lot of 30-second small bites using local YouTube influencers in the local language. And we are pushing it through WhatsApp and social media, as well as our own dedicated web portal, dashboard we have, stopcorona2.in. So in that portal also we updated. So these local awareness videos are doing a good thing in terms of vaccination, as well as in terms of checking into the hospital whenever patient gets fever or cough or so through. And similarly, teleconsultation also we have 40. One good practice we did was we roped in HIV and TB counselors, as well as the final year MBBS students from the medical college. So they were sitting dedicatedly for providing telecounseling as well as video counseling. And post-COVID clinic also we have established in the medical college. And one more good thing we did during the peak of second wave, as well as now we are continuing, is zero delay ward. So what we saw is during the peak, so many patients were transported to the medical college in ambulances, and there were a flurry of ambulances waiting in the medical college triage room for getting admission, and so many patients were there in medical college without any oxygen supply. For alleviating this problem, what we did was we created a zero delay ward with 12 free beds, vacant beds, oxygen supported beds. Whenever any patient comes to medical college, we directly admit them with the bed. After that, triaging will be done by the doctor. So this really helped us a lot in avoiding crowding of patients in front of medical college or triaging room. And patients also immediately got oxygen supply, and we were able to avoid certain deaths because of this. And one more additional challenge we had throughout, all districts will be facing this challenge, was maintaining the non-COVID services. So during COVID wave, we were looking mostly into COVID cases. But there are certain non-COVID cases which you really need to give focus. One is pregnant mother and and babies who need to be immunized at the field level. And second is dialysis patient. Every week they need 2 cycles of dialysis. And what we did was, throughout the district, we took the details of patients needing dialysis, and we arranged dedicated vehicles for transporting them to the nearest dialysis center. And we continued doing dialysis for them under COVID precautions manner. And thirdly, this non-communicable diseases, mostly NCD patients were neglected. The availability of drugs and other things will not be available to them. So what we did was we mapped all the NCD patients and we provided them 2 months drug and 3 months drug in advance during the COVID lockdown period. So this greatly avoided the NCD patients to come out of their houses and in searching the tablets, and they were not put to their risk. And once the COVID affects the NCD patient, hypertensive or diabetic, so they are really prone to get admitted in hospital. And similarly, HIV and TB patients also, for them also we provided doorstep drugs. And we are continuing this, despite reduced number of cases, the provision of the monthly drugs at doorstep is being done continuously for non-communicable disease patient, HIV, TB patient, and dialysis also we are monitoring. So by this way, I think we will be able to successfully manage the third wave, if at all it is going to come. So that's all from my part.
Would you like to share something on the vaccination and how did you motivate the people for the vaccination, sir?
Yes, for vaccination, initially people were not willing to come forward. So what we did was, we organized, vaccination camps at village level, at every panchayat level. What we did was we invited the village panchayat leaders, like village panchayat president and their councillors, and we asked them to get vaccinated by themselves, that way leading them, leading by example. So by this way, we were able to successfully motivate the people to come forward behind the leader. So, and our district's MLAs and MPs and so many political representatives, they also came forward and vaccinated themselves, and this was widely covered. And in each village, the village level local leaders also vaccinated themselves. By this way, we were able to motivate. Secondly, local influencers, as I earlier told you, so many TikTok and YouTube heroes are here, local heroes are here. So they also got vaccinated and they told to community through small videos that vaccination is really helpful. That also helped us a lot. And thirdly, we also had interactive session between communities and the local doctors. And we telecasted it in local cable channels and local FM channels. By this way, we were able to motivate the people to get vaccinated.
What is the percentage of the people vaccinated now, 18 to 44 and 45 and above?
Yes, regarding healthcare workers, we have done 99% of vaccination for healthcare workers, and frontline workers, 91% we are vaccinated. And people between 45 and above, we have vaccinated 15% of people only, and 18 plus we have vaccinated 21%. The main drawback in vaccinating all the people is availability of vaccines. Our vaccine supply is currently lesser in number because we are able to touch only 12,000 to 13,000 vaccines every day. So that is one factor which is hindering us in covering all the population. And vaccine supply at state level itself is very less here. So they do, they rationalize the vaccine supply to each and every district according to their state supply.
Dr. Dhanjal?
I'm good. We can move on to the next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Raj. You have been doing a great job. And we will wish that vaccination drive should take pace so that the third wave may or may not be, could be averted and that people can be saved. Thank you very much for the good job which you have been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I will request Mr. Ikram from Jilla Panchayat Ramnagar. Mr. Ikram. Mr. Ikram. Okay, then Captain Shakti Singh from Nuhu district.
No, who is not there, but Jilla Panchayat is very much there. Kindly switch on your video.
They are there, Doctor?
Yeah, they are there. I could see a little bit ago.
I saw that Ikram was there.
So maybe they are not physically present. It's only. Yeah.
I think that Captain Shakti Singh is also not there.
Oh, he's not there. No, he is absent. So in fact, what we can do is we can do a Q&A and ask a few questions. So we can spend maybe next 5 to 10 minutes doing a discussion. So from amongst the people who are present, if you would like to ask any question.
Yes.
So it looks like there is nobody asking questions. So Mr. Bansal, you can summarize the discussion and then we close it.
Okay, this has been really good to know from all the participants, the panelists and the district administration that they have really fought well for the second wave, and God forbid, in case the third wave is there, they are very well prepared, and not only prepared, and they feel that, okay, they are in a position to really avert it because vaccination drive is on, hospitals are on, oxygen supply is there in place, and they are also having the health workers and the doctors in place so that appropriate action can be taken in case so required. So it means that our India is quite prepared, and we won't be in a position to really having any sort of afraid of that Delta plus or whatever they call it, in case it happens. And I wish all the best luck to the participants, and the way they have been doing the good job, let them do the good job. And the best practices which you heard from other counterparts, in case you feel that those can be implemented, kindly do implement, kindly do share with your other colleagues. They all are the IAS officers. You know each other well. You can interact with each other. And wherever required, particularly when we have spoken with Mr. Chandramohan Thakur, he had 2 districts experience, and offline also, we may be in a position to discuss with him. And I take this opportunity to congratulate all the winners, and thanks SKOCH Group and Dr. Gulshan Daljan and Sir Mr. Samir Kochar for providing me this opportunity to conduct this panel. Thank you very much.
I know while we are winding up, I'm just told that Zilla Panchayat Ramnagar has joined.
Okay. Mr. Ikram, in case you joined, to kindly speak.
Nothing is taking a while. Well, thank you all very much for this very interesting discussion. And thank you, Mr. Bansal, for steering it towards reaching certain conclusions as to how is it that our districts are prepared towards handling the third wave. With this, we move on to the announcement of our third round of semi-finalist SKOCH Order of Merit. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of inviting Deputy Commissioner from Anjaw, Ms. Ayushi Sudan, for Mother School Project. Ayushi. Mr. Chandramohan Thakur, District Collector from Anupur Smart Classes.
Thank you so much for the recognition of such a good project. We are also hoping that in the new district that I have joined, they're also planning to replicate this project in the new district also. Thank you so much for the recognition.
Which new district you mentioned you will be moving to?
I've joined Sihor district. Okay. Sihor.
So what was this Anupur Smart Classes for?
So what we had done, it was an online-offline hybrid model, and all the content was created locally by our state government school teachers. We had partnered with a young startup, Skoogling, through a startup-friendly tender. And we, in collaboration with Skoogling, we created vernacular Hindi medium content based on MP State Board for 9th and 10th class. And we installed them in 50 smart classes. It was hardware independent model, so we did not spend too much on the hardware. Hardware is off the shelf, but we spent a lot on the technology, etc. And it was a model in which we did not need to send inspectors to the class. It was all being monitored remotely through the app. And thankfully, we saw brilliant results at the end of the year. I had also volunteered to teach. So I have recorded the 9th standard physics classes for these smart classes, and all the other lectures have been recorded by our government teachers. So we have the entire ownership of this project is with our government teachers. And I'm happy to say that despite my transfer from the district, the project is still running and the people are still very happy with the quality of the classes. And it is helping students understand all the subjects better, specifically mathematics and science, which we have focused more in these smart classes.
I'm very happy to see that, since you championed the project, you are not taking the project with you. You have made it process driven. And even while, your successor comes over, you should be in a position to carry on and take it to the next level.
Yes, so we had focused that the project should be institutionalized and it should not be person dependent. So I'm happy that it is institutionalized and it is continuing still.
Good. Congratulations for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I now invite Narayanpet District Administration Collector and District Magistrate, Ms. Hari Chandana Dasari, Home Quarantine Tracking App. Mr. Krishna Bhaskar D, Collector and District Magistrate from Ranjana Sirsila for groundwater rejuvenation in a drought district. So Deepak Mugalikar, Collector and District Magistrate from Parbhani, effective use of information technology during COVID. The next one also goes to Ranjana Sirsila. Nethanaku Theyuta, Innovative Skill Development Initiative to Revive Weaver Community. Mr. Sharath A, District Collector and Magistrate from Kamareddy. Kamareddy District website.
Yes, sir. This is Ravi Bandi, District Informatic Officer on behalf of District Collector Kamareddy. So I'm here to attend, sir. So this is regarding district website of Kamareddy district, and last year also we have received award from Government of India, from Honorable President of India under the Excellence in Digital Governance category. So this time we have applied for SKOCH award, and thank you very much for providing the SKOCH award. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kumar Abhishek, Deputy Commissioner from Sarchit, Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin. Mr. Nikhil Pawan Kalyan, Collector and District Magistrate from Sundargarh, District Mineral Foundation, approach towards e-skill development. The next one is also to Sundargarh for Matru Jyoti. Water conservation, Dr. Senthil Raj, District Collector, District Rural Development Agency, Thoothukudi. Dr. Raj.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. In fact, this is one of the landmark project which we have started, because our district has a river called River Tamarabarni, which flows from western Ghats into our district. And throughout the course of the river, we have the river rejuvenates 53 ponds, bigger ponds. And those ponds, to rapid urbanization, we have to put on water hyacinth. So we have written up a very ambitious target of cleaning all the 53 tanks in another 3 to 5 years. And these water hyacinths also, we have tied up with Assam. And we came to know that self-help group that even in Assam are using water hyacinth baskets as furniture. So we are getting our self-help trained in taking baskets as well as furniture from those water hyacinths, so that our lakes also will be cleaned and it will also lively those.
Congratulations. Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Kolar, Dr. Selvaman R, COVID War Room. Dr. Aditya Prakash, District Magistrate from Kishanganj, promoting people's movement through Jan Bhagidari. Ms. Nisha Singh, Chief Executive Officer from Shajapur, Community Sanitary Complex for Third Gender. Zilla Panchayat Ramanagara Water Abhiyan, Mr. Ikram Sharif, Chief Executive Officer. That brings us to the end of the current announcement of SKOCH Order of Merit semi-finalists for the year 2021 round 3. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by now for the announcement of SKOCH Awards. And I request the host to play the SKOCH Award video. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to SKOCH Awards, and put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Sameer Kochar, Chairman, Founder and Creator of SKOCH, Reforms Historian and an author of Modinomics in addition to 18 other titles. Welcome to you, Mr. Kochar.
Well, thank you, Gurshan. It's been a very long day, but it's also been a very inspiring day. I do not think in the recent past, any of our conferences or any conference at all has yielded this kind of a rich output in terms of how people are gearing up for an impending problem, which is going to be a very large problem unless it is handled properly. So that gives us all a lot of thoughts to chew on. It also gives us the job of documenting all of this and make it readily available, perhaps as a blue book that people can take note of and learn from in time for the third wave. As Gurshan mentioned, I'm an author and I'm also a reforms historian. So currently I'm working on a project called The Digital State, which basically talks about how India is going to become an increasingly digital economy. And, having done Digital India after 6 years of Digital India, what is it in the next 4 years India is going to look like? Because given the kind of situation that COVID has created, this is not going away in a hurry. And what India really needs is a job generative growth. That growth has to be not just job generative, these jobs have to be spatially dispersed so that there is some equitable development across the country. And therein lies the role of a connected state and a connected government. All the indication so far is that this is going to be a Herculean task. The reason being that if you look at, during COVID, the way the economic growth has gone and the way Sensex has gone are two opposite directions. So there is a big gap that is being created again between the rich and the poor. We've had 30 years of reform in which 200 million people came out of poverty. During COVID, another 30 million odd have slipped back, and there are more that are queuing up. So how do you ensure that these job losses don't happen? How do you ensure that there is a job generation policy? Just yesterday, I was seeing that state of Andhra Pradesh has come out with a new IT policy, and the focus of that policy entirely is job generation. I see more and more states would possibly follow suit to that, because in a work from home environment, in a socially distanced environment, the only way to effectively produce anything or work is through the use of digital systems. And I think a lot of thoughts have come out of today's deliberations, which we are going to collate. And I'll be coming back to each one of you and talking to you and trying to understand that how is it that state, the civil society, Scotch Development Foundation, CEOs Association for Inclusive India, we can all work together towards making sure that no Indian sleeps hungry, no Indian is jobless, everyone's station in life improves. And some examples of all of you having done that have been shortlisted and are being honored today through the very long, drawn out Scotch Award process, which is the platinum standard of a performance. There is nothing else which comes close to it in terms of honesty, in terms of integrity, in terms of the processes followed, and in terms of acceptability across the spectrum of the political spectrum, of the industry spectrum, of the civil society spectrum. So without any further ado, I would invite Gursharan to take over and start announcing the Scotch Awards for the 74th Summit.
Well, thank you so much. And here we move on with the announcement of Scotch Award. Our first award, silver category for skill, goes to Automotive Skills Development Council for World Bank I-Star program, Mr. Arindam Lahiri, Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, Samiji. Thank you, Dr. Gursharan. This is indeed a great honor for Automotive Skill Development Council in contributing to the growth of livelihood generation, exactly what Samiji was talking about, the challenges. And in this project, we've been able to connect school dropout, with especially women candidates, to more future-looking skills. And the project was, of course, completely funded by World Bank. So we're very happy that this project has been selected for the award. And on behalf of ASDC, we'd like to thank the Scotch Foundation and all the jury members.
Congratulations and God's blessings be added to your work. The minute I read school to employment, I say God bless you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I now invite Mr. Srinath C.K., Deputy General Manager from Bangalore Electricity Supply Company Limited, Silver Award in Technology for Solar PV Integration with EVSE.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. BESCOM is very glad to participate in this annual Scotch Award, a very prestigious award, and also to win this award. I thank each and everyone who have supported the project. The project is really a unique one and first of its kind in the country. So we are promoting the idea of clean energy for the clean transportation system. So the unique feature of the project is the smart dynamic charging. The solar energy generated is made to follow the EV load. So thank you very much for the recognition. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Dr. Saket Kumar, Director General, Department of Industries and Commerce, Haryana, Silver in Governance for ease of doing business.
You're mute. You'll have to unmute yourself. Still mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. I would like to thank Mr. Samir Kochar and the Scotch Parivar for accepting and acknowledging the efforts of Department of Industries in acknowledging their efforts in developing and improving the business scenario in the state. Now Haryana is, trying to achieve the top rank in ease of doing business index in the country, and we are surely moving towards that. Thank you for acknowleding our efforts.
Congratulations and thank you for calling us the Scotch Parivar. You're a part of it.
Yes, sure. Thanks.
Congratulations for that as well. Mr. Rajesh Pandey, Principal Secretary, Government of West Bengal, Silver in Governance for Project E-Nathikaran.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Rajesh Pandey sir, I acknowledge this award and thank to Team Scotch for considering us for this award. This is one of the flagship projects of the state, and definitely this will going to take ease of doing business initiative far more forward. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
The next one also goes to the Government of West Bengal for online issuance of trade license in rural areas. Mr. Rajesh Pandey.
Again, thank you very much. This is one of the unique projects that has been started. The trade license throughout the state has been made online, not only in the urban areas but also in the rural areas. So I once again thanks the Scott family and Mr. Kocher. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Ms. Ayushi Sudan, Deputy Commissioner from Anjaw, Silver in Governance for Mother School Project. Mr. Chandra Mohan Thakur, District Collector from Annupur, Silver in Technology for Annupur Smart Classes.
Thank you, Scotch family. Thank you, Mr. Kocher, and thank you, Dr. Gushen, for acknowledging the efforts done by Annupur administration and our startup friends Googling in doing smart classes. This recognition really matters to us, and it gives us the confidence to replicate in other districts of Madhya Pradesh as well. Thank you so much for the honor.
Congratulations. I think we visited Sihor, haven't we?
Yeah, I have relocated to Sihor, right?
Yeah, no, I was just recalling it good, and I think I've been to Sihor.
Yeah, we have.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Ms. Kirti Jali, Deputy Commissioner from Kachar for Pushti Nirbhar, Silver in Health. Ms. Kirti. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, Silver in Defense Production, Mr. S. Krishan Kumar, General Manager for implementation of manufacturing process for Arrestor Hook Platform LCA Navy aircrafts.
Thank you very much, the Scotch team, for having conferred this award on Aircraft Research and Design Center of HAL. In fact, it's a great honor, not only for me personally, for all these youngsters who have done the job. I'm sure this will motivate them to do many more firsts in the country. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to the entire team. Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary, Rural Development Department, Maharashtra, Silver in Governance for Zilla Parishad Fund Monitoring System.
Congratulations.
Please unmute yourself. You're on mute.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kocher, and all the Scotch team for honoring the government of Maharashtra with this award. The government of India is implementing e-governance program in rural India with the help of new technologies encouraged for direct beneficiary transfer, and funds are being disbursed through public finance management system. As part of this, the Rural Development Department of Government of Maharashtra, in collaboration with Bank of Maharashtra, has developed the application Jilla Parishad Fund Management System for proper management and monitoring of funds. I especially thanks to Honorable Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary, Rural Development Department, and Honorable Mr. Praveen Jain, Deputy Secretary, Rural Development Department, Government of Maharashtra, for their encouragement in time to time. I also thank to Mr. Vijay Kamble, General Manager, Bank of Maharashtra, Mr. Atul Joshi, Deputy General Manager, and Mr. Nitin Bajai, Assistant General Management, Bank of Maharashtra, and all their technical team. Thanks again. Thanks.
I now invite Mr. S. Srikanth, Chief Information Security Officer from TVS Motor Company for Cyber Security, Silver.
Good evening, sir. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank our doctors in India. A great job in this pandemic. They are working. I have been listening from the morning till later. There are a lot of discussions on the COVID, and thanks everybody to thank you all, and thanks to Dr. Samir Kochar and the team. I would like to thank to my company as well as other team members to receiving this great award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Good job, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Rajesh Pandey, Principal Secretary, Gold in Governance, Government of West Bengal for auto renewal of certificate of enlistment through online system for urban areas.
Congratulations.
This is again another project that has been done within this pandemic period. It's a fantastic project to take off, and with your this recognition from the SKOCH family, this is going to give us a lot of motivation. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Yet another goal for governance goes to Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary, Liability Register Payment System, Rural Development Department, Maharashtra.
Thank you once again. This system is developed for the funds which are disbursed from state government to the district panchayat for various works, and the liabilities are created from the panchayat, district panchayat, and accordingly funds are disbursed through these systems. Thanks to SKOCH team once again. Thank you.
Congratulations. It's a very good project on partnership with the bank.
Sir.
And the highest SKOCH award in this category, Platinum, goes to Government of West Bengal for Silpa Sathi, Single Window System, Mr. Rajesh Pandey, Principal Secretary.
Thank you very much. This has been a very tough project for us to implement. We have been working on this project for a year-long time or more. So thank you, SKOCH family, for recognizing us. Thank you.
Congratulations, and you know, it's so wonderful you've done so much for MSME. Not many states are doing that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So that was the last award to be announced for SKOCH Summit 74th edition.
Thank you very much. We'll have a group photo.
Yes, so can I request everyone to switch on your videos? Let's have everyone with their videos on. I can still see a few videos missing. Yeah. Kindly keep smiling with your videos on. Great. This is better. And one more. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So good wishes from SKOCH, and as it was called the SKOCH Parivar, you have been part of it. You have been part of this journey in all this while, and we hope that this journey continues hereinafter as well, because the road to innovation is long and there are always milestones to achieve and be recognized on the way. Wish you all the best and see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all the awardees.